Chapter 1 Life Without Limits System. Jiang Chen, let's break up. Inside an Apple store in Rongqing's commercial district, Jiang Chen was carefully selecting a mobile phone, preparing to give his new girlfriend Chen Yan a birthday surprise. However, the sudden breakup message on WeChat made him stunned. After a long time of calming down, Jiang Chen tapped the old and broken screen with trembling fingers and replied, "Why? I pursued you for 3 whole years of high school, and we were together for less than 3 days." Jiang Chen had mixed feelings. 3 days ago, Chen Yan, the goddess he had been licking for many years, finally agreed to date him. However, the sweet time did not last for 3 days before he received a breakup text message. "Because I already have a new boyfriend, and what he can give me is what you can never give me." Just a few words threw Jiang Chen's heart into an icy hole. After 3 years of being a bootlicker, was this the result he got? At the same time, Chen Yan updated her moments with 2 freshly made photos and the caption, "Thank you, dear." The first photo was of a brand new Apple 16 Pro Max top-end version, which was obviously a birthday gift given to Chen Yan by her new boyfriend. Ironically, Jiang Chen worked for 2 whole months during the summer vacation, but he could only buy Chen Yan a minimum spec iPhone 16. The second photo was a photo of Chen Yan and a boy wearing bathrobes in a hotel. They looked intimate and had flushed faces, obviously having just experienced sex. Jiang Chen felt his heart bleeding when he looked at the photo. The girl he had been pursuing for 3 whole years was taken away by a wild boar, and he had never even held her hand. Jiang Chen also knew the man in the photo, Li Zhe, who was also Jiang Chen's high school classmate. His father was the owner of a small and powerful company in Rongqing, so Li Zhe was also a famous rich second generation in the school. Although Li Zhe looks rich and ugly, he is willing to spend a lot of money to pursue girls, and thus has ruined several girlfriends who were even school beauties. Jiang Chen's parents are just ordinary working-class people. Even though he is handsome, he is nothing in front of money. "Handsome guy, do you still want to buy this phone?" the shopping guide asked Jiang Chen, who was alone and sad. "Sorry, I don't need it." Jiang Chen, who had recovered from his shock, put down the low-profile version of iPhone 16 in his hand and fled from the mobile phone store. It was almost September in Chengdu, but the weather was still hot. Cicadas were chirping noisily on both sides of the street. Jiang Chen was wandering aimlessly on the street like a clown who had lost his mind. "If I had money, could I be with the person I love? If I had money, would I not be so sad?" Jiang Chen asked himself this question over and over again, trying to find the answer he wanted. Bite. It is detected that the host has a strong desire in his heart. The life without limits system has been bound to the host. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in Jiang Chen's mind, which frightened him. But Jiang Chen looked around and there was no sound except the noisy chirping of cicadas. It must be that his confused thoughts caused hallucinations, but when Jiang Chen continued to move forward, the prompt tone rang in his ears again. It is detected that the host has a strong desire in his heart. The life without limits system has been bound to the host. This time Jiang Chen was sure that he heard it clearly, and it was definitely not an illusion. Jiang Chen also likes to browse some system novels on the Tomato novel platform. The loser male protagonist in the novel relies on the system binding to counterattack his life, which makes Jiang Chen very envious. And the fictional plot in the novel actually happened to me today. Excuse me, what exactly are the functions of this life without limits system? Jiang Chen held his breath and tried to communicate with the system. When the host makes a purchase, the system will give a random multiple of rebate. The system will issue tasks to the host from time to time, and the host can obtain different rewards by completing tasks. The system also has functions such as talent awakening, lucky wheel, peach blossoms coming, etc., to ensure that the host can enjoy a wanton life. Jiang Chen was stunned by the system's self-introduction. He couldn't digest it for a while. At this moment, he just wanted to confirm whether the system's consumption rebate was real. In addition to the 5,000 yuan he saved from working during the summer vacation, Jiang Chen also had 10,000 yuan in his bank card, which was the university tuition that Jiang Chen was about to pay. Jiang Chen is a senior high school graduate from Rongqing No. 1 High School. Although his grades are mediocre, he performed exceptionally well in the college entrance examination and was admitted to the best university in Rongqing University. If I pay 10,000 yuan in tuition, can't I test the authenticity of the system? Besides, tuition fees have to be paid sooner or later. Even if this system is not real, I won't lose anything at all. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen's mouth raised an excited smile. He rushed home, turned on the computer, entered the tuition payment system of Rongqing University, filled in the information and prepared to pay. Heaven and earth, please help me, lousy, please show up. Jiang Chen's heart was in his throat. The room was extremely hot and stuffy, but he was so nervous that his hands and feet were cold. Because Jiang Chen knew that if this system was true, his life would be completely rewritten. Jiang Chen stared at the computer screen, and finally made up his mind and clicked the confirm payment button. Dear Rongqing bank user, your bank card consumption expenditure is 10,000 yuan, and the current balance is 5,000 yuan. Jiang Chen was so nervous that he almost fainted when he saw the deduction information on his phone. Whether he could change his fate depended on whether his bank card had any money deposited into it. Dear Rongqing bank user, your bank card has a deposit of 100,000 yuan and the current balance is 105,000 yuan. As his cell phone vibrated, Jiang Chen also saw the text message of his deposit, exactly 100,000 yuan. It is detected that the host has spent 10,000 yuan. The system randomly draws a rebate multiple of 10 for the host. The rebate of 100,000 yuan has been credited to the account. Please check it. At this moment, the system prompt sounded again, but Jiang Chen still sat there in a daze. This system is actually real. I will be truly invincible from now on. Jiang Chen, who had recovered from his shock, let out a sharp roar, then opened the refrigerator, took out an iced cola and drank it all in one gulp. The cool and refreshing feeling brought a little peace to Jiang Chen's excited heart. In just 2 minutes, he earned 100,000 yuan, and this is just a small beginning. His future life will be so wonderful that it is unimaginable. Anyone would go crazy if they were in his shoes. At this moment, Jiang Chen's cell phone rang, and the name Zhuang Wei appeared on the screen. Jiang Chen turned on the answer button, and before he could say anything, Zhuang Weifeng's impetuous voice came from the phone. Shenzi, I heard you're heartbroken? We don't want that kind of gold-digging girl. Let's have a barbecue at the usual place. I'll have a couple of drinks with you. Before Jiang Chen could reply, the phone was disconnected with a beep. Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly. His best friend Zhuang Wei was really a straightforward and impatient person. Chapter 2. Go to the shopping mall to consume. The old place that Zhuang Wei mentioned was actually a barbecue restaurant called Old Soldier Barbecue. Jiang Chen and Zhuang Wei often visited it because of its delicious taste and low price. Zhuang Wei was Jiang Chen's best classmate in his 3 years of high school. Although Jiang Chen was handsome, his grades were average and his family background was average, so he was a nobody in the class. Only Zhuang Wei became his good friend. Zhuang Wei was admitted to a third-rate college in Rongqing because his grades were at the bottom. Fortunately, his school was very close to Rongqing University where Jiang Chen was studying, so the two could still hang out together in the future. When they arrived at the barbecue restaurant, Zhuang Wei had already ordered the skewers and was waiting for Jiang Chen. When he saw Jiang Chen, he immediately waved at him. Zhuang Wei was tall and strong, and his personality was bold and straightforward. He brought a box of beer, opened it all, and said to Jiang Chen, Chen Zi, I know you've been heartbroken. I'll treat you to dinner today. Just eat and drink as much as you want. Zhuang Wei's action touched Jiang Chen deeply. As the saying goes, women come and go, but brothers remain forever. When he was frustrated, his brothers would always be by his side. In fact, Jiang Chen wanted to tell Zhuang Wei that he had turned a disaster into a blessing and activated the life without limits system. But he didn't do it after all. After all, who would believe such a thing? Soon, the sizzling grilled skewers were served on the table. Jiang Chen and Zhuang Wei took a big bite of the skewers and drank a large glass of ice-cold draft beer in one breath. In this hot summer, this feeling can be summed up in one word: cool. Soon, Zhuang Wei had already drunk 2 or 3 bottles of beer. He said to Jiang Chen, a little tipsy, Shenzi, look at it more positively. Why do you have to hang yourself on a tree? There are many beautiful girls in our school. I will introduce one to you when the time comes. Zhuang Wei opened his freshman group and saw many freshman girls posting photos. There were indeed a few girls who looked pure and cute, and they were wearing cool suspenders, which made people have wild thoughts. But Jiang Chen just smiled and said nothing, because he knew that he would never lack women in the future. First of all, Jiang Chen was handsome, and secondly, after activating the system, he would become very rich, and it would only be a matter of time before he became the richest man in the world. I would like to ask, what kind of woman can resist such a handsome and wealthy man? Next to the veteran barbecue is a shopping mall called a Generation of Beauty. It was almost 10 o'clock in the evening, and the young ladies who worked there kept coming in and out of a Generation of Beauty. I have to say that the quality of this Generation of Beauties is very high. The young ladies working here are all fair-skinned and beautiful, and they wear cool clothes. It is a pleasure for Jiang Chen and Zhuang Weiguan just to look at their legs on the side of the road. At this moment, Zhuang Wei, who was slightly tipsy, stared at the long legs coming and going, and said intoxicatedly, "If I could go to a place like this once, it would be enough for my whole life." But when he looked at the 300 yuan balance on his phone, a look of dejection appeared on his face again. "Do you really want to go and have some fun?" Jiang Chen looked at Zhuang Wei and said jokingly. "Of course I do. Look at those girls. Pick any one of them and put them in our #1 middle school. They would all be campus beauties." Zhuang Wei's words were not exaggerated, because this mall focused on high-end consumption, and the hostesses were all top-notch beauties. For high school students like Jiang Chen and Zhuang Wei who had just graduated, it was extremely tempting. "Since you want to have fun, I'll invite you to have some fun tonight." Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Zhuang Wei widened his eyes in disbelief. "Come on, do you know how expensive it is? The salary you get from your summer job is not enough to spend." Jiang Chen laughed, opened his bank card balance, handed it to Zhuang Wei and said, "I originally wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but now I won't pretend anymore. I'm actually a rich second generation." Zhuang Wei stared at the numbers on his phone: ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000, 100,000. Fuck, 100,000 yuan. When he counted to the end, Zhuang Wei couldn't help but swear. 100,000 yuan is a considerable sum of money for an adult, and it is even more shocking for a high school student who has just graduated. "Shinzi, are you really a rich second generation?" At this moment, Zhuang Wei's worldview had been completely turned upside down, but before he could think too much, he was dragged by Jiang Chen to Shanghai. For Jiang Chen, Zhuang Wei is his best friend, so inviting his best friend to have some fun is nothing. Moreover, he now has a system, and he can get rebates no matter how much money he spends. As they entered the beauty hall, they saw a magnificent hall, the luxury of which made Jiang Chen and Zhuang Wei stare in amazement. Hey, what are you doing? Is this a place you can afford?" At this time, a man who looked like a lobby manager walked towards Jiang Chen and Zhuang Wei. The lobby manager saw that Jiang Chen and the other man looked like country bumpkins and were definitely not here to consume, so he planned to expel them. "Can't we come here to spend money?" Jiang Chen looked at the man's aggressive look and felt a little unsure, but he still pretended to be calm and said, "Little brother, you need money to spend here. I feel that the internet cafe across the street seems to be more suitable for you." The lobby manager looked at Jiang Chen with a sneer. He did not think that this student-looking man in front of him could afford to spend money here. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and took out his mobile phone balance and waved it in front of the lobby manager. After seeing the balance on Jiang Chen's phone, the lobby manager's attitude made a 180-degree turn and said flatteringly, "Young masters, please come in." Jiang Chen stared at him and said, "I still like the way you were rebellious just now." Following the lobby manager, they came to the private room number 888. The entire room was luxuriously decorated and the space it occupied was even larger than the classroom where Jiang Chen went to school. Jiang Chen and Zhuang Wei had just sat down when a dozen beautiful women came into the room and stood in a row. A beautiful lady welcomes the two young masters. "Young masters, choose me, choose me, choose me." A row of beauties first bowed to Jiang Chen and Zhuang Wei, and then spoke a welcome speech in unison. These dozen beauties have different styles, including young women with charming figures, petite and cute Lolita, fashionable girls with avant-garde outfits, and cool and glamorous hot girls. Jiang Chen and Zhuang Wei were just two high school students who had just graduated. They had never seen such a scene before. Their faces turned red instantly, causing the dozen or so beauties to giggle. But in the end, Zhuang Wei was a little thick-skinned. After calming down a little, he hooked his finger at the young woman with the fullest figure. The young woman immediately sat next to Zhuang Wei and snuggled in his arms. Since Zhuang Wei himself is tall, it is understandable that he likes this kind of plump young woman. Jiang Chen looked around again and saw a pure and sweet-looking girl wearing a JK uniform in the corner. The lighting in the private room was a little dim, and Jiang Chen couldn't see her clearly, but he had a hunch that she must be a top-notch beauty. Moreover, this girl has a unique aura of purity, which makes her look even more special in a nightclub environment. So he pointed at the girl and said, "It's you." Chapter 3 System Task, Get Yin Yan's First Kiss. When the JK girl walked towards Jiang Chen could see the girl's face clearly, which was simply absolutely beautiful. Fair skin, big eyes, small and attractive cherry lips, straight black hair draped over her shoulders, and a pair of straight and slender legs under her JK skirt. "Hello, my name is Yin Yan. The JK girl opened her cherry lips and said to Jiang Chen. Yan Yan's voice was gentle and pleasant, which made Jiang Chen feel extremely intoxicated. At this moment, Jiang Chen found an information board appeared in front of him. Name, Lu Yan. Age, 20 years old. Height, 168. Weight, 46 kilograms. Appearance, 92 points. Favorability, 20. Charge, 0. Obviously, this is the character information generated by the system to help me. I didn't expect that the system has such an amazing function. Yan Yan's height and weight are both standard, but Jiang Chen was a little confused about the final charge. Then he blushed when he thought about it carefully. Although Jiang Chen had never been in a relationship, he often watched veteran drivers racing in some online forums. At this moment, he had already understood what charging meant, which meant that Yan Yan was still a virgin. I didn't expect that in a nightclub like this, there would be a girl as clean as Yan Yan. The favorability level of 20 also surprised Jiang Chen. He and Yan Yan had just met, so how could the favorability level be 20? In fact, in places like Idaijaran, the customers who come to consume are all older rough men. For the girls who accompany drinks, it is a blessing to meet a customer like Jiang Chen who is both young and handsome. So after seeing the young and handsome Jiang Chen choose her, Yan Yan immediately developed a 20-point favorability towards Jiang Chen. Yan Yan took Jiang Chen's cup, poured some wine into it and handed it to Jiang Chen. She leaned forward with her delicate face and said softly, "Let's have a drink together." Jiang Chen had never been so close to a girl in his life. Yan Yan's refreshing hair fragrance instantly penetrated his nose, making Jiang Chen feel intoxicated. After finishing a glass of wine, Jiang Chen turned around and saw that the shameless Xuan Wei had hugged the hot young woman with an ambiguous look. Jiang Chen wanted to have some physical contact with Yan Yan, but he was so nervous that he could only curse himself in his mind for being useless. But who would have thought that the next second, Yan Yan actually took the initiative to snuggle in Jiang Chen's arms, and Jiang Chen instantly felt a soft feeling, which was very wonderful. After all, Jiang Chen had been Chen Yan's licker for 3 years, but he hadn't even held Chen Yan's hand. It was the first time for him to maintain such an ambiguous posture with the opposite sex, and it was Yan Yan, a school beauty who was 300 blocks away from Chen Yan. Perhaps feeling the violent beating of Jiang Chen's chest, Yan Yan smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. It's like you're afraid of me." Jiang Chen blushed and said calmly, "No. No." In order to prove that he was not nervous, Jiang Chen plucked up the courage to hold Yan Yan's white and jade-like hand. Yan Yan also cooperated with Jiang Chen and interlocked her fingers. Jiang Chen immediately felt a smooth touch. System prompt: Yan Yan's favorability is 5, and the current favorability is 25. I didn't expect that after holding Yan Yan's hand, her favorability increased by 5 points. I have to say that the function of this system is really powerful, and it can monitor the other party's favorability towards you at any time. At this time, Yan Yan was nestled in Jiang Chen's arms in an extremely ambiguous posture. Chen Yan probably would never have thought that just a few hours after breaking up with Jiang Chen would already have the beauty in his arms. Ding! System tasks are issued. Mission content: get Lu Yanyan's first kiss. Task reward: get a top-of-the-line Mercedes-Benz G63. The system's prompt sound suddenly rang again, and Jiang Chen was startled. The system actually issued a task at this time, and the content of the task was to get Yan Yan's first kiss. Wait! Yan Yan's first kiss? Jiang Chen had never expected this, because in his opinion, girls working in nightclubs have very messy private lives, and the probability of having a first kiss is too small. But how can I get Yan Yan's first kiss? After all, the reward is a Mercedes-Benz G63. Perhaps no man can resist the charm of G63, including Jiang Chen. After all, a man can't have G63 and inferiority complex at the same time. Why not talk to Yan Yan first, so that we can get closer, Jiang Chen thought to himself. Why do you come to work here? As soon as Jiang Chen finished saying this, he began to regret it. What kind of bullshit questions were they? The originally not so awkward atmosphere instantly became extremely awkward. Because my father passed away early, my mother is seriously ill in bed, and I have a younger brother who is still in school. When Yan Yan said this, an inexplicable sadness appeared on her face. Jiang Chen sneered in his heart. It was obvious that Yan Yan was not telling the truth. A deceased father, a seriously ill mother, and a younger brother who is in school. Isn't this the standard life story of a nightclub girl? Yan Yan also felt that Jiang Chen's question was a little awkward, so she changed the subject. Why don't we play a game? We can use dice to compare the size of the dice. The loser will accept a small punishment from the other party. Jiang Chen finally found an opportunity to change the atmosphere, so he agreed to Yin Yan's suggestion. The game is very simple. Each player rolls a dice, and the one with the smaller number loses. Yin Yan and Jiang Chen each held a dice cup and shook it, then slammed it on the table. Yin Yan opened her dice cup a little, and then a sly smile appeared on her delicate little face. If nothing unexpected happens, it looks like I won. After Yin Yan finished speaking, she opened her dice cup and saw 6 dots on the dice. Jiang Chen immediately looked miserable. It seemed that he was doomed to lose. Jiang Chen opened his dice cup and saw only a red dot on it. 6 and 1, Jiang Chen was completely defeated. Tell me what punishment you want me to give you. Yin Yan smiled and whispered in Jiang Chen's ear. I'll punish you by making you do 10 squats on my back. Yin Yan showed a playful smile on her face. Jiang Chen pretended to be reluctant, but he was actually ecstatic. How could this be a punishment? This was clearly a reward for himself. Jiang Chen arched his back and made a gesture to Yin Yan to come up. Yin Yan jumped lightly and jumped onto Jiang Chen's back. Jiang Chen took advantage of the situation and hooked his hands around Yin Yan's legs, only to feel a soft and smooth touch in his palms. This was not a big deal. The key point was that Jiang Chen's back could clearly feel the softness of Yin Yan's chest. This feeling is really wonderful. Yin Yan weighs only 46 kilograms, so it is very easy to do 10 squats with her on my back. However, in order to prolong this wonderful experience, Jiang Chen deliberately slowed down the speed of the squats. After finally finishing 10 squats, Jiang Chen reluctantly put Yin Yan down. Chapter 4 Wonderful. Indescribable. At this time, Jiang Chen and Zhuang Wei were sitting in 2 corners of the huge private room. They had a tacit understanding and did not disturb each other. The second round of dice game between Yin Yan and Jiang Chen has begun. Jiang Chen shook out 4 points, while Yin Yan shook out 3 points. I finally won. Now it's my turn to punish you. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. He finally found an opportunity for revenge. What do you want to punish me for? I'm not afraid. A look of dissatisfaction appeared on Yin Yan's pretty face, and she looked fearless. I'll punish you by making you kiss me. Jiang Chen blurted out, but immediately regretted it. The alcohol just now gave him the courage to say this, but Jiang Chen immediately became scared after he said it. Wouldn't she feel that she was disgusting? Wouldn't she be angry? Jiang Chen's thoughts were still in a mess, but a delicate little face came up to him. Jiang Chen only felt his lips touching something sweet and soft. This wonderful feeling was beyond words for Jiang Chen. After about 4 or 5 seconds, their lips parted and Yin Yan lowered her head shyly, fiddling with the hem of her skirt with her fair hands. Jiang Chen licked his lips with satisfaction. The sweet and smooth feeling between his lips made him intoxicated. If I say this is my first kiss, will you believe it? Yin Yan looked up at Jiang Chen and asked, her eyes turning red without her knowing. If a nightclub girl said this to you, no one would choose to believe it. But Jiang Chen has a system, and the task assigned by the system is to get Yin Yan's first kiss. So Jiang Chen knew Yin Yan was not lying, but why would she give such a precious first kiss to him when they first met? Yes. I believe it. Although he had doubts in his heart, Jiang Chen said firmly. Ding. The system detects that Lu Yinyan's favorability is 20, and the current favorability is 45. The system sounded. I didn't expect that a wonderful kiss in Jiang Chen's trust would increase his favorability so much. According to the system's classification of favorability, a favorability of around 40 is basically equivalent to a couple in the ambiguous stage. System prompt: the host has completed the task. The task reward, the top-equipped G63, has been sent to the Mercedes-Benz 4S store on Jiangqing Road. Please claim it as soon as possible. Since Jiang Chen successfully completed the task, he could naturally get the top-of-the-line G63. Hearing the system sound again, Jiang Chen was very excited. Is there anything more awesome than driving a G63 to college? But the 4S store has closed now, so Jiang Chen decided to pick up the car tomorrow morning. Jiang Chen wanted to play for a while, but Zhuang Wei was already 80% drunk at this time, and he started singing and dancing with the sexy young woman beside him. Jiang Chen was afraid that he would make a fool of himself when he was drunk, so he had to take him away early. Handsome guy, your private room consumption totaled 10,000 yuan. Here is your bill. The pretty girl at the front desk handed Jiang Chen the bill. Jiang Chen took out his mobile phone to pay without even looking at it. The pretty girl's eyes were full of stars. It is detected that the host has spent 10,000 yuan. The system randomly draws a rebate multiple of 6 for the host. The rebate of 60,000 yuan has been credited to the account. Please check it. Although the rebate this time is not as much as last time, Jiang Chen is not in a hurry. After all, it is only a matter of time before he wants to become the richest man in the world. After just a few hours, Jiang Chen's bank card already has more than 150,000. A beautiful lady walked out, and the cool evening breeze blew in his face. Jiang Chen, who was a little drunk, sobered up at this moment. Just as he was about to take a taxi to leave, he heard a voice behind him. Wait a moment. Jiang Chen looked in the direction of the sound, and saw Yan Yan chasing him in a JK uniform. It must be said that Yan Yan was really beautiful. She was definitely a school beauty in Jiang Chen's high school, and she was more than 300 blocks ahead of Jiang Chen's former goddess Chen Yan. But this kind of love in a private room always stops at the elevator entrance, and Jiang Chen himself knows it very well, so he is very curious about what Yan Yan wants to do by chasing out at this moment. Can I add you on WeChat? Yan Yan looked a little nervous, and it was obvious that she had made a great decision. Ah, sure. Jiang Chen took out his cell phone and added Yan Yan's WeChat. Seeing Yan Yan's pretty face slightly blushing, Jiang Chen began to wonder in his heart, could it be that Yan Yan has fallen in love with him? After saying goodbye to Yan Yan, Jiang Chen and Zhuang Wei took a taxi home. Chen Zi, Lu Yan Yan is so beautiful. She would be a school beauty in any school in Rongqing. It's such a pity for her to have such a job. Listening to Zhuang Wei's words, Jiang Chen remembered what Yan Yan said about her father's death and her mother and daughter being seriously ill. I subconsciously opened Yan Yan's circle of friends, but there was no other content except that it was visible for 3 days. Forget it. How could it be true? Jiang Chen thought to himself with self-mockery. But thinking of Yan Yan's first kiss, Jiang Chen felt mixed emotions. After returning home, Jiang Chen fell asleep quickly. Too many things happened that day. In his sleep, Jiang Chen dreamed that he was driving a G63 through the campus of Rongqing University, attracting jealous glances from boys and admiring looks from girls. When Jiang Chen woke up, it was already 9 o'clock in the morning. The first thing he did was to open his mobile phone to check his balance. Fortunately, all this is true. After washing up, Jiang Chen changed into clean clothes and headed towards the 4S store. In this summer vacation, Jiang Chen not only worked as a summer job, but also went to a driving school to get a driver's license. He originally thought that he would have to wait until he graduated from college and got a job before he could own his own car, but he didn't expect that he would become a distinguished G63 owner now. As soon as he arrived at the door of the Mercedes-Benz 4S store, Jiang Chen saw a familiar figure. It turned out to be the goddess Chen Yan, whom he had been licking for 3 years, and her boyfriend Li Jia. Although Chen Yan could not be said to be a school beauty, she was above average, so Jiang Chen was obsessed with her at first. Li Jia, on the other hand, looks a bit plump. How should I put it? He is about 170 centimeters tall and weighs 170 kilograms. In terms of appearance, the handsome Jiang Chen can definitely beat Li Jia by hundreds of blocks, but Jiang Chen knows that Chen Yan chose Li Jia because Li Jia's family is very rich. Jiang Chen originally didn't want to pay attention to them, but Chen Yan saw Jiang Chen, so he frowned and said, Jiang Chen, I've made it clear to you. We've broken up. Can you please stop stalking me? Damn it, Jiang Chen was completely speechless. He was clearly here to pick up the car and just happened to run into her, so how did he get considered stalking her? Although Chen Yan could have charmed Jiang Chen to the point of bewilderment in the past, she was just an ordinary person to him now. After all, she had just had sex with a school beauty like Lu Yanyan last night. Sorry, I just happened to see you. Jiang Chen said coldly. He really didn't want to waste any more time talking to this disgusting woman. After all, her future life will undergo earth-shaking changes that are beyond the reach of a gold digger like Chen Yan. Chapter 5, A Slap in the Face. Just happened to meet? Chen Yan showed a sarcastic expression on his face and continued. Jiang Chen, this is a Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Li Jia and I are here to pick up our cars. Are you here to pick up your car as well? In Chen Yan's opinion, it was no coincidence that Jiang Chen and she appeared at the door of the 4S store at the same time. Because Jiang Chen could not have come to buy a car. A child from an ordinary family like Jiang Chen might never have a chance to own a Mercedes-Benz in his life. At this time, Li Jia, who was standing next to Chen Yan, also stood up and said to Jiang Chen with disdain. You are Chen Yan's licker, right? I warn you not to bother Chen Yan anymore. The life she wants is something you will never be able to give her in your lifetime. My father just bought me a Mercedes-Benz C-Class, which is a level you will never reach in your lifetime. I hope you can understand the gap between us. Leisha had just graduated from high school, and his father gave him a Mercedes-Benz C-Class as a gift. This could be said to have surpassed 99% of his peers, and he had enough capital to show off. But this time Leisha hit a wall, because the car Jiang Chen bought was a top-of-the-line Mercedes-Benz G63, which could buy more than 10 Mercedes-Benz C-Class cars. I'll say it again, I didn't follow or harass her, because I also came to pick up the car. Jiang Chen said seriously, but there was a hint of impatience in his tone. As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, Chen Yan and Leisha were both stunned on the spot, and then they both burst into sharp laughter. Chen Yan seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world, and laughed so hard that she couldn't straighten her back. Jiang Chen, do you know what you are talking about? This is a Mercedes-Benz 4S store. The cheapest Mercedes-Benz C-Class costs more than 300,000 yuan. A loser like you will never be able to afford it in your lifetime. Chen Yan's face was full of sarcasm. She thought Jiang Chen's words were just to show off. Because Jiang Chen had to work hard for 2 months to buy himself a mobile phone, how could he afford a Mercedes-Benz? Faced with Chen Yan's questioning, Jiang Chen did not refute, because he did not need to explain anything to irrelevant people, but walked directly into the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Seeing Jiang Chen walk in confidently, Chen Yan and Leisha followed closely. They wanted to see how Jiang Chen would continue to act so pretentiously. As soon as he entered the 4S store, the store manager saw Leisha, who was wearing branded clothes, so he walked up to him with a fake smile on his face. Mr. Li, you are here to pick up your Mercedes-Benz C-Class, right? Your father has already paid for it, you just need to fill in some more information. Seeing the store manager's flattering look, Leisha and Chen Yan's vanity were greatly satisfied. Leisha said with pride. Manager, your Mercedes-Benz 4S store is supposed to serve high-end consumers, so how come even cats and dogs can come in and out as they please? After saying this, Leisha looked at Jiang Chen beside him intentionally or unintentionally, signaling the manager to kick Jiang Chen out. At this time, the store manager saw Jiang Chen, who was dressed simply, and asked curiously. Sir, are you here to buy a car or to test drive it? Every day, there are many people in Mercedes-Benz 4S dealerships who pretend to test drive, but actually secretly take 2 photos and pretend to be rich second generations in their circle of friends to seduce pretty young girls. Obviously, the store manager also regarded Jiang Chen as such a person. However, as the store manager of the Mercedes-Benz 4S store, he still showed good service quality. Jiang Chen calmly took out his ID card and handed it to the store manager, then said 2 words briefly. Pick up the car. Chen Yan and Li Zhou on the side once again showed teasing looks, and Chen Yan even sneered. Jiang Chen, you still want to pretend to be awesome even though you've come this far. Very good, I'll see how you end up. The store manager took the ID card from Jiang Chen and began to input Jiang Chen's information on the computer. He thought that if Jiang Chen didn't buy a car here, he would let the security guard throw this troublemaker out. But as the computer finally displayed, the store manager was stunned. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and let out a sharp explosion. Oh my god, so you are Mr. Jiang Chen who ordered the top-of-the-line G63. I'm sorry for not welcoming you in person. Please forgive me. Then he shouted to other staff in the 4S store. Xiao Chen, clean up the VIP room for me. I want to entertain a super VIP guest. Xiao Zhang, take out the poor TI treasure in my cupboard. Xiao Su, hurry up and prepare the vehicle handover procedures. Be sure to hurry up. At this moment, the Mercedes-Benz 4S store was bustling with activity. Everyone was busy in a hurry just to serve Jiang Chen, the super customer. Mr. Jiang, please go to the VIP room. The car delivery procedures can be completed in half an hour. At this moment, the store manager's attitude has made a 180-degree turn, and he nodded and bowed to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded calmly and followed the store manager towards the VIP room. When he passed by Chen Yan and Li Zhe, he didn't even glance at them. At this moment, Chen Yan and Li Zhe's brains were in a state of shutdown. Top-of-the-line G63? Super VIP? Isn't Jiang Chen just a child from an ordinary family? When did he become associated with these words? This is the top-of-the-line G63, right? Even if you look at the entire Chengdu, there aren't many wealthy people who can afford it, right? And what's more, it's for a student who just graduated from high school. Manager, are you sure? Did he really buy a G63? Chen Yan was unwilling to give up and tried to find the last glimmer of hope. But the answer given by the store manager not only made Chen Yan completely give up, but also made her live in regret for the rest of her life. Mr. Jiang paid the full price of 4.8 million yuan last night to buy our top-of-the-line G63. Could there be a mistake in our system? Xiao Wu, you are responsible for receiving them. Yes, that's the low-end version of the Mercedes-Benz C-Class. After the store manager finished giving the instructions, an employee who was obviously an intern came over and started to handle the delivery procedures for Li Jia. The change in the store manager's attitude made Li Jia and Chen Yan look very ugly, but they had no choice. Li Jia's father was just a small boss with medium strength in the local area, and this low-end Mercedes-Benz C-Class was obtained by Li Jia with great difficulty. Perhaps in this lifetime, Li Jia will never be able to become a distinguished G63 owner. It only took Jiang Chen half an hour to complete the delivery procedures. After seeing the top-of-the-line G63 in the showroom, Jiang Chen fell deeply in love with the car. Because this G63 has changed the traditional color scheme and boldly chose a peach-pink color that is full of youthfulness. It is not only young and fashionable, but also attracts a lot of attention. The most important thing is, if Jiang Chen drives such a cool G-Class to take a beautiful woman for a ride, which beautiful woman would have the courage to refuse? After completing all the formalities, Jiang Chen started the car. The huge roar of the engine resounded throughout the entire 4S store. Which man could resist the charm of this sound? Jiang Chen stepped on the accelerator, and the G63 sped away with a roar, leaving Chen Yan and Li Jia standing there like a fool in the exhaust fumes. Didn't you say he was just an ordinary loser? Li Jia's eyes were filled with resentment. It was all because of this woman that he became a clown in front of the rich man. Chen Yan was no longer able to say anything. She looked extremely confused, and her eyes were filled with regret and annoyance. Chapter 6, Showing Off in the Freshman Group. Jiang Chen drove the G63 on the wide road, and people on the roadside gathered around to watch and take pictures. Many beautiful women even showed admiring eyes, while handsome guys showed envious and jealous eyes. It really proves the saying on the internet, it is impossible for a person to have both G-class and inferiority complex at the same time. Jiang Chen deliberately rolled down the car window, revealing his handsome face, which made the pretty girls on the street stare at him and scream in surprise. He's so handsome. I want to give birth to a baby for him. Please contact me. I want to talk. It doesn't matter what the big G is. I just want to have a sweet love with him. After Jiang Chen walked around several busy commercial areas for a few rounds, he parked his car contentedly in a parking space in the community and returned home. Lying on the bed, looking at the 150,000 balance in his mobile phone, Jiang Chen was thinking about what kind of consumption method he could use to double his balance. At this moment, Jiang Chen's phone began to vibrate. It turned out that the freshman group of Rongqing University had started chatting. Because school is about to start in a week, the freshmen in the freshman group also started to interact with each other. Hello seniors, is the monthly living allowance of 50,000 yuan enough for school expenses? Excuse me, is there a parking lot at school? Can I park the BMW my dad just bought for me? Can I not live in the school dormitory? I have many villas at home. Jiang Chen took a look at the chat content of the freshman group, all of which were conspicuous and boring displays of wealth. Some of what these people said were true and some were false, and Jiang Chen was too lazy to distinguish them. Just as he was about to turn off his phone, a message popped up in the freshman group and attracted Jiang Chen's attention. Mr. Chen, the old man bought me the top-of-the-line G63 as a gift for me to go to college. Below the text is a picture of an average-looking boy standing in front of a peach-pink G63, striking a pose that he thinks is cool. Jiang Chen's expression turned strange, because the Mercedes-Benz G63 in the photo was clearly the car he had just picked up. As this young Master Chen posted the photo, the freshman group instantly exploded. Look at the license plate, Rongqing JC666. I just saw this car today. It is definitely not from an internet photo. Everyone else is just bragging, only you are the real rich guy. Handsome guy, I'll add you on WeChat, can we have dinner together tonight? The freshman group was in an uproar. After all, anyone who could afford such a car was definitely considered wealthy in Chengdu University. There were even some good-looking girls who took the initiative to add this Mr. Chen on WeChat. JC, friend, what do you mean? Why did you post my car to the freshman group? Jiang Chen's fingers tapped the screen quickly. Why should he let others use the car he just bought to show off? Jiang Chen's message had just been sent to the group, and it caused an uproar in the group again. What's going on? Isn't this his car? At JC, my friend, how can you prove that this is your car? For a while, all kinds of doubts were heard in the group, and no one knew who to believe. On the other side of the screen, young Master Chen was already furious. He was about to hook up with the cute schoolgirl, but his plans were disrupted by Qing Yaojin, who suddenly showed up. Gong Zi Chen, my friend, do you think I need to lie? I can afford 2 more G-class cars like this. Looking at Gong Zi Chen's message, Zhang Chen couldn't help but find it funny. He didn't expect that this person would be so pretentious. JC, brother Fu was so rich, just V50 in the group to see how rich he is. After seeing Zhang Chen's message, the people in the group followed Zhang Chen's lead. After all, who could resist grabbing red envelopes, which was something that could be gained without any effort? Gong Zi Chen, do you dare to fight me? Let me see your strength. Zhang Chen almost laughed out loud when he saw the message from Master Chen. This guy was fooled. I have a system rebate, so I will make money no matter how much money I send. What can you compare with me? Gong Zi Chen was the first to send out a red envelope of 200 yuan, which was snatched up by people in the group almost instantly. Zhang Chen quickly clicked the screen with both hands, and red envelopes rained down in the group. Zhang Chen sent dozens of 1,000 yuan red envelopes in one breath, causing screams in the group. Wow, these are all 1,000 yuan red envelopes. I earn more in just a few minutes than my summer job salary. Brother Fu has added you. Let's have dinner together tonight. I'll wear black stockings. The system prompt sound is also constantly sounding. It is detected that the host has a consumption of 1,000 yuan. The system randomly draws a rebate multiple of 6 for the host. The rebate of 6,000 yuan has been credited to the account. Please check it. It is detected that the host has spent 1,000 yuan. The system randomly draws a rebate multiple of 8 for the host. The rebate of 8,000 has been credited to the account. Please check it. It is detected that the host has a consumption of 1,000 yuan. The system randomly draws a rebate multiple of 10 for the host. The rebate of 10,000 yuan has been credited to the account. Please check it. After a short period of red envelopes, Zhang Chen had increased his balance to 500,000 yuan through the system's rebate. He stretched his sore fingers, only to find that the Mr. Chen had disappeared after sending 4 or 5 200 yuan packets. A closer look revealed that he had already left the group. Zhang Chen thought it was just a short farce. Seeing the boiling scene in the group, he quietly left the group chat. After all, school hasn't officially started yet, so it's better to keep a low profile. However, many girls in the group still added Zhang Chen's WeChat. Brother, come on, can we go swimming together? I bought a very sexy swimsuit. Brother, do you have a girlfriend? I want to have a sweet love with you. Brother, do you like black stockings? I want to wear them for you to see. Zhang Chen was speechless. It turned out that once you have money, you can't imagine how proactive women will be. Although Zhang Chen was very handsome before, he was just a pauper, so even with a girl like Chen Yan, Zhang Chen had been licking her for 3 years but to no avail. But now, everything is different. Zhang Chen secretly opened the friend circles of several girls who requested to be his friend. Although they all looked sweet, they were far from the Lu Yanyan he saw that day. Zhang Chen chose to reject them one by one. After all, he was a wealthy man now and it was impossible for him to accept everyone. What he wanted was at least a school beauty like Lu Yanyan. In a residential complex not far from Zhang Chen's home, a fat, greasy boy wearing thick glasses was kicking the wall of the room in frustration. He was having a great time showing off in the freshman group and was about to make an appointment with a sexy schoolgirl in black stockings to have dinner together, but he was kicked back to his original form by someone. Now, not only did he lose more than 1,000 yuan because of sending red envelopes, but even the schoolgirl with black stockings that he just added ignored him. Thinking of this, the greasy boy carefully sent a message to the black silk schoolgirl. Schoolmate, good evening, can we have dinner together? As soon as his message was sent, a red exclamation mark appeared on the screen. The schoolgirl with black silk stockings has turned on friend verification. Are you still her friend? Please send a friend verification request first. You can chat only after the other party passes it. Chapter 7 Nurse Su Qinxue. Ding. Life without limits system benefits, the super big wheel time is up. Zhang Chen had just gotten up to face the morning sun when he heard a system notification tone in his ears. A super big turntable? What is this? Zhang Chen was a little confused. But then a large turntable appeared in front of him, with many reward categories on it. Then the pointer on the turntable began to rotate continuously until it stopped at the reward of great improvement in appearance. A big change in appearance? What's going on? Jiang Chen was puzzled. Could it be that the system could also give him a facelift? Jiang Chen came to the bathroom in a daze to wash up, but was stunned the moment he saw himself in the mirror. The person in the mirror is still me, but I have become much more handsome. My originally delicate and handsome facial features have become more refined and three-dimensional, and my skin, which originally had large pores and was dark, has now become fair and delicate. Jiang Chen's original body was skinny, but now he has clear lines and full muscles. If Jiang Chen was just a handsome boy in the past, he has now become a charming and handsome man, like a perfect male lead in a film or TV series. This is what the system reward for the face transformation means. Jiang Chen is very satisfied with his current appearance and figure. After admiring it for a while, Jiang Chen began to wash faster. Because it was only a week away from the start of the new semester for freshmen at Rongqing University, the school required all freshmen to bring a physical examination report for admission. So this morning, Jiang Chen also needed to go to Rongqing First People's Hospital for a physical examination. After arriving at the Chengdu First People's Hospital, Jiang Chen stuffed his Mercedes-Benz G63 into the parking space and then walked towards the physical examination hall of the hospital. Could you please help me? Jiang Chen was walking on the road when suddenly a pleasant voice came into his ears. Jiang Chen looked in the direction of the voice and saw a very beautiful girl looking at him. She had a fair and small face, cherry lips, and a beautiful nose, and a pair of almond eyes that seemed to be full of autumn water. She had a thin waist and long legs, and a curvy figure. The word slim and graceful was embodied at this moment. Jiang Chen was so absorbed in watching that he said mechanically, "Please, what can I do for you?" When Jiang Chen turned around and looked at the girl, the moment their eyes met, the girl showed the same shocked look as Jiang Chen. This boy is so handsome, just like the handsome male protagonist from a movie or TV series. But she soon realized her own gaffe, and said with red cheeks, "I'm sorry, the reversing image suddenly broke down and my skills are too poor. Can you help me park the car in the parking space?" It was then that Jiang Chen realized that there was a cute BMW Mini parked next to the girl, which was parked crookedly at the entrance of the parking space. It was obvious that several attempts to reverse had failed. Jiang Chen usually accepts all requests from beautiful women, not to mention that this girl has such amazing beauty. Without saying anything, Jiang Chen got into the cab, and a refreshing fragrance hit him, making him feel intoxicated. The interior of the car was also filled with various cute interior decorations, and just by looking at the car, one could guess that the owner was a beautiful woman. Jiang Chen started the car and parked it in the garage in a standard manner. Although he had just passed the driving test, reversing into the garage was not difficult for him at all. Thank you," the girl said a little embarrassedly. Her cheeks were flushed. Perhaps it was because Jiang Chen was too handsome, she kept her head down and did not dare to look up at Jiang Chen. After saying this, she fled in panic, leaving behind only a refreshing fragrance. Looking at the girl slowly leaving back, Jiang Chen was actually a little distracted. Soon the system popped up the girl's information sheet and presented it to Jiang Chen. Name, Su Qinxue. Age, 22. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Appearance, 92 points. Favorability, 30. Charge, 0. Looking at the information panel provided by the system, Jiang Chen already had a preliminary understanding of this girl. Su Qinxue, I didn't expect her name to be so nice. What Jiang Chen didn't expect was that Su Qinxue's appearance was as amazing as Lu Yanyan's, reaching 92 points, and her charging item was also displayed as 0. What surprised Jiang Chen the most was that her favorability towards him was 30 points. According to the standard given by the system, this was close to the standard of secret love. Could it be that she fell in love with me just because of this encounter? Jiang Chen shook his head, decided not to think about it anymore, and walked towards the physical examination hall. After getting the physical examination form and waiting in line for another 10 minutes, it was finally Jiang Chen's turn to take the physical examination. A slightly familiar voice came from in front of him. "Give me the medical form and hold out your arm." Jiang Chen looked in the direction of the familiar voice, and the other party also looked at Jiang Chen at this time. The moment their eyes met, both of them widened their eyes. "It's you!" The two said in unison, and the person opposite Jiang Chen was clearly Su Qinxue, whom he had just met in the parking lot. At this time, Su Qingxue had changed out of her casual clothes and put on a white nurse uniform. She looked pure and sacred, like a holy snowflake in the winter ice and snow, white and beautiful. Yes, it's me. What a coincidence, Jiang Chen said with some surprise. He didn't expect Su Qingxue to be a nurse here, and she looked breathtakingly beautiful in her nurse uniform. Jiang Chen stretched out his arm in front of Su Qingxue. The full muscles and powerful lines made Su Qingxue blush. Not only did her breathing become rapid, but even the hand holding the syringe began to tremble slightly. Finally, Su Qingxue calmed down, aimed at the right position and inserted the needle, but saw Jiang Chen frowning in pain. Su Qingxue then realized that her needle was inserted crookedly. Oh. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Su Qingxue, with a guilty look on her face, immediately took a cotton ball to stop Jiang Chen's bleeding, but the second needle was accidentally inserted in the wrong direction. Jiang Chen was speechless. If Su Qingxue didn't adjust her mentality, his arm would probably become a bloody hole. It's okay, don't be nervous, take your time. Jiang Chen's gentle voice sounded in Su Qingxue's ears, like a tranquilizer, making Su Qingxue feel at ease. Su Qingxue calmed herself down and finally did not insert the needle wrongly again. I'm sorry. I wasn't in a good mood just now, Su Qingxue said to Jiang Chen a little embarrassedly. She didn't say that it was because Jiang Chen was too handsome that she was nervous and the acupuncture failed. How about we add each other on WeChat, and I'll treat you to a meal to express my apology later, okay? After saying this, Su Qingxue's face was like a ripe apple, and it was obvious that she had mustered up a lot of courage. When a beautiful woman took the initiative to add him on WeChat, Jiang Chen of course accepted the offer. He took out his phone and added Su Qingxue on WeChat. Chapter 8: Lu Yanyan's Unspeakable Secret. In just one morning, Jiang Chen's physical examination was successfully completed. Just as he was about to go home, a commotion at the end of the corridor attracted Jiang Chen's attention. He saw a girl grabbing the doctor's arm and begging. "Dr. Wang, I beg you, you must save my mother. I will definitely find a way to raise enough money for the surgery." The girl cried bitterly, but the doctor still shook his head and said helplessly, "The hospital has already paid a lot of expenses for you. If you can't collect 300,000 yuan for the surgery this weekend, your mother's condition will worsen." After saying this, the doctor sighed helplessly and left, leaving the girl alone crying. Jiang Chen walked up quickly and helped the girl who was sitting on the ground up. To be honest, such scenes happen every day in the hospital. The reason why Jiang Chen helped the girl up was because she knew her. She is the nightclub girl whose first kiss was taken away by Jiang Chen at the Beauty of the Generation a few days ago. Lu Yanyan. What is going on? Jiang Chen asked while stirring the coffee in the cafe opposite the hospital. At this moment, Lu Yanyan's eyes were red and swollen, and her expression was a little haggard, but also had a kind of messy beauty. Jiang Chen could feel that Lu Yanyan was carrying a lot of worries in her heart. My mother has a heart problem and needs 300,000 yuan for surgery. Otherwise, she can only live for 3 more months at most. When she said this, Lu Yanyan choked up again. In order to raise money for medical expenses, I chose to work at Yidai. In fact, you were the first customer I served that day. Then another greasy man came and wanted to touch me. After I rejected him, he complained to me in a rage. Then the manager got furious and fired me. After hearing Lu Yanyan's words, Jiang Chen's doubts were completely eliminated. No wonder he felt that Lu Yanyan looked so out of place among a bunch of nightclub girls. When Lu Yanyan mentioned the reason for working at Yidai that night, he thought it was a fixed tactic used by nightclub girls. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen's heart was filled with guilt. Jiang Chen handed Lu Yanyan a tissue, then took Lu Yanyan's fair and smooth hand and walked towards the hospital. Where are we going? Lu Yanyan's mind was full of questions. Go pay the surgery fee. Jiang Chen did not explain much, but just said these words lightly. Jiang Chen's words surprised Lu Yanyan. Someone was actually willing to spend 300,000 just for someone they had only met once? Lu Yanyan wanted to refuse, but she was held by Jiang Chen's strong hands, and she couldn't muster the slightest intention of resisting. Because of the rebate from yesterday's consumption in the freshman group, Jiang Chen's balance now has 500,000 yuan. On the one hand, Jiang Chen sympathizes with Lu Yanyan's family affairs, and on the other hand, he also wants to use this 300,000 consumption to make a big profit. After helping Lu Yanyan pay the surgery fee at the checkout counter, the system's rebate notification sounded. It is detected that the host has spent 300,000 yuan. the system randomly draws a rebate multiple of 10 for the host. The rebate of 3 million yuan has been credited to the account. Please check it. Zhang Chen was also stunned at this moment. He didn't expect that the rebate multiplier this time was as high as 10 times. In just a few minutes, he earned 3 million yuan. This feeling was really wonderful. Well, I will return the money to you slowly, but it may take a long time. Lu Yanyan lowered her head, her face full of gratitude towards Zhang Chen. In fact, Lu Yanyan is not a person who likes to owe favors to others, but her mother's condition is getting worse every day, and she is in urgent need of paying the surgery fee for her mother's treatment. It's okay, just pay me back slowly. I'm not in a hurry. Zhang Chen was still immersed in the joy of becoming a millionaire. To be honest, he didn't even want Lu Yanyan to pay him back. Although he helped Lu Yanyan solve her urgent problem, he also earned the 3 million yuan through Lu Yanyan. This 300,000 yuan can be regarded as Lu Yanyan's hard work fee. Ding! The system detected that Lu Yanyan's favorability is 20, and the current favorability is 60. Zhang Chen was surprised. He didn't expect that helping Lu Yanyan solve the medical expenses problem would increase his favorability by 20 points. You have to know that 60 points of favorability are for lovers who are deeply in love. Zhang Chen unscrewed the bottle of mineral water in his hand and took a sip, trying to calm down his inner feelings, but Lu Yanyan's subsequent words made him spit out all the water in his mouth. In return, how about I be your girlfriend? After Lu Yanyan said this, her face looked like a ripe apple. Watching the peaks of Lu Yanyan's breasts rising and falling, Zhang Chen also felt Lu Yanyan's nervousness at the moment. It was obvious that she had mustered up the courage to say this. Lu Yanyan is exquisite and beautiful, with a tall and well-proportioned figure and a pure and lovely temperament. No matter which school she is in, she is a school beauty. To be honest, no normal man can refuse Lu Yanyan's confession, including Zhang Chen. But at this moment, Zhang Chen's reason overcame his impulse. He felt that Lu Yanyan was just repaying him, not really in love with him. So he would rather not have this kind of love. So he said to Lu Yanyan seriously, if you just want to repay me, then there is no need. You should choose someone you really like. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, a trace of loneliness flashed across Lu Yanyan's face. She said secretly in her heart. Actually, I'm not doing this to repay you, because I really like you. But for the sake of a girl's modesty, Lu Yanyan did not say what was in her heart. Zhang Chen is handsome, sunny, young, rich, and kind, so it's understandable that Lu Yanyan likes him. But Lu Yanyan is usually the one being pursued, and this is her first time to confess to a boy. She recalled the day when she gave her first kiss to a man she had only met once, and her face flushed again. Well, I still have to go home to get something for my mother. I'll leave first. Lu Yanyan said, perhaps wanting to escape the slightly awkward atmosphere. How about I give it to you? At this moment, Zhang Chen felt that his refusal was too direct, not to mention that the other party was a super beauty like Lu Yanyan, so he also wanted to make it up to Lu Yanyan. In the parking lot, Lu Yanyan got into Zhang Chen's peach-pink G-Class. To be honest, she could tell that Zhang Chen was a second-generation rich man, but she didn't expect him to be so rich. When Zhang Chen arrived near Lu Yanyan's home, he discovered that Lu Yanyan lived in a self-built house that had not yet been demolished. Although the living conditions here were a bit simple, the atmosphere around was very strong. Well, thank you for paying my mother's medical expenses. I will definitely pay you back. Zhang Chen was just about to say you're welcome when Lu Yanyan's delicate little face suddenly came up to him, and then Zhang Chen's mouth felt surrounded by something soft. Although Zhang Chen rejected Lu Yanyan's confession, he could not refuse her kiss. Their kiss lasted for more than a minute, until Lu Yanyan's breathing became heavier and she felt a little suffocated, then she pulled her head back. Looking at the slowly stretching silver thread in the air, Lu Yanyan's cheeks turned red, and she opened the car door and ran away in a hurry. The whole car was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Zhang Chen licked his honey-like lips and leaned back in his seat, intoxicated. Chapter 9 Su Qinshua's Invitation. Zhang Chen was busy with school matters at home these days, and Lu Yanyan's mother also successfully completed the operation. Except for reporting to Zhang Chen that she was safe, Lu Yanyan never contacted Zhang Chen again. Thinking of the passionate kiss in the car that day, Zhang Chen felt confused and didn't know how to deal with his relationship with Lu Yanyan. Suddenly Zhang Chen's phone rang. It turned out to be a WeChat message from Su Qinshuo, which was an extremely cute cat emoticon package. Zhang Chen, what's wrong? What does the beautiful lady want to talk to me about? Su Qingxue on the opposite side couldn't help but feel happy when she saw Jiang Chen calling her a great beauty. Even though she was the most beautiful nurse in Rongqing First People's Hospital and received countless pursuits and praises, she still felt inexplicably happy when she heard Jiang Chen praising her beauty. To make up for the mistake I made during the acupuncture session that day, I would like to invite you to my house for dinner, okay? After sending this message, Su Qingxue's heart started beating fast. This was the first time she had invited a person of the opposite sex to her home, especially someone she had only met once. Su Qingxue didn't even know why she treated Jiang Chen so specially. She only knew that after she parted with him in the hospital that day, her mind was filled with Jiang Chen's handsome image. Su Qingxue was originally a little afraid that Jiang Chen would reject her request, but she didn't expect Jiang Chen to directly send an okay emoticon. Su Qingxue, my family lives in Meiyuan Villa, 3 rows and 4 buildings. Looking at the address sent by Su Qingxue, Jiang Chen was thoughtful. He didn't expect that Su Qingxue actually lived in the famous wealthy area of Rongqing. He didn't expect that she was actually a small wealthy woman. Driving to the address Su Qingxue mentioned, Su Qingxue's pretty figure had already been waiting at the door. Seeing Jiang Chen driving the cool G-Class, Su Qingxue's eyes only flashed a brief surprise, and then returned to normal. Because she was born into a wealthy family, she was no longer surprised by material abundance. Jiang Chen, holding fresh fruits in his hands, followed Su Qingxue into the villa, but found that Su Qingxue was the only one in the huge villa. Are your parents not at home? Jiang Chen put the fruit in his hand on the coffee table in the living room and asked curiously. They are all out of town giving academic lectures and won't be back until next week. Please sit on the sofa for a while. We will be ready for dinner soon with 2 more dishes. After saying that, Su Qingxue turned into the kitchen and started to get busy. Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly. He felt that Su Qingxue was a bit stubborn, even a bit naive and cute. She actually dared to bring him home, a person she had only met once. Wasn't she afraid that he was a bad person? Moreover, it is not difficult to see from Su Qingxue's words that not only was she born into a wealthy family, but her parents were also well educated and knowledgeable. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen was attracted by a family photo on the coffee table. This is a photo of 3 people having fun. The one in the middle is obviously Su Qingxue, and the middle-aged man and woman standing on both sides surrounding Su Qingxue should be her parents. It's just that Su Qingxue's parents looked very elegant, and they looked familiar to Jiang Chen. What do your parents do for a living? Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask. My father is the director of the First People's Hospital, and my mother is a famous medical expert in Chengdu. Su Qingxue's words made Jiang Chen suddenly realize that it was no wonder that he felt familiar with Su Qingxue's parents, because he often saw them on TV. At the same time, Jiang Chen was also surprised by Su Qingxue's identity. She was the daughter of the director of the First People's Hospital. Even if you look at the entire Rongqing, she can be regarded as a top socialite. At this moment, Su Qingxue also brought the prepared dishes to the table. Jiang Chen found that they were all simple home-cooked dishes: braised pork, cola chicken wings, fish-flavored pork shreds, and tomato scrambled eggs. Every dish exudes an alluring aroma and color, making people salivate. Su Qingxue took a bottle of red wine and poured a glass for Jiang Chen and herself. Want to drink more? Jiang Chen was a little surprised. It was the first time she saw a girl taking the initiative to drink. Of course I have to drink. What's the point of eating without drinking? Su Qingxue said nonchalantly, and drank most of the red wine in the glass. Jiang Chen followed suit and took a big sip of red wine, and instantly a bitter and fragrant taste filled his taste buds. Jiang Chen was just a student who had just graduated from high school. This was his first time drinking. He just didn't want Su Qingxue in front of him to look down on him. Jiang Chen picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in his mouth. The meat was soft and tasty, with the right amount of saltiness. Jiang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Your cooking is so delicious? Hearing Jiang Chen's praise, Su Qingxue showed a proud smile on her face. Don't think that I am spoiled, but my cooking skills are inherited from my mother. You are so lucky. I rarely cook for others. Jiang Chen never expected that Su Qingxue's cooking would be so delicious. It was even better than the chefs in big hotels. Soon the two of them finished their first glass of wine, and Su Qingxue poured another full glass for herself and Jiang Chen. I was a little nervous when giving the acupuncture that day. I'm really sorry. Does your arm still hurt? Su Qingxue said to Jiang Chen apologetically. Forget it. It can be considered a blessing in disguise that I can eat such delicious food. Zhang Chen waved his hand and said jokingly. Poochie. Su Qinxue was amused by the humor of calling Zhang Chen. After getting to know him, she found that Zhang Chen was not only handsome, but also very humorous. The two of them chatted back and forth, and before they knew it, all the wine in the bottle had been finished. Why doesn't this red wine taste like anything? Su Qinxue looked at the finished red wine, but felt her head was unusually clear. Zhang Chen also nodded, expressing his agreement with Su Qinxue. After drinking half a bottle of wine, he did not feel drunk at all. Let me take you to my room and show you my childhood photos. Su Qinxue said as she looked at the food on the table that had been cleared away by Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen nodded and followed Su Qinxue to the bedroom on the second floor. As soon as he entered the room, Zhang Chen smelled a fragrance that was only found in girls' rooms. You may not believe it, but you are the first man to enter my boudoir. Su Qinxue lowered her head shyly, her voice as thin as a mosquito. Zhang Chen was very surprised by Su Qinxue's words. He looked around and found that Su Qinxue's room was very warm and cute. There were dolls and stuffed animals everywhere, and in the dirty clothes basket in the corner of the room there were all kinds of socks and sexy and cute underwear. Zhang Chen swore to the heavens that he did not see it on purpose, but at this moment he just felt some blood rushing up and the blood in his nose was about to gush out. I'm going to the bathroom. Zhang Chen used this as an excuse to rush into the bathroom. After washing his face several times with cold water, he gradually returned to normal. Chapter 10, Boys should protect themselves when they go out. Zhang Chen just opened the bathroom door and saw Su Qinxue sitting by the bed, waving at him. Come here quickly and let me show you my childhood photos. Zhang Chen sat next to Su Qinxue, while Su Qinxue was flipping through the photo album in her hand. Look, this is when I was in kindergarten. This is my elementary school graduation. This was my 10th birthday. However, Zhang Chen's attention was all on Su Qinxue's face. At this moment, Su Qinxue was sitting next to him, and her beautiful profile made Zhang Chen intoxicated. She is really beautiful as Lu Yanyan. I wonder which big pig will be lucky enough to get a beautiful woman like this in the future. Zhang Chen shook his head, cut off his wandering thoughts, and then began to look through Su Qinxue's photo album carefully. Su Qinxue's growth from childhood to adulthood was well recorded. It must be said that she was spoiled like a little princess since she was a child. Unlike Zhang Chen, who was like a little beggar with a dirty face when he was a child. After flipping through a few photo albums, Zhang Chen felt that the half bottle of red wine he had just drunk had taken effect. Not only was his head dizzy and his eyes blurry, his body temperature was rising sharply, and there was an inexplicable anger in his chest that wanted to vent at any time. Zhang Chen looked up at Su Qinxue, only to find that Su Qinxue's face was also flushed, and she was looking at him with a dazed look. The two of them were sitting close to each other at this moment, and Zhang Chen could even clearly feel Su Qinxue's disordered breathing and pounding heartbeat. Oh no, the alcohol is having some after effects. If I don't leave here now, something big might happen. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen stood up and prepared to say goodbye to Su Qinxue. However, just as Zhang Chen stood up, he was firmly held by a pair of fair and tender hands. Then, the hands exerted force and Zhang Chen sat back on the bed. Zhang Chen looked at Su Qinxue in disbelief. He didn't understand how such a thin girl like Su Qinxue could have such great strength. Zhang Chen, I like you. Although this is the second time we meet, I still want to say it boldly. I really like you, can we be together? Su Qinxue looked at Zhang Chen with a determined look, her pretty cheeks red as a ripe tomato. She didn't know how she had the courage to confess to a boy she had just met for a short time. Maybe it was because of the alcohol, or maybe it was because she really liked Zhang Chen. But no matter what she said to Zhang Chen was what was in her heart. At this moment, Zhang Chen was panicking when he saw Su Qinxue's determined face. His blood was boiling, and the effect of alcohol made his blood boil. How could he control himself when he saw Su Qinxue, who was so beautiful and took the initiative to confess her love? Zhang Chen was about to speak, but saw Su Qinxue stretch out her two white and delicate arms and wrap them around Zhang Chen's neck, and her two thin and sexy lips pressed against Zhang Chen's lips. At this moment, Su Qinxue no longer cared about her girlish modesty. She clung to Zhang Chen like an octopus and kept asking him for kisses. Boys must protect themselves when they are outside. At this moment, after these words popped up in Zhang Chen's mind, the last line of defense in his heart completely collapsed. He hugged Su Qinxue's slender waist and continued to taste the sweetness between her lips and teeth. Ding! The system talent has awakened. Congratulations to the host for awakening the talent of 7 times a night. The system prompt sounded in Jiang Chen's ears, and Jiang Chen felt speechless. What kind of messed up talent was this? But soon, Jiang Chen discovered that something was wrong with his body. He felt as if his body was filled with primitive power, waiting for him to vent it crazily. It was late at night and everything was silent, with only the lingering and sad breathing sounds coming from Su Qinshue's boudoir. The next morning, when the bright sunshine shone on Jiang Chen's face, Jiang Chen slowly woke up from his sleep. Su Qinshu beside him was wrapped around Jiang Chen like an octopus, her beautiful eyes closed, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. Obviously she was sleeping soundly. After 7 rounds of lovemaking last night, she must be exhausted. Looking at the bright red on the bedsheet, Jiang Chen touched Su Qinshue's little head with some distress. Because of Jiang Chen's action, Su Qinshu woke up slowly from her sleep. Thinking of her initiative and Jiang Chen's madness last night, her face flushed again. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. After leaving a word in Jiang Chen's ear, Su Qinshu shyly buried her head in Jiang Chen's hard chest. In fact, it was also Jiang Chen's first time, but the talent awakened by the system was too powerful. I have to go to work, you should get up quickly too. After saying that, Su Qinshu began to put on her clothes in front of Jiang Chen. Looking at Su Qinshue's youthful and graceful body, Jiang Chen almost had 2 nosebleeds. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen and Su Qinshu, who had packed up, arrived outside the villa. Even if you are very busy with classes at school, remember to find time to come and see me. I may also go to school to find you. Su Qinshu looked at Jiang Chen reluctantly, then stood on tiptoes and left a light kiss on Jiang Chen's mouth, then drove away. During the conversation last night, Su Qinshu had learned that Jiang Chen was still a freshman, but she didn't care. Even though Jiang Chen was still young, he already had the temperament and charm of a mature man. Ding! The system detected that Su Qinshue's favorability is 40, and the current favorability is 70. Unexpectedly, after a night of passion last night, Su Qinshue's favorability rating soared by 40 points. A favorability rating of 40 points basically means that she is extremely infatuated with Jiang Chen. Alas, I haven't figured out my relationship with Lu Yanyan yet, and now there's Su Qinshu. I'm afraid that after I go to Rongqing University, I will have no shortage of women around me. God wants me to be a scumbag, so I have to do it. Jiang Chen showed a helpless expression on his face. He was afraid that if others knew what he was thinking, he would have been beaten to death long ago. The happy summer vacation finally came to an end, and Jiang Chen also welcomed the start of school at Rongqing University. Jiang Chen did not expect that after this summer vacation, his life would actually undergo such earth-shaking changes. I'm afraid that my college life in the next 4 years will also be exciting. Xiaochen, this is the extra 1,000 yuan that your mother gave you. This is your first time living away from home, so you must be good to yourself. Looking at the 1,000 yuan that his mother stuffed into his pocket, Jiang Chen felt mixed emotions. Although his family conditions were not good, his parents still left the best for him. Although he could earn endless money through the system, Jiang Chen currently had no way to let his parents enjoy the benefits. After all, if a child who just graduated from high school suddenly takes out a large sum of money, I'm afraid any normal parent would be so anxious that they would be unable to sleep. Mom! Don't worry, I will study hard in college and work hard to earn money to honor you in the future. Jiang Che's mother couldn't help but burst into tears when she heard what Jiang Chen said. Chapter 11 Meeting Lu Yanyan by chance. At the gate of the community, Jiang Chen's parents insisted on sending Jiang Chen to school, but Jiang Chen said with a serious face, Mom and Dad, I'm already a 20-year-old adult. How can I grow up if I need your protection for everything? Seeing Jiang Chen's righteous and stern look, Jiang Chen's parents felt very relieved. After giving a few more instructions, Jiang Chen's parents returned home. Dad, I feel so bad for Xiaochen carrying so much luggage and having to squeeze into the bus. Jiang Chen's mother's face was full of heartache. Hey, am I not the same? But our children have grown up and need to be independent so that they can grow better. Jiang Chen's father comforted him. On the other side, Jiang Chen looked at his parents' backs as they left, hummed a little tune, got into the peach-pink G63 parked on the side of the road, and then sped away. Rongqing University is located in the western suburbs of Rongqing and is the best university in Rongqing. Jiang Chen's high school grades have always been average. If he hadn't performed exceptionally well in the college entrance examination, it would have been difficult for him to be admitted to such a good school. Normally the area around Chengdu University is peaceful, but today it is extremely busy. Traffic jams start 1 kilometer away from the school because today is the first day for all freshmen. Zhang Chen did not drive his car into the school, but chose to park it in the parking lot of Shijiao Park next to Rongqing University. If I drove such a cool G-class into the campus, wouldn't it immediately make the headlines on the school's confession wall? Today is the first day of school, so I'd better keep a low profile. As soon as you enter the campus, you will see various enthusiastic seniors helping the juniors with their luggage. Junior, which college are you from? Let me take you there. Schoolgirl, how come you have such heavy luggage? Let me help you carry it. Their targets are all good-looking female students, and boys like Zhang Chen are automatically ignored by the seniors. After all, this is a rare opportunity for these single seniors to get out of being single. Look at that freshman. He's so handsome and has a strong and upright figure. I don't know if this freshman has a boyfriend. I'm going to make a move. If there are seniors helping good-looking juniors, naturally there will be seniors who want to help handsome juniors. At this moment, the seniors who have been waiting for their prey for a long time all have their eyes lit up when they see Zhang Chen, and they start talking about it. Ever since Zhang Chen's last Lucky Will Draw had one great improvement in appearance, not only had his appearance improved, his figure had also become taller and stronger, and his physical strength had been greatly enhanced. Even though Zhang Chen was pulling 2 large suitcases at the moment, he was still walking briskly without any feeling of fatigue. This handsome and youthful junior student, who was full of energy, immediately made these long-hungry female college students dazzled. Zhang Chen's appearance aroused hostility from the seniors, and they all cast hateful glances at Zhang Chen. Junior, which college are you from? Let me lead the way for you. At this time, a senior student mustered up the courage to step forward and patted Zhang Chen on the shoulder. Zhang Chen turned around and saw a senior schoolmate looking at him with a smile on her face. There were 4 or 5 beautiful young girls standing beside her, all looking at him with admiration. Although these girls are not as beautiful as Lu Yanyan and Su Qinxue, they are also pretty and should have many suitors. Zhang Chen also wanted to agree, but looking at the murderous eyes of the seniors around him, he smiled slightly and said, "Thank you, I can find it myself, so I won't bother you." After saying that, Zhang Chen turned and left. Looking at Zhang Chen's departing back, several senior schoolmates showed a hint of loneliness in their eyes. This junior is really aloof. Junior. Zhang Chen had just taken 2 steps when another person patted Zhang Chen on the shoulder from behind. I'm not saying no. Zhang Chen felt unhappy, but when he turned around and saw the person coming, he swallowed the second half of his sentence. Zhang Chen looked at the person who came, with disbelief in his eyes. Lu Yanyan tilted her head and stared at Zhang Chen with a playful smile. Today, Lu Yanyan had long black hair, a cute cartoon short-sleeve top, and slim jeans and a pair of sneakers. The whole outfit outlines Lu Yanyan's perfect figure, making her overall temperament look particularly graceful. Perhaps because her mother's illness was resolved, Lu Yanyan today swept away the previous gloom and looked bright and sunny. At this moment, she was staring at Zhang Chen with a smile on her face. Her beautiful smile not only made Zhang Chen dazed, but also made the boys around her dumbfounded. So beautiful. So beautiful. How could there be such a beautiful girl? This is what everyone thought. Why are you here? Zhang Chen finally came to his senses. He didn't understand why he met Lu Yanyan on the campus of Rongqing University. However, Lu Yanyan smiled playfully, stood on tiptoe and scratched Zhang Chen's nose, and said, "Call me senior." What, senpai? Zhang Chen's heart was already shaking like an earthquake. What was going on? Was Lu Yanyan also a student at Rongqing University? And she was his senior? Lu Yanyan's intimate action just now caused the boys around to glare at Zhang Chen, but Zhang Chen couldn't care less at the moment. He pulled Lu Yanyan's delicate white wrist, pulled her aside and asked, "What on earth is going on?" Lu Yanyan smiled. "What else could it be? As you can see, I am also a student of Rongqing University." After hearing Lu Yanyan's answer, Zhang Chen still found it a little unbelievable. Lu Yanyan continued, "Actually, I was also surprised to see you just now. Perhaps this is our fate." When talking about the word fate, Lu Yanyan couldn't help but think of the 1-minute-long kiss between the two of them in the car that night, and her face turned red instantly. In order to ease the embarrassment, Lu Yanyan asked about Zhang Chen's college and major. "I'm from the Art Academy, Department of Film and Television Directing." Zhang Chen took out his admission letter and handed it to Lu Yanyan. "The dormitory of the art college is right in front of the Qinhu dormitory. Follow me." Lu Yanyan took the lead and walked away, leaving behind only the faint scent of jasmine along the way. Following Lu Yanyan's footsteps, Jiang Chen saw the Qinhu dormitory where he would live for the next 4 years. There is a huge artificial lake in front of this dormitory. The lakeside is full of green plants. There is also a pavilion in the middle of the lake, connected to the shore by a floating bridge. Overall, Jiang Chen was very satisfied with the surrounding environment of this dormitory building. Wouldn't it be wonderful to take Lu Yanyan, or other beauties from Rongqing University, for a walk by the lake and kiss each other? Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but reveal an obscene smile on his face. Chapter 12, The Four Campus Beauties of Rongqing University. Jiang Chen's dormitory is 310. Lu Yanyan swaggered with Jiang Chen into the boys' dormitory building. In fact, on the first day of school, many seniors would help juniors find dormitories. But Lu Yanyan was so beautiful that she caused a commotion in the boys' dormitory. Pushing open the door of dormitory 310, Jiang Chen found that there were already 2 people in the dormitory making their beds, so he walked over and said generously, "Hello, my name is Jiang Chen. We will be roommates in the same dormitory from now on. Please take care of me." A boy who looked honest and simple smiled at Jiang Chen. "Hello, my name is Wu Daxiang, I come from a rural area in Shancheng. My family members call me Daxiang, you can call me Daxiang too." Jiang Chen felt a liking for this honest man and nodded at him with a smile. The other boy was wearing a pair of glasses, with a pair of bright eyes under the thick lenses. His whole temperament looked a little vulgar, but also made people feel indescribably shrewd. "Hello, my name is Qian Jin, and I'm from Haicheng." The wretched man with glasses introduced himself and extended his hand towards Jiang Chen. Although Qian Jin had a somewhat vulgar temperament, he did not seem to be a difficult person to get along with, so Jiang Chen also extended his hand to shake hands with him. But when Qian Jin saw Lu Yanyan behind Jiang Chen, his outstretched hand stopped in mid-air, his mouth opened wide, and he was so surprised that he couldn't utter a word. Although Jiang Chen didn't know why Qian Jin was like this, he suddenly thought that it would be inconvenient to bring Lu Yanyan to the boys' dormitory, so he said to Lu Yanyan, "Senior, thank you for your help today. Let me do the rest myself." Lu Yanyan knew what Jiang Chen was thinking. She rolled her eyes at him and walked towards the door. However, just after she walked out of the door, Lu Yanyan poked her head back, shook the phone in her hand and said playfully, "Contact me again." That playful and cute look made even the honest Wu Daxiang blush secretly. Looking at Qian Jin again, he still had the same shocked look. Jiang Chen couldn't help but wave his hand in front of his eyes. Hey, are you okay?" At this time, Qian Jin came back to his senses and said to Jiang Chen in surprise, "Dude, the senior who just brought you in is Lu Yanyan." Jiang Chen said in bewilderment, "Yes, how come you know her? Is she famous?" Hearing Jiang Chen's answer, Qian Jin couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, "Hey, buddy, has your home just got internet access? Don't you usually visit the school forum?" The person who just brought you in was Lu Yanyan, one of the 4 most beautiful girls at Rongqing University. Hearing Qian Jin's words, Jiang Chen was shocked. He didn't expect that Lu Yanyan was one of the 4 campus beauties of Rome University. However, based on Lu Yanyan's looks, she was indeed a campus belle-level beauty. But who were the other 3 campus beauties? Perhaps seeing the doubts in Jiang Chen's heart, Qian Jin explained. The other 3 campus beauties are Guo Meizhen, a sophomore from the School of Arts, Xin Kersen, a junior from the School of Law, and Shangguan Yueru, a junior from the School of Business. Jiang Chen's face showed an expression of understanding, but he couldn't help but ask, "What about Lu Yanyan who just sent me there? What year is she in? What's her major?" Jiang Chen's words almost shocked Qian Jin. "Didn't she just send you in? Don't you know each other?" In fact, Jiang Chen just found out that Lu Yanyan was his senior. He scratched his head in embarrassment and then said, "Nonsense. Actually, she is the daughter of my mother's colleague's second aunt's cousin. My mother asked her to take care of me at school through her connections." Qian Jin showed a puzzled expression and then said, "I told you, there's no way the school beauty would personally send you to the dormitory. Our senior sister Yan Yan is a student majoring in clinical medicine. She will be an angel in white who will cure diseases and save lives in the future." Jiang Chen secretly laughed in his heart. Not only did she personally send me to the dormitory, she even took the initiative to give me my first kiss. But he was still a little surprised. He didn't expect Lu Yanyan to be a medical student. Imagining Lu Yanyan wearing a white coat and treating patients, the picture was too beautiful. "By the way, why do you know so much about school affairs?" Jiang Chen asked curiously. He felt that Chen Jin in front of him was like an intelligence network that knew everything. Chen Jin adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose and said proudly, "I'm not bragging to you. When I was in high school, I was known as the king of intelligence. I knew everything about the little things going on in school, including which fly had a crush on which mosquito. I have to say that although Chen Jin has a vulgar temperament, he is actually quite humorous and it is relatively easy to get along with him." Just as the two continued to brag, the dormitory door was pushed open again, and this time a boy wearing all branded clothes and with a meticulously combed hair walked in. "Hey, everyone is here. My dad drove me here in his Mercedes. Sorry, I'm a little late. My name is Su Chuang. My family owns a company in Shanghai. I'm considered a wealthy second generation. We'll be roommates from now on. Please take care of me." This Su Chuang spoke with a strong Shanghai accent and seemed to be introducing himself, but in fact he was just bragging. Chen Jin and Jiang Chen were not very interested in this rich second-generation guy from Shanghai. Only Wu Dashan foolishly went up to shake hands with him. "By the way, were you also driven here by your father? What kind of car does your father drive?" Su Chuang threw his luggage on the bed, sat on the edge of the bed, crossed his legs and started chatting. He, my family is from the countryside, and my father only has a 3-wheeled electric vehicle." Wu Daxiang still had a simple smile on his face. No comment. Chen Jin closed his eyes and rested. It was obvious that he didn't like people like Su Chuan who showed off their wealth and pretended to be cool. "My dad opened a Junfeng brand, and it cost a total of 2,300 yuan. Zhang Chen said while crossing his legs and picking his teeth. "What? 2,300? Su Chuang's pupils began to tremble. He didn't expect that there was a super rich second generation hiding in this small dormitory. You know, a car that costs 2,300 must be a limited edition supercar. You have to know that my father only drives a Mercedes-Benz E-Class worth more than 500,000 yuan. It seems that it will be impossible for me to show off in this dormitory in the future. Wait, what brand is Junfeng? Why have I never heard of it?" At this moment Su Chuang also realized something was wrong and asked in confusion. "Poochie." Chen Jin, who was resting with his eyes closed, couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Junfeng brand electric car, full price 2,300 yuan, idiot." Hearing Chen Jin's words, Su Chuan's expression turned extremely ugly. He said with an unhappy look on his face, "Your joke is not funny at all." However, he was secretly glad that Jiang Chen was not really a rich second generation, so that he could implement his plan of showing off in this dormitory. Jiang Chen didn't care about Su Chuan's anger. People like him who were born to show off would definitely be slapped in the face by himself in the future. Chapter 1394 Points of Shangguan Yenyu. Jiang Chen looked around the dormitory. The overall space was quite spacious. There were 4 beds in total, with the beds on top and a desk underneath. There was also a table for 4 in the middle of the dormitory. The dormitory is bright and clean, with a separate bathroom. You can see the clear artificial lake downstairs by opening the window. Jiang Chen was very satisfied with the dormitory environment, but he still planned to buy a villa near the school. If there were any pretty girls he could get close to, he could go to the villa together and do some unspeakable things. Just then, Jiang Chen's phone vibrated. It turned out to be a message from the class counselor. "Please gather in classroom 102 of Duxing Building. We will be holding a class meeting soon." No need to reply, so as to avoid my message being pushed to the top. Receive. 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 Looking at the series of messages below, Jiang Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect that his classmates were also so funny. Walking on the road to Rongqing University, Jiang Chen discovered that there are really many beauties in Rongqing University. Although there are no girls as beautiful as Lu Yanyan, they are all enough to feast the eyes. Damn, look at that leg, it's so white. Damn, that skin is so delicate. Oh my god, that black stocking is so sexy. Chen Jin did not hide his obscene gaze at all the beauties passing by, causing Jiang Chen and the others to look down on him. When they arrived at the classroom, the seats were almost full. Jiang Chen and his friends found an empty seat in the last row and sat down. There are only about 40 people in the whole class. Because Jiang Chen chose art as his major, there are more girls in the class, and there are only a few dozen boys. As the saying goes, there are fewer wolves and more meat. Such a fairy class is what many losers dream of. Moreover, the girls in Jiang Chen's class are basically fair and pretty. Girls with average looks would basically not choose art majors. When Jiang Chen first walked into the classroom, many girls were in an uproar because Jiang Chen was tall and thin with a handsome appearance, and he was no less handsome than the popular young actors in the entertainment industry. But the girl was a little reserved after all, and she just looked at Jiang Chen a few more times before regaining her composure. But when boys see a beautiful woman, they often won't be so reserved. At this moment, Jiang Chen was looking at his mobile phone and saw that all the boys in the class were in a commotion. The shameless Qian Jin even blew a hooligan whistle. Jiang Chen looked up curiously, but his eyes were fixed and he couldn't move away. A tall girl walked into the classroom. She had long hair like a waterfall, skin like white cream, and was wearing a long floral dress. Her every frown and smile showed her gentleness and charm to the extreme. Jiang Chen had never seen such a gentle woman before. Just one glance could make her heart beat fast. The girl looked around for a seat, and her eyes met Jiang Chen's. Jiang Chen's heart was confused, and he quickly dodged his eyes. The girl's eyes also flashed a little strange, but then she calmed down. At this moment, the seats in the class were almost full, with only one empty seat left in front of Jiang Chen. The girl walked to the front of Jiang Chen and sat down slowly, and instantly the air around them was filled with a fresh scent of hair. Shen Jin sniffed with a lewd look. Su Chuang took out a small mirror from somewhere and combed his hair to make it shiny, and even the honest Wu Daxiang felt a little unnatural, stealing glances at the girl in front of Jiang Chen from time to time. At this time, the system information panel appeared in the air in front of Jiang Chen. Name, Shangguan Yenyu. Age, 19. Height, 167. Weight, 43 kilograms. Appearance, 94 points. Favorability, 5. Charge, 0. Jiang Chen couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the panel given by the system. Shangguan Yenyu's appearance actually reached an astonishing 94 points, which was 2 points higher than Lu Yinyan's. Moreover, Shangguan Yenyu actually has a 5-point favorability rating towards him. He and Shangguan Yenyu are strangers to each other. Could it be just because of that fleeting glimpse just now? But to be honest, Shangguan Yenyu has a gentle and pleasant temperament, which is indeed the type that Jiang Chen likes. Shangguan Yenyu seems gentle and elegant, but in fact she keeps a long distance from everyone, and even Jiang Chen doesn't know where to start. At this moment, the vibration of the mobile phone interrupted Jiang Chen's thoughts. The group chat, 310 Unconscious Room, popped up. This was the 4-person dormitory group that Qian Jin had just formed. Shen Jin, brothers, the beauty who just came in is so pretty. I feel like the campus belle of Rongqing University is just like her. Su Chuan, what? Do you still have ideas? Only I, Master Su, can match a beauty of this level. Jiang Chen, vomiting emoticon pack. Shen Jin, if you have the guts, go ask for WeChat. If you can get it, we will call you Big Brother. Jiang Chen, 1. Wu Daqian, 1. Su Chuang, it's a deal, guaranteed. After saying that, Su Chuang put away his phone, combed his shiny hair again, then stood up and walked straight to Shangguan Yenyu. To be honest, Su Chuang's appearance can only be described as average, and his dress is greasy and exaggerated, like a nouveau riche. But he is very confident in his charm. This may be the legendary Xin man. Beautiful lady, can you add me on WeChat? I can take you out for dinner tonight. I have a car. Su Chuan put on a pose that he thought was very handsome, and deliberately spoke in a deep voice, even with a very deliberate bubble sound. While speaking, he also took out a car key of Audi Q2. To be honest, as a freshman who has just entered the university campus, owning an Audi Q2 is enough to beat most people around me. But Shangguan Yenyu didn't seem to be interested in Su Chuang, and she didn't even look at the car keys he held out. She frowned slightly and said with a somewhat unhappy look. Sorry, I don't add stranger boys on WeChat. And I'm not interested in you or your car. Shangguan Yenyu, who was gentle and lovely just now, seemed like a different person now. Her face was full of indifference, like an iceberg beauty. Even when she was angry, she was so beautiful. At this moment, most boys would have given up after being rejected, but the ordinary boy Su Chuang seemed to have heard something incredible, and asked with his eyes wide open. Are you sure? I rarely take the initiative to add girls on WeChat. This is only one chance. At this moment, Jiang Chen and Shen Jin were already digging their toes into the ground in embarrassment in the back seat. This Su Chuan really wasn't afraid of losing face. However, after hearing Su Chuang's words, Shangguan Yenyu simply chose to ignore him, put on headphones in both ears and chose to ignore Su Chuang. At this moment, Su Chuang finally felt embarrassed and returned to his seat in a sullen manner. 310 unconscious room, the group became lively again. Qian Jin, what a weak emoji. Zhang Chen, you are really not afraid of embarrassment, buddy. Su Chuang, I can't get it. But you guys can? If you guys can get her WeChat, I'll call you daddy right now. Zhang Chen, it's a deal. In fact, Zhang Chen had long been annoyed with this greasy and ostentatious man, and he took this opportunity to teach him a lesson. However, he had not yet figured out how to obtain Shang Guanyin's WeChat. Chapter 14 Class Monitor Election. At this time, most of the students in the class had arrived, and then a handsome man wearing glasses walked in. The man was only a few years older than the students in the classroom, probably less than 30 years old. He came to the podium and said to the students, "Hello everyone. My name is Chen Zhang, and I am the counselor of our Film and Television Director Class 1. I will be in charge of your management and service for the next 4 years of your university life." As soon as Chen Zhang finished speaking, the girls under the podium began to whisper, "Wow! Our counselor is so handsome. I'm suddenly looking forward to my college life. He seems like the hero of a novel, I want to talk to him." On the boys' side, the style is completely different. Su Chuang, is he that handsome? Why do I feel like he is not as good as me? Chen Jin, the creepy man with glasses, he doesn't look like a good person at first glance. This time the boys were surprisingly united. Chen Jin cursed at others and hurt himself at the same time. It seemed that he forgot that he also wore glasses and had a vulgar temperament. Even Zhang Chen noticed that Chen Zhang's eyes were full of admiration and fanaticism when he looked at Shang Guanyin. Zhang Chen instantly regarded this counselor as his potential enemy. "Classmates, today is the first day of school. Let's introduce ourselves one by one." After Chen Zhang finished speaking, the students in the classroom began to introduce themselves. This is a necessary part of the new semester and also the first stage for everyone to get to know each other. "Hello everyone, my name is Huang Lily, I like painting and photography." "Hello everyone, my name is Chen Jiaru, and I come from the beautiful Haicheng." "Hello everyone, my name is Jonah, I like makeup, dressing up, skateboarding, and clubbing." When the girl named Jonah came on stage, the boys in the audience immediately became agitated. Zhang Chen, who was browsing on his phone, looked in the direction of the sound and his eyes lit up. All the attention was previously focused on Shang Guanyin, but people ignored the fact that there was actually a high-scoring beauty in the class. This girl named Jonah is tall and wears hot and sexy clothes. A short vest on the upper body perfectly outlines the body curves and reveals the flat belly and sexy belly button. She was wearing a pair of sexy flared pants. Although her legs were tightly covered, it was not difficult to imagine that she had a pair of long, slender, white legs. Her hairstyle is a carefully groomed lop-ear bunny hairstyle with 2 strands of peach pink highlights, which makes her sexy yet sweet. If Shang Guanyin is a calm autumn water, then Jonah is a raging flame. With 2 such beauties in the class, Zhang Chen also began to look forward to his college life. After Jonah introduced herself, Shang Guanyin came on stage and introduced herself. She walked lightly and gracefully onto the podium. She smiled warmly and said softly, "Hello everyone, my name is Shang Guanyin, and I'm a local from Chengdu. I don't have many hobbies, except playing the piano and listening to music. I hope to become good friends with you all during the 4 years of college." Shang Guanyin's self-introduction was simple and clear, which gave others a preliminary understanding of her. Her voice was pleasant and melodious, but it caused a lot of dissatisfaction among the girls in the audience. There are still people pretending to be ladies these days. They are such a jerk. She looks average, not as pretty as me. But Shang Guanyin turned a deaf ear to these unpleasant words and returned to her seat with a calm face, always so elegant and generous. After the girls introduced themselves, it's the boys' turn to introduce themselves. Su Chuan walked up to the stage confidently, struck a pose that he thought was extremely handsome, and said, "My name is Su Chuang, I'm from Shanghai, my family has a little money, and I hope to take the beauties in my class for a ride in my Audi." After saying that, Su Chuang took out the Audi car key from his pocket again. Zhang Chen's toes were so embarrassed that they could dig out a big villa. The boys in the audience also had embarrassed looks on their faces. Some of the girls had disdain on their faces, some were calm, and some were full of admiration. The way they looked at Su Chuang had changed. Xian Jin, Wu Dashang and others also took turns to go on stage and introduce themselves, and finally it was Zhang Chen's turn. "Hello everyone, my name is Zhang Chen, a native of Chengdu. I hope to live in peace with you during my 4 years at university. Thank you all. Jiang Chen's self-introduction was plain and simple, but the girls in the audience were still excited because Jiang Chen was handsome and had a tall figure, which made him very popular in this class with relatively few boys. Even Shangguan Yenyu, who had been looking at the scenery outside the window, and Zhou Na, who had been looking down at her phone, looked up at Jiang Chen. But it was just a brief glance before the two beauties looked away. At this time, Chen Zheng came to the podium and said to everyone, "In fact, today's class meeting is not only for everyone to have a simple understanding, we also need to elect the class monitor and vice monitor." As soon as Chen Zhang finished speaking, the students below began to stir. Some were surprised, while others were indifferent. This was because the class monitor had certain power and status in the class, and it was also a position that many people wanted to fight for. Jonah put on headphones and played games on her mobile phone, obviously not interested in the class leader election. At this time Chen Zhang said, "As a counselor, I have the right to recommend candidates for class monitor. I recommend Shangguan Yenyu as class monitor. Because she is calm and reliable, she is a very suitable candidate for class monitor." Hearing Chen Zhang's words, Shangguan Yenyu frowned and immediately stood up and said, "Counselor, I don't think I'm suitable to be the class monitor. Please arrange for someone else." But Chen Zhang seemed to turn a blind eye to Shangguan Yenyu's refusal and said to Shangguan Yenyu, "Life is all about trying. I believe you can do this job." Seeing Chen Zhang so determined, Shangguan Yenyu had nothing to say and could only sit down. "Bah! Everyone knows what you are thinking. I didn't expect that this counselor is such a pervert." Chen Jin whispered to Jiang Chen and the others. Jiang Chen also nodded in agreement, because the class monitor was the one who had the most contact with the counselor. The counselor wanted Shangguan Yenyu to be the class monitor, clearly to create an opportunity for contact with Shangguan Yenyu. But since the counselor had spoken, everyone had no choice but to vote for Shangguan Yenyu. After all, no one wanted to offend the counselor at the beginning of the school year. At this point, Shangguan Yenyu became the squad leader, and Chen Zhang also showed a satisfied smile on his face. Now that the class monitor has been chosen, we will select a male student to serve as the deputy class monitor. After Chen Zhang finished speaking, only Su Chuang showed excitement on his face, while the other boys were indifferent. Although the deputy monitor can get close to Shangguan Yenyu, no boy wants to do this thankless job, except Su Chuang's conspicuous bag. It seems that the position of deputy monitor will go to Su Chuang. Jiang Chen also took out his mobile phone to play games. After all, this kind of class leader election did not interest him at all. However, at this moment, the long-lost system sound suddenly sounded. Ding! System tasks are issued. Task content: run for deputy monitor and become a partner with Shangguan Yenyu. Task reward: 5 million yuan. Chapter 15: I want to be the class monitor. Hearing the system's prompt, Jiang Chen was speechless. Of course, he was unwilling to run for deputy monitor, but when he thought of the 5 million yuan mission bonus, forget it, who would choose to go against money? So, which male students would like to run for vice class monitor? Chen Zhang stood on the podium, ready to preside over the election for vice class monitor. As soon as Chen Zhang finished speaking, Su Chuang couldn't wait to stand up. In his opinion, wasn't it a sure thing for him to be elected as a mere deputy monitor? Besides this student, are there any other students who want to compete? Chen Zhang asked the other male students. Teacher, I have already stood up. Do you think there is anyone else who dares to stand up and humiliate himself? Su Chuang said with full confidence, as if he was the most awesome man in the world. Just when Su Chuang thought he had won the game and was firmly seated in the position of deputy squad leader, a hand raised high appeared beside him. Counselor, I want to be the deputy monitor. The hand was raised straight, and the voice was loud and confident. Su Chuan looked over in disbelief and found that the person who was singing the opposite tune was Jiang Chen, who lived in the same dormitory with him. In Su Chuang's opinion, Jiang Chen was just a good-looking guy, but in essence he was just a loser. How dare he compete with him? Su Chuang felt an unprecedented insult. Jiang Chen, do you know what you are doing? I will make you lose miserably. Hearing Su Chuang's harsh words, Jiang Chen remained silent and just shrugged his shoulders jokingly. Okay, then please go to the podium to deliver your campaign statements, and then the students will vote for the two candidates. At Chen Zhang's signal, Jiang Chen and Su Chuang both walked to the podium. I think being a class monitor is an important challenge in my life, so I want to overcome this challenge. If you choose me as the class monitor, I will definitely lead our class to glory. Su Chuang's declaration was old-fashioned and cliched, without any novelty, and even he himself felt a little embarrassed. Jiang Chen walked onto the stage with a light smile, staring at Shangguan Yanyu below the stage and said, "I have only one purpose in running for vice class monitor, and that is to partner with Shangguan Yanyu." As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, the classroom erupted in laughter. After all, compared to Su Chuang's old-fashioned declaration, Jiang Chen's declaration was much more explosive. Shangguan Yinyu's expression was still as peaceful as ever, but the perceptive Jiang Chen still caught a hint of panic in her beautiful eyes. A hint of displeasure flashed across the eyes of Counselor Chen Zhang. After the two campaign speeches were over, everyone took out their pens and wrote the names they wanted to vote for on cards. "Well, as long as you voted for me, I can treat you all to Heidileo." Seeing that his declaration was completely defeated by Jiang Chen, Su Chuang immediately spoke to his classmates. I have to say that Su Chuang's methods were really shameless. In order to run for deputy monitor, he actually wanted to bribe others by treating them to a meal. After hearing what Su Chuang said, Shen Jin quietly crossed out the two words Jiang Chen that he had written on the card, and then wrote Su Chuang's name. At this moment, Shen Jin secretly apologized in his heart. "Brother, I'm sorry, I really want to eat Heidileo." After collecting all the classmates' cards, Chen Zhang wrote the word on the blackboard and counted the votes for the two. However, as the votes were counted, Su Chuang's face became more and more ugly, because he had almost no votes, while Jiang Chen had full of votes. "Classmates, the voting results for the deputy monitor are out. Let us congratulate Jiang Chen for winning the deputy monitor position with an absolute advantage of 35 votes, crushing Su Chuang's 5 votes. As soon as Chen Zhang's result was announced, thunderous applause broke out from the audience. Because compared to Su Chuang, who likes to show off his wealth and is greasy, everyone likes Jiang Chen who is genuine and unconcealed, so they all voted for him. As for Su Chuang's meal at Heidileo, not many people thought highly of it. Of course, this does not include the 5 people who voted for Su Chuang, because they really wanted to eat at Heidileo. Ding! It is detected that the host's current task has been completed. The task reward has been issued to the host's bank card. Please check it. The system prompt sounded again, and Jiang Chen couldn't wait to check his balance information. Sure enough, he had just received 5 million yuan, and his balance was already more than 8 million yuan. Jiang Chen was filled with ecstasy, as he had only completed a small task and had received a reward of 5 million yuan. This speed at which he made money made him feel crazy and excited. There are still 2 days left before the freshman military training. You can use these 2 days to get familiar with the campus environment or go out to buy daily necessities. At this time, the candidates for the 2 class monitors had been determined. After announcing the arrangements for the next 2 days, Shen Zheng announced the end of the class meeting. Shangguan Yanyu, who was sitting in the seat in front of Jiang Chen, stood up and walked towards the door. At this moment, Jiang Chen remembered that he should add Shangguan Yanyu on WeChat and ask Su Chuang to call him dad, so he quickly got up and caught up with Shangguan Yanyu. "Student Shangguan Yanyu, please wait a moment." After hearing Jiang Chen calling her name, Shangguan Yanyu stopped and turned around, asking softly, "What's the matter?" Shangguan Yanyu just glanced back, but Jiang Chen felt she was so charming and beautiful. "I must get Shangguan Yanyu." Jiang Chen swore secretly in his heart, but he still showed a warm smile on his face. "Look, now that we become partners, I think it would be more convenient for us to add each other on WeChat." After saying that, Jiang Chen took out his mobile phone and opened the WeChat QR code. Shangguan Yanyu hesitated a little, but still took out her mobile phone and added Jiang Chen's WeChat. After adding WeChat, Shangguan Yanyu nodded politely to Jiang Chen, then left the classroom as if nothing had happened. Shangguan Yanyu always kept a clear distance from everyone, and at this moment even Jiang Chen felt that it would be a very difficult task to take her down. But we can talk about the future later. At this moment, Jiang Chen came to Su Chuang with his mobile phone, shook Shangguan Yanyu's WeChat on the screen, and said jokingly, "Master Su, it's time for you to fulfill your promise, right?" Su Chuang's face was extremely ugly. In his previous 10 years of student life, he had never encountered any setbacks or unhappiness. But after knowing Jiang Chen for just a few hours, he suffered several setbacks at the hands of the other party. Su Chuang's eyes turned sinister as he looked at Jiang Chen. He secretly swore in his heart that he would teach Jiang Chen a lesson. But at this moment, Su Chuang remembered the flag he had set, gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and shouted fiercely at Jiang Chen. "Father!" Chapter 16 Anchor Xin. When they returned to the dormitory at night, Jiang Chen, Shen Jin, and Wu Daxiang chatted for a while and became closer. This is how boys' relationships are: as long as they find a common topic, they can quickly become good friends. On the other hand, Su Chuang was sleeping alone on his bed with his head covered. It was obvious that what happened today had dealt him a great blow. At 11 o'clock, the lights in the dormitory were turned off on time. The lights of mobile phones flashed on everyone's beds. After watching the game anchors on the Love Live platform for a while, Jiang Chen also felt bored, so he browsed other live broadcast rooms. The current live broadcasts are all quite boring, either deliberately making fun of others or playing tricks with thick filters. If you turn off the filters and remove the beauty effects, I'm afraid the top guy on the list will be scared and buy a standing ticket and run away overnight. Jiang Chen browsed through more than a dozen live broadcast rooms, but all of them contained content that did not interest him. Just as he was about to turn off his phone and go to sleep, a female anchor named Ku Xian caught Jiang Chen's attention. Compared with other live broadcast rooms with thousands or even tens of thousands of viewers, this live broadcast room seems particularly deserted, with only a few dozen people. But the female anchor named Ku Xian was not unhappy about this and still replied to every comment seriously. This female anchor has a pair of long ponytails, which makes her look cute and playful. Although she is wearing a set of pink cartoon pajamas, her curvy figure can still be seen. And unlike other female anchors who wear heavy makeup, she not only does not use filters, but also appears without makeup. She always has a healing smile on her face. She is definitely a sweet girl. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel surprised. This female anchor named Ku Xian was so beautiful even without makeup. If she dressed up a little, she would definitely be a beauty on the same level as Shangguan Yenyu. At this moment, the system brought up the information panel of the female anchor Ku Xian. Name, Shin Kursen. Age, 22. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Appearance, 94 points. Favorability, 0. Charge, 0. Seeing the information displayed by the system, Jiang Chen suddenly felt that the name Shin Kursen sounded very familiar. Jiang Chen recalled carefully and finally remembered that in the afternoon, when Xian Jin introduced the 4 campus beauties of Rongqing University, he mentioned that one of them was Shin Kursen, a junior in the law school. Is this a coincidence or a coincidence? Jiang Chen opened the host's profile and found that the host's school name was Rongqing University, and the host was within 3 kilometers of him. This completely proves that the sweet host of this live broadcast room is none other than Shin Kursen, one of the 4 campus beauties of Rongqing University, a junior in the School of Business. However, Shin Kursen's image still surprised Jiang Chen. Who could have imagined that such a sweet and healing beauty would become a lawyer or even a judge in the future? Knowing that the other person was actually a school beauty from the same school as his, this really piqued Jiang Chen's interest. JC, can the beautiful anchor show us your talent? Jiang Chen edited a comment and posted it on the public screen of the live broadcast room. Seeing Jiang Chen's comments, Shin Kursen smiled cutely and replied, "This JC seems to be a new viewer in the live broadcast room, so I will sing and dance a song for this new viewer." As soon as Shin Kursen finished speaking, cheerful and lovely music sounded in the live broadcast room. Jiang Chen listened to the prelude and recognized that the song was Love You by the sweetheart leader Wang Xinling. If you suddenly sneeze, it must be because I am thinking of you. If you are woken up by your phone in the middle of the night, it's because I care. As the song started, Shin Kursen began to dance to the music, jumping and spinning, and her graceful figure was not affected even in her pajamas and slippers. Her movements were full of energy, like a deer running in the woods, enjoying happiness and freedom. Her healing smile seemed to have a magical power that could dispel the haze and unhappiness in everyone's heart. Jiang Chen was staring at the screen intently at this moment. He had to say that he was deeply attracted by Shin Kursen's energetic and infectious personality. He was completely immersed in this beautiful atmosphere. Soon, the song ended and Shin Kursen finished her dance. At this moment, she sat in front of the camera, and because of the movement brought by the dance, her chest kept rising and falling, and her originally pink face now looked more like a rosy apple. I'm dedicating a song of Wang Xinling's Love You to JC, who is new to the live studio. I hope your life can be filled with happiness every day. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel touched when he heard Shin Kursen's words. He was just a newcomer in the live broadcast room, but she treated him so sincerely. This was something that those female anchors who only knew how to ask for gifts could never compare to. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen directly recharged 200,000 yuan in cash on the Love Life platform. Anyway, there are system rebates, so he doesn't feel bad at all. At this moment, Shin Kursen looked at the time and said to the camera, "Dear family, it's almost 12 o'clock. Kursen has to go to school tomorrow, so she needs to go offline and take a rest. After saying this, Coaxian was about to click to end the broadcast, but at this moment, a special effect of shining golden light suddenly appeared in Coaxian's live broadcast room, and then a starry night sky appeared in the live broadcast room. The stars in the night sky fell like meteors, and then gathered together to form a huge castle. At this moment, Shinkursen opened her cherry lips in disbelief and murmured, "The brilliant castle, this is actually the brilliant castle. You know, this dazzling castle is the most expensive gift on the Love Live platform, costing a full 30,000 yuan. After 3 years of live streaming on the platform, this was the first time she received such a valuable gift." When Shinkursen looked at the person who gave her the gift, she found that it was JC, who had just come to her live streaming room. At this moment, the other viewers in Shinkursen's live broadcast room were all going wild. "Oh my god, it's the brilliant castle. This is the first time I've seen it after watching the live broadcast for so many years. Awesome. It seems that the anchor has met a real rich man, he must seize the opportunity. Thank you JC for giving the anchor the brilliant city." Shinkursen came to her senses after seeing the comments in the live broadcast room. However, before she finished her words of thanks, she found that JC had quietly left her live broadcast room. What a strange and mysterious person. According to normal logic, after giving such a large gift, he would at least ask the anchor to add WeChat or meet offline. This was the first time Shinkursen had seen someone who gave a gift and then left. However, Shinkursen actually felt a little lonely at this moment. Ding! The system detected that Shinkursen's favorability is 20. The current favorability is 20. Zhang Chen couldn't help but laugh as he listened to the system's notification tone. It really was good to be rich. It could increase your favorability even through the screen. I didn't expect that I had just arrived at Chengdu University for 1 day and I had already met 2 of the 4 most beautiful girls on campus. It seems that I will not be lonely in the next 4 years of university life. Chapter 17, Shopping with Lu Yanyan. Although this was the first time that Zhang Chen left home and spent the night in the school dormitory, Zhang Chen still slept very soundly. Perhaps this was because he was tired from so many things that happened yesterday. When Zhang Chen woke up naturally and opened his eyes, he saw a pure and beautiful girl. But this is a boys' dormitory, how could there be a girl? Zhang Chen must have been too excited and hallucinating, he thought as he rubbed his eyes. When Zhang Chen looked again, he found that the innocent beauty was still looking at him with a smile. Fuck, Lu Yanyan. Why are you here? Don't you know this is the boys' dormitory? Zhang Chen then realized that the person sitting at the head of his bed and staring at him was actually Lu Yanyan. How could she enter the boys' dormitory? And sit at the head of his bed and watch him sleep? It was then that Zhang Chen realized that Lu Yanyan's eyes were constantly scanning his upper body. Ever since he had drawn great improvement in appearance in the last system lottery, Zhang Chen's face and figure had become very perfect. At this time, Zhang Chen was not wearing any clothes on his upper body, and his perfect waistline and full abdominal muscles were all exposed in front of Lu Yanyan. No wonder Lu Yanyan couldn't help but glance at him. Are you a pervert? How did you get in? Zhang Chen immediately picked up the short-sleeved shirt beside him and put it on. Although he was a boy, he couldn't stand such naked glances. Lu Yanyan patted the red armband on her arm and said as a matter of course, "I am the leader of the student union. I have the obligation and right to inspect the boys' dormitory. What's wrong with you?" Lu Yanyan's reasons left Zhang Chen speechless, and he could only swallow his anger silently. Where are they? Zhang Chen looked around, only to find that his 3 roommates had long since disappeared. Why don't you check what time it is now? I guess your roommates have already had lunch outside the school. Zhang Chen took the phone. It was already 12 o'clock in the afternoon. He didn't expect that he had slept for a full 12 hours. Today and tomorrow are free time for freshmen. Many college students who come to Chengdu for the first time choose to visit the city center or tourist attractions, including Zhang Chen's 3 roommates. So what exactly are you doing in my dorm? Just to watch me sleep? Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Lu Yanyan couldn't help but rolled her eyes, then took out an envelope and said, "This is my usual part-time salary, a total of 3,000 yuan. I can only give you this much at the moment, but thank you very much for paying my mother's medical expenses." Zhang Chen couldn't help but admire Lu Yanyan for keeping her promise even if she had to work part-time to earn money. In fact, Zhang Chen didn't want to accept Lu Yanyan's money, but he was afraid that it would hurt Lu Yanyan's self-esteem. After all, a strong-willed girl like her has a strong sense of self-esteem. Are you coming to me just to pay me back? Zhang Chen asked after taking the envelope from Lu Yanyan. Of course not. Today I want you to go shopping with me. Shopping? Only then did Zhang Chen realize that Lu Yanyan had dressed up carefully today. Lu Yanyan wore a lavender long-sleeved polo shirt, which looked simple and refreshing. She wore a pair of denim shorts, which showed off her straight legs perfectly. She wore a pair of black dad shoes, which made the tall Lu Yanyan look more fashionable and light. Zhang Chen was more than happy to have such a young and beautiful girl to go shopping with him. After a simple wash, he went out with Lu Yanyan. The lazy afternoon sunshine sprinkled on the asphalt road of the campus. Zhang Chen and Lu Yanyan walked side by side, talking and laughing. Zhang Chen is handsome and Lu Yanyan is pure and lovely. They look like a perfect couple and attracted a lot of attention along the way. The campus of Rongqing University is very large. Zhang Chen and Lu Yanyan walked for more than 10 minutes before they reached the school gate. Why don't you drive the car to school? Lu Yanyan asked curiously. Of course it's to be low-key. Do you think I'm one of those conspicuous bags? Listening to Zhang Chen's answer, Lu Yanyan curled her lips. She didn't think Zhang Chen was a low-key person. After finding their peach pink G-class in Shijiao Park next to the school, Zhang Chen and Lu Yanyan drove towards the city center. Because Zhang Chen needs to look at the rearview mirror when driving, his eyes always sweep over the thighs of Lu Yanyan, who was sitting in the passenger seat. At this moment, Lu Yanyan was wearing hot jeans, which fully exposed her white and smooth thighs. Zhang Chen swore to God that he didn't mean to look at her, but he couldn't help but want to sneak a peek. Long, white, tender and straight legs. Do you want to touch them? Seeing Zhang Chen's obscene eyes constantly sweeping over her thighs, Lu Yanyan said jokingly. Unexpectedly, Zhang Chen said seriously, is it really possible? Thank you then. After saying that, he placed his hand on Lu Yanyan's thigh and stroked it back and forth. A smooth touch came from Zhang Chen's palm. This feeling is really indescribable. Hateful. Lu Yanyan pouted and pushed Zhang Chen's hand away. She didn't expect that he would take advantage of her and take advantage of her. Why didn't she realize that he was so shameless before? Didn't you let me touch you? I really don't understand you women. You change your attitude faster than turning the pages of a book. Zhang Chen looked aggrieved, as if he was the one who suffered the loss and was wronged. Zhang Chen drove the car to the commercial district in the city center and parked it. This is a place where you can go shopping and eat delicious food. It is a holy place for many couples to date. Zhang Chen, who had slept for 12 hours, was already growling with hunger. Walking past a Chinese and Western fusion restaurant, Zhang Chen and Lu Yanyan both smelled the aroma of delicious food. The two looked at each other first, then smiled at each other in tacit understanding, and then walked into the restaurant. Often, a tacit look is enough for foodies to understand each other. This restaurant is elegantly decorated and has a warm atmosphere. Zhang Chen wanted Lu Yanyan to order food, but he found that she had already started taking selfies in various poses in the restaurant. She's still a little girl after all. Zhang Chen shook his head helplessly and started ordering food by himself. Zhang Chen ordered a plate of pasta, 2 grilled steaks, and a vegetable salad. Soon the beautifully presented dishes were served on the table, and Zhang Chen and Lu Yanyan couldn't help but devour them. The spaghetti with meat sauce was rich and appetizing, the grilled steak was tender and juicy, and the vegetable salad was fresh and delicious. These two invincible foodies were too lazy to even talk and just focused on eating. Half an hour later, Zhang Chen slumped in his chair and burped. Even Lu Yanyan touched her slightly bulging belly, looking very satisfied. The two foodies looked at each other and smiled at each other again, just like a tacit couple who have been in love for a long time. Chapter 18, Kiss Contest. After dinner, Zhang Chen took Lu Yanyan for a stroll in the commercial district. Lu Yanyan bought some cute little accessories in the jewelry store and also bought Zhang Chen an exquisite razor. Walking to the center of the block, Zhang Chen and Lu Yanyan found a group of people watching something. The two squeezed to the front of the crowd and found that an event was being held. The notice board for the event had a few words written on it. You and I Kiss Contest. As young people, Zhang Chen and Lu Yanyan were attracted by this trendy competition. The general content of the activity is that men and women form teams to participate in the competition and kiss passionately at the competition venue. The couple who can hold on to the end will be regarded as the final winners of the competition. The prize money for this competition is as high as 10,000 yuan. This kind of competition not only tests courage, but also the lung capacity of two people. At this moment, 7 or 8 pairs of men and women have chosen to participate in the competition, and there are only 3 minutes left before the registration deadline. In fact, Jiang Chen really wanted to participate in this competition, of course not for the 10,000 yuan prize, he just wanted to kiss Lu Yanyan. But Jiang Chen and Lu Yanyan are not yet a couple, and the 2 times they kissed before were both in a hidden and closed environment, which is completely different from such a public environment. Jiang Chen was afraid that if he made a request rashly, Lu Yanyan would be disgusted. Just when Jiang Chen was still struggling, Lu Yanyan's voice came from beside him. "Jiang Chen, let's participate in this competition together." Ah? Jiang Chen widened his eyes, feeling a little bit unbelievable. Lu Yanyan's cheeks blushed slightly, and she quickly explained. "Don't get me wrong, I just want to get the 10,000 yuan bonus to pay you back." Lu Yanyan was not lying, because she usually had to work part-time for a long time to save up 10,000 yuan, so the 10,000 yuan prize of this hot kiss contest was very tempting to her. Moreover, she and Jiang Chen's passionate kiss lasted for a long time in Jiang Chen's car that day, and she was very confident that she could get the 10,000 yuan. Jiang Chen's brain was still a little out of order at this moment. He didn't understand why Lu Yanyan became so proactive. But before he could think about it, Lu Yanyan had already taken his hand and walked towards the competition field. Seeing such a beautiful girl actually taking the initiative to pull a man to participate in the competition, and even thinking that such a beautiful girl is going to kiss someone soon, the single dogs watching were heartbroken. Okay, we already have 8 couples ready to compete. The registration period has ended. Let's start the 1-minute countdown together. As the host finished speaking, a 1-minute countdown began on the big screen. Lu Yanyan seemed a little nervous, her chest heaving. After all, it takes courage to kiss in such a public place. Take it easy. Jiang Chen took out 2 mint candies from his pocket, peeled off the candy wrapper of one and stuffed it into Lu Yanyan's little mouth. The freshness of mint instantly filled Lu Yanyan's mouth, and she slowly let go of the tension in her heart. The game begins. As the countdown on the big screen reached 0, the host officially announced the start of the competition. Jiang Chen wrapped his arms around Lu Yanyan's slender waist, lowered his head slightly, and kissed Lu Yanyan's petite lips. Jiang Chen's movements were very gentle, like a feather carried by the wind gently brushing past, soothing Lu Yanyan's inner tension. Even though Jiang Chen and Lu Yanyan were in a noisy crowd at this moment, their world seemed to have become completely quiet, so quiet that they could only hear each other's heartbeat and breathing. In just 1 minute, 3 couples ended their kisses, some because they laughed, and some because of the height difference they couldn't keep the pose for long. And because Lu Yanyan is tall, there is not a big height difference between Jiang Chen and her, so Jiang Chen only needs to lower his head slightly to kiss Lu Yanyan, and the posture they maintain will not be too tiring. After a few minutes, the remaining couples stopped kissing because of unstable breathing and insufficient breathing. Only Jiang Chen and Lu Yanyan were still kissing passionately. The game is over. As the host's voice sounded, Jiang Chen reluctantly let go of Lu Yanyan. Lu Yanyan then realized that the competition was over. The kiss between her and Jiang Chen just now made her forget that she was still participating in the competition. She felt that she and Jiang Chen were in a deserted wilderness. It was then that Lu Yanyan realized that she had become the focus of the crowd, especially the annoyed looks on the faces of the boys. Lu Yanyan's cheeks instantly turned red, and she buried her face in Jiang Chen's solid chest, not daring to raise her head again. Lu Yanyan got the 10,000 yuan prize money as she wished, and returned the money to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't care about the 10,000 yuan at all. At this moment, he was still savoring the kiss just now, which was really wonderful. Lu Yanyan was extremely shy. In order to escape the crowd that was watching the game, she brought Jiang Chen to a shopping mall near the commercial street. Ding! The system detected that Lu Yanyan's favorability is 10, and the current favorability is 75. The system prompt sounded, and Jiang Chen found that Lu Yanyan's favorability towards him increased by another 10 points. It was obvious that this was because of the kissing contest just now. Jiang Chen also discovered that Lu Yanyan's eyes were always full of affection when she looked at him, but she was always cold towards other men. Perhaps she really fell in love with him. In the mall, Jiang Chen accompanied Lu Yanyan to buy clothes, play video games, grab dolls, and took more than a dozen childish portraits with her. At this moment, the two of them are like a couple in love, but neither of them has taken the initiative to break this window paper. After having dinner in the mall, Jiang Chen and Lu Yanyan watched a romantic movie. Lu Yanyan was deeply attracted by the touching plot of the movie, but Jiang Chen found it boring. He touched Lu Yanyan's delicate little hand and her slender thigh. At first, Lu Yanyan would use her hands to push Jiang Chen's hands away, but Jiang Chen still shamelessly took advantage of Lu Yanyan. In the end, Lu Yanyan simply gave up the resistance and let Jiang Chen's hands wander on her thighs. After watching the movie, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening, which was just enough time to get back to school before the curfew. However, when Jiang Chen and Lu Yanyan walked to the entrance of the mall, they were both completely dumbfounded. There was a strong wind and heavy rain outside, and there were only a few people left in the mall and on the streets. It was obvious that everyone in the mall had sensed that it was going to rain, and had already gone home. Only Jiang Chen and Lu Yanyan were in the closed cinema, not knowing what was happening outside. The weather in Chengdu is like this. It may be sunny one second and rain heavily the next. According to the current situation, it is impossible to drive back to school. Not to mention that bad weather can easily lead to accidents. It is raining so hard outside, and even if you rush to school with the speed limit, it will be past the curfew time. What should we do now? Lu Yanyan's eyes were full of confusion. Jiang Chen looked at the violent storm outside, and an intriguing curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. There's no other way. Let's stay in a hotel. Chapter 19 Storm. When Lu Yanyan heard Jiang Chen's request to stay in a hotel, she felt embarrassed. Although her relationship with Jiang Chen was already very ambiguous, she still felt a little uncomfortable about staying in a hotel together. What are you thinking of? Of course we should get 2 rooms and sleep separately. Seeing Lu Yanyan's embarrassed expression, Jiang Chen couldn't help but joked. Go away, I don't think as much as you think. Lu Yanyan's face flushed with shame, and she raised her little pink fist and hit Jiang Chen's chest. There is a portable hotel in the mall. Jiang Chen brought Lu Yanyan to the front desk and said to the receptionist, please give us 2 king-size rooms. The guy at the front desk nodded and started operating on the computer. Suddenly, the receptionist felt something tapping his leg. When he looked closely, he found that it was a hand holding $700 or $800 bills that was tapping him. At this moment, Jiang Chen pretended to walk into the front desk to borrow a mobile phone charger, but in fact he was stuffing money into the hands of the receptionist from an angle that Lu Yanyan could not see. The guy at the front desk understood what he meant, and took the money from Jiang Chen in a flash, then put it into his own pocket. Then the guy at the front desk said with difficulty, as if he was possessed by a drama spirit. I'm sorry sir, because of the heavy rain tonight, all our rooms are booked, and only the last king-size bedroom is left. Why am I so unlucky? Jiang Chen pretended to be annoyed, but in fact he was very happy. This guy at the front desk was really good at handling things, and the money was really not wasted. If it really doesn't work, we can only live in one room. Can we sleep separately? Jiang Chen looked at Lu Yanyan for advice. Lu Yanyan showed hesitation on her face, but it was raining heavily outside, so she had no choice but to nod in agreement. The room in this hotel is spacious and clean, and you can see a huge floor-to-ceiling window when you enter the room. At this moment, the violent storm outside is violently hitting the floor-to-ceiling window, but the room is very warm and bright. Do you want to take a shower first or should I? Jiang Chen looked at Lu Yanyan and asked. You go first. Not sure if it was because she was nervous or scared, Lu Yanyan's voice was as thin as a mosquito, and she looked very lovely. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate and walked into the bathroom. Soon, the sound of running water could be heard in the room. It was then that Lu Yanyan realized that the glass door of the bathroom was translucent, and she could clearly see Jiang Chen's strong body curves. Thinking that she would also go in to take a shower later, Lu Yanyan's pretty face had turned into a big red apple. More than 10 minutes later, Jiang Chen walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a bathrobe and wiping his wet hair. The smell of male hormones spread in the room. Lu Yanyan ran into the bathroom with a shy face. Jiang Chen looked at Lu Yanyan's curvy figure on the glass door and almost had a nosebleed sprayed onto the bedsheets. He took out a bottle of ice water from the refrigerator and drank it in one breath, which extinguished the desire in his heart. More than 10 minutes later, the sound of water in the bathroom stopped and Lu Yanyan came out tightly wrapped in a bathrobe. At this moment, Jiang Chen was lying on his side on the bed, facing the direction where Lu Yanyan was going to lie down. Lu Yanyan was extremely shy. She lay down carefully at the outermost edge of the bed with her back to Jiang Chen. Why are you so far away from me? Aren't you afraid of falling? Jiang Chen couldn't help but find it funny when he saw Lu Yanyan's nervous look. I like it, why do you care? Lu Yanyan was very nervous at the moment. This was her first time lying on the same bed with a man. She was scared and nervous, but she also had a little expectation. At this moment, the whole room fell into silence, with only the heavy rain outside the window, accompanied by the strong wind, hitting the huge French window fiercely. The atmosphere was a little awkward, and Jiang Chen wanted to say something to break the atmosphere, but he didn't know how to start. Suddenly, a huge flash of lightning flashed outside the French window, as if it was going to split the dark sky in half. Then a huge thunder boomed in the room. Ah! Lu Yanyan was frightened by the thunder. She screamed and hugged Jiang Chen tightly. The pajamas that were originally wrapped around her body also slipped off, and Lu Yanyan was wrapped around Jiang Chen like a naked octopus. When the thunder completely faded away, Lu Yanyan realized that she was hugging Jiang Chen tightly. She instantly felt extremely ashamed and wanted to loosen her hands, but Jiang Chen hugged her tightly again. Jiang Chen looked into Lu Yanyan's beautiful eyes, and then kissed her cherry lips without hesitation. There was a storm outside the window, and there were lightning and thunder inside the house. The next morning, the rainstorm that had raged all night had completely dissipated, and the sun drove away the dark clouds and shone on the ground. Jiang Chen woke up, looked at Lu Yanyan nestled in his arms, and the bright red on the white bedsheet, and kissed Lu Yanyan's fair forehead with heartache. Lu Yanyan also woke up at this moment. Thinking of the crazy night last night, she shyly buried her little head in Jiang Chen's arms. Ding! The system detected that Lu Yanyan's favorability is 20, and the current favorability is 95. The system's voice sounded again. I didn't expect Lu Yanyan's favorability to increase by 20 points at once. This favorability close to 100 was indeed a bit exaggerated. No wonder Lu Yanyan looked at me with a bit of a thread. System prompt: if the favorability with the opposite sex reaches 98 or above, you will receive a system reward of 10 million yuan. After hearing what the system said, Jiang Chen couldn't help but be surprised. 10 million yuan is definitely a huge fortune. Excuse me, system, can I get 10 million if my favorability reaches 98 with any member of the opposite sex? Jiang Chen focused his mind and asked the system. Yes. After receiving the system's affirmation, Jiang Chen began to think. Currently, only Lu Yanyan was closest to 98 points of favorability. However, he and Lu Yanyan had done what they were supposed to do, so how could they achieve these 3 points of favorability? It seems that the last 3 points of favorability are still somewhat difficult to achieve, and Jiang Chen must think carefully about countermeasures. Because Lu Yanyan had professional classes to attend in the afternoon, the two of them washed up, had a quick breakfast in the hotel, and then rushed to school. Jiang Chen still parked the car at Shijiao Park near the school, and after sending Lu Yanyan to the downstairs of her dormitory, he gave Lu Yanyan a light hug, left a light kiss on her forehead, and then turned and walked towards his dormitory. It was lunchtime for the students, and the intimate behavior between Jiang Chen and Lu Yanyan did not attract anyone's attention. But Jiang Chen and Lu Yanyan didn't see that a boy in a corner, wearing designer clothes, threw the roses he had prepared long ago to the ground, and then said to the two younger brothers behind him, "Go check that man for me and find out where he comes from." After saying that, the boy stepped hard on the roses on the ground and walked away without looking back. Chapter 20: Zhou Na's Negative Favorability. After Jiang Chen returned to the dormitory, he saw Qian Jin looking at him with a smirk and said, "What were you doing last night? Did you do something bad with a pretty girl?" "Go to hell, it suddenly rained heavily last night and I couldn't go back to school, so I stayed in the internet cafe all night." Jiang Chen said nonsense. He didn't want to use Lu Yanyan's affairs as a capital for bragging. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Su Chuang, who was sitting aside playing with his phone, showed a matter-of-fact expression. How can a loser like him date a pretty girl? Su Chuang was very hostile to Jiang Chen, and he obviously hadn't gotten over what happened a few days ago. Jiang Chen didn't bother to pay attention to him and took out his phone to kill time. As soon as I opened WeChat, I found a bunch of messages popping up. First of all, Lu Yanyan had returned to the dormitory safely and reported to him that she was safe. Jiang Chen also replied with an OK emoticon. Then, Su Qingxue, who I hadn't contacted for a long time, sent me a message with a somewhat resentful tone. "My little darling, why haven't you contacted me recently? Did you find a new lover after entering college?" Thinking about how he hadn't contacted Su Qingxue since that night, Jiang Chen couldn't help feeling a little guilty and quickly replied to the message. "No, I'm just a little busy since school started. How's your work at the hospital going?" It's okay. Remember to come see me when you have a day off. I bought a very sexy skirt." Jiang Chen felt his blood boiling after just chatting with Su Qingxue. Thinking of the perfect figure Su Qingxue showed off that night, Jiang Chen couldn't help but bleed from his nose. This is such a tempting little goblin. In this way, I chatted with Su Qingxue for a while and exchanged pictures with her, and the afternoon passed quickly. It was then that Jiang Chen remembered that he had added Shangguan Yenyu on WeChat a few days ago. He opened her moments and saw many photos and sharing of her daily life. Opening Shangguan Yenyu's photo album, Jiang Chen felt that Shangguan Yenyu's appearance was amazing, even more beautiful than Lu Yanyan and Su Qinxue. I wonder which pig will be the lucky one to marry such a beautiful woman in the future, and I wonder if I will have the chance to have sex with her. As Jiang Chen thought about it, his stomach started to growl. He hadn't eaten yet because he was in a hurry to go back to school at noon. I'm going to the cafeteria to eat. Does anyone want to join me? Jiang Chen asked the people in the dormitory. Hold on a little longer, stinky baby. I'll come and help you catch it after I finish killing this group of monsters. Shen Jin was playing LOL with a girl and was having a lot of fun at the moment. He simply ignored Jiang Chen's words. I'm not very hungry, so I won't go. Wu Daxian was watching a boring soap opera with great interest and rejected Jiang Chen's invitation. Su Chuang already had a lot of complaints about Jiang Chen, but he just rolled his eyes and ignored Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen felt embarrassed and had to go to the cafeteria to eat by himself. There are 6 canteens in Chengdu University, each of which can accommodate thousands of people at the same time. In addition to traditional canteen meals, there are also various snacks and desserts. Even if students still want to eat in the cafeteria, there is a snack street near the school, covering a variety of delicacies from all over the country. The Qinhu dormitory where Jiang Chen lived was closest to the 4th canteen. As he walked into the canteen, he could smell all kinds of food, which made Jiang Chen, who was already hungry, want to eat even more urgently. After ordering a plate of fried tomato and egg and a plate of minced meat and eggplant at the window, Jiang Chen couldn't help but start to devour them. Although it was the food from the cafeteria, it was also delicious. Jiang Chen was like a refugee from a disaster area, and he finished the food on the table like a storm. Patting his belly in satisfaction, Jiang Chen saw a figure that looked vaguely familiar. She was tall, with long curly hair draped over her head like seaweed, and a few strands of hair were dyed pink. She was wearing a short top that revealed her slender waist. She was wearing a pair of hot shorts that revealed her straight and slender thighs. This person is Jiang Chen's classmate Zhou Na. It must be said that Zhou Na's appearance is not inferior to Shangguan Yenyu. However, Shangguan Yenyu is gentle and lovely, while Zhou Na is hot and fiery. Jiang Chen couldn't help but call up Zhou Na's information panel to find out what was going on. Name, Zhou Na. Age, 20 years old. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Appearance, 94 points. Favorability, 10. Charge, 1. Looking at Zhou Na's information panel, Jiang Chen analyzed and began his inner thoughts. Wow, I didn't expect Zhou Na's height is 172 centimeters. No wonder those straight long legs look so attractive. Her appearance score is also as high as 94 points, and she is a beauty of the same level as Shangguan Yenyu and school beauty Shin Kursen. TSK, it only takes 1 charge. I wonder which bastard got this bargain. Wait. Jiang Chen found an important message on the information panel, and then an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. Favorability 10 points? What the hell is this? I don't know Zhou Na at all and we have no grudges against each other, so how come my favorability is negative? Hello? Is the system here? Is there something wrong with you? I haven't spoken to Zhou Na yet, how come the favorability is negative? Jiang Chen asked the system in his heart. In his opinion, it must be caused by a malfunction of the system. Host, the system is not faulty. Zhou Na's favorability towards all strange males with whom she has 0 contact is 10. Jiang Chen was extremely surprised by the system's answer. All unfamiliar males were 10 favorable? This was indiscriminate hatred. To be honest, Jiang Chen became interested in the girl Zhou Na because of her mystery and uniqueness. At this moment, Su Jiu saw a handsome man with avant-garde clothes walking towards Zhou Na. He was holding a box of boneless chicken feet and a box of juicy cherries. The handsome guy looked a little nervous. He walked up to Zhou Na, put the things down and said, "Junior, these are the boneless chicken feet I made myself. I've had a crush on you since I saw you on the first day of school. Can you add your WeChat?" Zhou Na's face was originally cold and expressionless, but after hearing the boy's words, she showed a bright smile and then opened her WeChat QR code. "Okay, thank you, senior. I really like boneless chicken feet and cherries." The boy smiled happily after hearing Zhou Na's words, added Zhou Na's WeChat, and then walked away happily. Jiang Chen witnessed all this from a distance and cursed the system in his heart. What a bullshit system. It also says that she hates all opposite sexes indiscriminately. I think she is obviously happy to contact them. Jiang Chen had just finished scolding the system when he discovered that something was wrong. After the handsome guy walked away, Jonah deleted the WeChat account she had just added. Not only that, she stood up and walked to the slop bucket and threw all the chicken feet and cherries she had just received into it. Chapter 21. The school beauty gave me a watermelon. Since you don't want someone else's things, couldn't you just refuse them? Jiang Chen couldn't help but walk over and speak, because he felt that Jonah was really strange, and Jiang Chen couldn't help but want to understand her. Jonah turned around and saw Jiang Chen, who was in the same class with her. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. Do I need to explain to you what I do? I just like to tease men, do you need to care? Jonah said and walked away without even looking at Jiang Chen. When she passed by Jiang Chen, she bumped him hard with her shoulder. Psycho. Jiang Chen muttered. No matter how beautiful this kind of psychopathic woman is, you should stay away from her. Ding. The system has assigned a special challenging mission. Task content: raise Jonah's favorability to above 98 points, and you will receive a 100 million yuan prize. Hiss. Hearing the task reward given by the system, Jiang Chen couldn't help but take a breath. The reward for reaching 98 favorability with other opposite sex is 10 million, but the reward for reaching 98 favorability with Jonah is 100 million. But thinking about Jonah's negative favorability and her attitude towards me, I'm afraid completing this task would be harder than climbing to the sky. The next day, all freshmen at Chengdu University began military training. Although it was already mid-September, the weather in Chengdu was still very hot. Jiang Chen's military training location was in the playground of the Art Academy. All the students were wearing the school's uniform camouflage uniforms. Although they were the same clothes, they had different effects on each person. For example, Qian Jin, who has a vulgar temperament, looks like a puppet soldier in camouflage uniform, while Jiang Chen, who has an upright posture, looks like an unstoppable warrior in camouflage uniform. Jiang Chen saw Shangguan Yanyu and Jonah in the formation. Shangguan Yanyu had a gentle temperament, but she looked more dashing in the military uniform. Jonah's temperament was more suitable for the camouflage uniform, and no one would doubt that she was a female soldier in service. In order to facilitate training, Shangguan Yanyu and Jonah both tied up their long hair, revealing their fair and smooth necks, which looked even fairer and more beautiful under the sunlight. The morning's content was basically the opening ceremony of the military training, as well as the instructors and students getting to know each other. The instructor in charge of the military training was called Wu Gang. As his name suggested, he was a dark-skinned, tough-looking man. His eyes were full of determination, which was exactly what Jiang Chen imagined a soldier to be. The formal military training only begins in the afternoon. In the scorching afternoon sun, Jiang Chen's class was lined up in a neat formation for training. The training content is also very simple. It is nothing more than looking left, looking right, saluting, marching in step, etc. However, the afternoon sun was very strong and the outdoor temperature was as high as 36 degrees. The students were miserable, but when they saw the gloomy face of instructor Wu Gang, they did not dare to complain. There were many seniors watching the fun around the parade. They were holding big watermelons and sitting under the shade of trees, watching the freshmen suffer, which made the freshmen very angry. Jiang Chen was the only one in the entire team who maintained a strong posture. Since the system had silently enhanced Jiang Chen's physical fitness, this training was not a big deal for Jiang Chen at all. Jiang Chen's firmness also won the silent praise of instructor Wu Gang. He didn't expect that among this group of spoiled college students, there is such a hard-working child. After training for an hour and a half under the scorching sun, Wu Gang just announced that everyone should rest for half an hour. Wu Gang's words were like an imperial decree of amnesty for the whole world. Everyone felt relieved and ran to the shade of the trees to enjoy the coolness. In addition to the director class 1 where Jiang Chen was, there were also professional classes such as broadcasting, acting, music, animation, etc. At this time, Chen Jin came over with a wretched look on his face and whispered to Jiang Chen. "Brother, I'm in love." "Ah? So fast?" Jiang Chen felt unbelievable. Chen Jin was no longer single in just a few days? Shoo! Keep your voice down. It's just unrequited love, just now. A blush appeared on Chen Jin's wretched face. Following Chen Jin's gaze, Jiang Chen saw a girl from the next class. The girl couldn't be said to be very pretty, but she looked fair and elegant, and must be a very well-behaved little girl. Not bad, not bad. If you like it, you should seize the opportunity. I wish you success. Jiang Chen gave his sincere blessing. Although Qian Jin has a somewhat vulgar temperament, he is a harmless person and is still worth making friends with. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Chen Jin smiled happily. Brother, I hope you can find your partner soon. College life is only 4 years long, so you must seize the opportunity. If you have any questions about picking up girls, just ask me. Chen Jin hadn't finished his words when he suddenly looked ahead with a dull look in his eyes. I saw a beautiful woman walking towards me. She had long flowing hair, light steps, and looked full of energy. She was wearing a French college-style shirt and a plaid miniskirt, and her white stockings and sneakers made her look even more youthful. The most important thing is that the girl has a sweet face and delicate features, and she looks like a young heroine from a movie. These students who were undergoing military training were just freshmen who had just graduated from high school. When they saw such a beautiful girl, they were all stunned, with little hearts in their eyes. Chen Jin had already recognized the person and muttered to himself. It's actually Lu Yanyan, one of the 4 most beautiful girls on campus, and she's walking towards us. That's right, this beauty is Lu Yanyan. At this moment, she is holding a plate of sliced chilled watermelon in her hand and walking towards the rest area of Director St1 with a smile on her face. At this moment, the popular man Su Chuang said ecstatically. There are only a few boys here, she must be here to give me some watermelon. After saying that, Su Chuang stood up and walked towards Lu Yanyan. Hello beautiful lady, thank you for your. Su Chuang walked in front of Lu Yanyan, and while talking, he was about to reach out and take the watermelon from Lu Yanyan's hand. However, before he could say the word watermelon, he found that Lu Yanyan didn't even look at him, and walked straight past him. Su Chuang's 2 hands stopped in mid-air. The situation was extremely awkward. Lu Yanyan passed Su Chuang and trotted over to Jiang Chen, saying with a distressed look on her face. It's so hot, thank you for your hard work. After saying that, she used her delicate little hands to fan Jiang Chen's head, then picked up a large piece of iced watermelon with a fork and fed it to Jiang Chen's mouth with her own hands. Jiang Chen was enjoying chewing the big watermelon that Lu Yanyan fed him, then he pinched her pink face lovingly and said, Don't come here in such a strong sun. I'll be sad if you get tanned. Lu Yanyan took out a fragrant tissue from her pocket, wiped away the tiny beads of sweat on Jiang Chen's forehead, and said with a pout, Don't worry about it. I'm happy with it. Chapter 22 Love Rival Chen Zihao. Jiang Chen and Lu Yanyan behaved very intimately, just like a couple in love. The people at the scene looked at Jiang Chen and Lu Yanyan flirting with each other, and they all showed different expressions. The first one was Su Chuan, whose hands were still hanging in the air. His expression changed from disbelief to jealousy and distortion. Chen Jin, who was sitting next to Jiang Chen and witnessed all of this, had a look of conviction and admiration on his face. Shangguan Yenyu seemed calm, but there was a subtle complexity in her eyes. Zhou Na rolled her eyes and spat on the ground. In the broadcasting team not far from Jiang Chen's class, a boy was watching all this with a sinister look. This boy was the one who waited for Lu Yanyan downstairs of Lu Yanyan's dormitory yesterday and then crushed the rose in his hand. At this moment, seeing his sweetheart flirting with a strange man, the boy could no longer suppress the anger in his heart, and walked towards Lu Yanyan and Jiang Chen with clenched fists. Yanyan, what is going on? Who is this man? The boy walked up to Lu Yanyan and asked, his voice trembling with extreme anger. Chen Zihao? Why are you in Rongqing University? Shouldn't you be studying abroad? Lu Yanyan saw the boy in front of her and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Yanyan, I gave up the opportunity to study abroad just for you. I came to Rongqing University just for you. Please be my girlfriend, okay? Hearing Chen Zihao's words, Lu Yanyan's face was full of headache. But she still tried to stay calm and said to Chen Zihao seriously. Chen Zihao, I really only treat you as an ordinary friend. Please don't pursue me so obsessively, okay? You should have gone abroad for further studies, but you came to Rongqing University for me. You did this to impress yourself and only increased my dislike for you. And I want to introduce you to my boyfriend Jiang Chen. As she said that, Lu Yanyan pulled Jiang Chen over and held his hand intimately. At this moment, even if Jiang Chen was stupid, he understood what was going on. This was his love rival coming to kill him. It seemed that the boy in front of him was really a bootlicker. He gave up the opportunity to study abroad and came to Lu Yanyan's school, but Lu Yanyan had no feelings for him at all. Although he felt a little embarrassed, Jiang Chen still greeted Chen Zihao. Chen Zihao's expression had become distorted at this moment, and he said to Lu Yanyan angrily, "I've sent someone to investigate. He's just a poor loser. He can't give you a good life at all." Lu Yanyan felt strange. Jiang Chen drove a top-of-the-line G-class. How could he be just a loser? However, she was completely in love with Jiang Chen now. She didn't care what his identity was. "Even if he has to sleep on the street every day, I will stay with him forever. There are some things that material things cannot give you." Lu Yanyan's words made Jiang Chen feel warm in his heart. He completely believed that what Lu Yanyan said was from the heart. Chen Zihao's anger had reached its peak at this moment. He pointed at Jiang Chen's head and said something cruel. "Boy, just wait for me. I will let you know how miserable it will be to compete with me, Chen Zihao, for a woman." After saying that, Chen Zihao walked away without looking back. Jiang Chen had a nonchalant look on his face. He didn't take this little Karami seriously, but he still felt it necessary to find out the whole story. Lu Yanyan also saw the doubt in Jiang Chen's eyes, so she explained. "His name is Chen Zihao. His parents opened a big company in Chengdu. He is a well-known rich second generation. My mother worked as a cleaner in his parents' company before she got sick. One time when I went to visit my mother, I ran into him. From then on, he started to pester me. But Jiang Chen, you have to believe me. I only like you from the beginning to the end." Seeing Lu Yanyan's aggrieved look, Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. "Little fool, of course I believe you unconditionally." After hearing Jiang Chen's words, Lu Yanyan showed some relief, but then he became a little nervous again. That Chen Zihao is rich and powerful. He will definitely take revenge on you. What should I do? Jiang Chen touched her little head and comforted her. "Don't worry, I don't take him seriously at all. And I will protect you well and won't let you get hurt." After hearing Jiang Chen's words, Lu Yanyan felt a sense of security. Ding! The system detected that Lu Yanyan's favorability is 3, and the current favorability is 98. Ding! The system has detected that the host has completed the task. The 10 million yuan task reward has been issued. Please check it. Jiang Chen's words were actually from the heart, but he didn't expect that he would accidentally break through the 98 favorability rating. Jiang Chen took out his mobile phone to check, and indeed, 10 million yuan was deposited into his bank card. After finishing the intense training in the afternoon, everyone dragged their tired bodies back to the dormitory. Jiang Chen took a deep shower and felt refreshed. Just as I lay down on the bed, I saw Wu Daxian on the bed opposite me setting up a small altar with cakes and fruits on it. Wu Daxian was kneeling down in a serious manner. "Daxian, what are you doing?" Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a little scared. Could it be that his silly roommate was using some evil magic? "I'm kneeling down to worship the Dragon King, praying to him for heavy rain in the next few days so that we don't have to do military training." Looking at Wu Daxian's silly look, Jiang Chen couldn't help laughing out loud. His roommate was really cute. Jiang Chen just blinked and found Chen Jin and Su Chuang suddenly standing beside his bed, looking at him with a flattering look on their faces, which scared him. "Oh my god, you two are crazy. You suddenly appear at someone's bedside, aren't you afraid of scaring that person into having a heart attack?" Chen Jin smiled with wrinkles on his face and said flatteringly. "Brother, are you tired? Can I massage your legs and waist? Actually, my family runs a bathhouse. This is a craft passed down from my ancestors. It's very comfortable." Even Su Chuang, who usually looked down upon everyone, took out 2 packs of Zhenghua cigarettes, bowed and nodded to Jiang Chen and said, "Brother, I was not able to recognize the real talent before. I apologize for the offense. Please take care of me in the future." The attitudes of these two people made Jiang Chen realize that something was wrong. If it was Chen Jin, it would be fine, but why did Su Chuang make a 180-degree turn in his attitude towards him? As the saying goes, if someone shows kindness to you without any reason, he is either a traitor or a thief. Jiang Chen asked cautiously, "What's the matter with you two?" Chen Jin and Su Chuan looked at each other, then they knelt down with a plop and said in unison, "Lord Love Saint, please accept us as your disciples. From now on, we will follow your lead without any complaints." Chapter 23 Bajiquan Talent, Awakening. Jiang Chen was startled by the sudden actions of Qian Jin and Su Chuang. His brain was working rapidly, and he probably figured out the cause and effect at this moment. It was probably because Lu Yanyan sent him a watermelon in the afternoon that made them completely convinced and worship him, so they wanted to take him as their master. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen said seriously, I originally wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but now I'm going to be frank. I won't pretend anymore. I am the love saint himself. But I'm sorry, I never accept disciples, so you two should just give up. After hearing Jiang Chen's rejection, Shen Jin and Su Chuang not only did not give up, but their attitude became even stronger. Master, as long as you can help me get out of being single, I'll pay for his cigarettes this semester. Shen Jin said as he pinched Jiang Chen's thigh. Seeing this, Su Chuang also quickly expressed his opinion, Master, as long as you can help me get rid of being single, I will pay for your meals this semester. After saying that, he quickly patted Jiang Chen's shoulders. At this moment, Jiang Chen closed his eyes and showed an expression of great enjoyment. Well, since you are so sincere, I will reluctantly accept you as my disciples. Shen Jin and Su Chuang were overjoyed when Jiang Chen agreed to accept them as his disciples, as if they would be single in the next second. Do you each have a favorite girl? Tell me your target first, so I can help you plan. Master, the girl I have a crush on is the girl in the class next to mine this afternoon. I have already found out her name. Her name is Wang Jingjing. Jiang Chen had an impression of the girl Chen Jin was talking about. She had short hair and was sweet and cute. The girl named Wang Jingjing looks quite honest, so it shouldn't be difficult to help Chen Jin pursue her. What about you? Who is your secret crush? Jiang Chen asked Su Chuang, but found that Su Chuang, who had always been inexplicably confident, was now looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. I don't have a crush on anyone yet, I'll wait until fate brings me together. Su Chuang's voice could not hide the sadness. It seemed that the incident with Shangguan Yenyu last time had hit him hard. In fact, Su Chuang also figured it out. It was impossible for him to be with a beauty like Shangguan Yenyu. It would be more realistic for him to find a pretty girl in school and have a sweet love affair with her. In fact, although Su Chuang is a boastful and pretentious person, fortunately he is not a bad person and his family has some financial resources, so it is not difficult for him to find a partner in school. The three of Jiang Chen got along well, while Wu Daqiang prayed for rain earnestly. The atmosphere in dormitory 310 was unprecedentedly good at the moment. Perhaps they would not have thought that they had some grudges against each other at first, but later they would become good brothers who could talk about anything. At 8 o'clock in the evening, after Jiang Chen ate a bowl of clay pot noodles alone in the cafeteria, he thought about taking a walk by Qin Lake. One has to walk through a shady path to get to Qin Lake from the cafeteria. It was already late at night, and as soon as Su Jiao walked into the shady path, he was stopped by a figure. Do you still remember me? The person who stopped Jiang Chen asked in a cold voice. The person who came was Chen Zihao, who had threatened Jiang Chen on the playground during the day. He didn't expect that he would come to him so soon. What? You want to fight? I don't think you're my match, are you? Chen Zihao is thin and half a head shorter than Jiang Chen. Moreover, with the help of the system, Jiang Chen has full muscles all over his body. I am afraid that even if there are two more Chen Zihaos, they will not be a match for Jiang Chen. However, just as Jiang Chen finished his words, 8 or 9 students suddenly appeared from the woods on both sides and surrounded Jiang Chen. These 8 or 9 students were all tall, and it was obvious that they were specially recruited by Chen Zihao to teach Jiang Chen a lesson. Jiang Chen now showed a miserable look on his face. He was fully confident that he could deal with Chen Zihao alone, but if he dealt with this group of people, he would probably just get beaten. 3 or 2 students passing by saw this situation and hurriedly moved away. Fights often happened on campus, and they were no longer surprised. System, are you there? In desperation, Jiang Chen began to call the system to see if there was any solution. Host, what can I do for you? What's the matter? Can't you see that I'm about to be beaten? Is there any way that I can become a martial arts master now? Jiang Chen was speechless about this system at this moment. Ding! The system has detected that the host's personal safety is threatened, and has awakened the host's Bajiquan talent. The system prompt sounded, and before Jiang Chen could react, he felt an ancient Bajiquan boxing manual appear in his mind. The moves and routines in the boxing manual were completely absorbed by Jiang Chen's brain at this moment. Moreover, he felt that his limbs were full of strength, and he wanted to practice Bajiquan right away to release this strength. Boy, you dare to snatch the woman from our boss? Brothers, kill him. One of the students said to Jiang Chen, and then rushed towards Jiang Chen. This student was about 185 centimeters tall, and at this moment he rushed towards Jiang Chen like a human tank. This student was very confident that he alone could give Jiang Chen a good beating. However, Jiang Chen was not panicked at all. Although the opponent's attack speed was very fast, it was still too slow in Feng Chen's eyes at this moment. Just when the student was about to hit Jiang Chen with his fist raised, Jiang Chen cleverly bent down, wrapped his hands around the opponent's raised fist, then stepped forward, swung his hands, and pushed suddenly. In this way, Jiang Chen used the Taishanko technique from Bajiquan in a continuous manner. Jiang Chen actually only used 30% of his strength, but the student was like a kite with a broken string. His tall body was suddenly knocked 4 or 5 meters away and he lay on the ground wailing. In just a few seconds, Jiang Chen knocked down one of the main forces brought by Chen Zihao. The other brothers looked at Chen Zihao in confusion. When he came, he didn't say that the other party was a martial artist. Chen Zihao's eyes were also filled with shock, but he calmed down and encouraged his younger brothers. He knows a little bit of kung fu, but 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. Let's just attack together. After hearing what Chen Zihao said, several younger brothers also felt that it made sense, and at the same time formed an encirclement and attacked Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen took a lunge and used a hammer to collide with the oncoming fist. The latter covered his fist and screamed like a pig being slaughtered, obviously in great pain. Jiang Chen dodged another punch and knocked the man on the right to the ground with a palm strike. Then he kicked the man on the left with a whip kick. Although the other side had more people and more power, their fighting style was disorganized and their speed was too slow in Jiang Chen's eyes. After just a few more encounters, the 8 or 9 thugs that Chen Zihao had called over were all knocked to the ground by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was just about to look for Chen Zihao. Wait! Where is Chen Zihao? Chen Zihao had run away at some point and disappeared into the night. Chapter 24, Helping Shinkursen to fight PK. At this moment, this green path was already surrounded by onlookers. Jiang Chen didn't want to be too conspicuous, so he left in a hurry. You are quite skilled. You must have practiced Bajiquan for at least 17 or 18 years. Jiang Chen had just walked out of the tree-lined path when a figure walked out from the darkness and spoke to him. Jiang Chen looked closely and found that it was Wu Gang, the military training instructor of his class. Wu Gang was wearing casual clothes at the moment, but it still couldn't hide his explosive muscles. Hello, Instructor Wu. Jiang Chen greeted quickly. I just saw you were in trouble and wanted to help you, but I didn't expect you to beat them down in no time. Hearing Wu Gang's words, Jiang Chen scratched his head a little embarrassedly. When I was young, I followed a master and practiced for a few years. I know a little bit, but I'm just so-so. Instructor, I'm going back to rest. Goodbye. Jiang Chen found an excuse and slipped away, while Wu Gang behind him showed an expression of great appreciation. Thanks to Chen Zihao who came to cause trouble for me, I awakened my talent in Bajiquan, which will be very useful in self-protection or saving damsels in distress in the future. Jiang Chen returned to the dormitory, played with his phone for a while, and had a very sweet sleep. The next morning, Jiang Chen was sleeping soundly when he was suddenly awakened by Wu Daqiang's sudden shout. Damn it, Daqiang, what the hell are you doing? If you don't sleep, we have to sleep too. Jiang Chen muttered sleepily. It's raining outside, it's actually raining outside. My prayer for rain has come true. Wu Daqiang pointed outside the window and danced with joy. At this moment, Jiang Chen, Shen Jin and others also noticed that there was a strong wind and heavy rain outside the window. There was no doubt that there would be no military training today. At this time, the class monitor Shangguan Yenyu also sent a notice in the class group asking everyone to rest in the dormitory. Jiang Chen and others gave Wu Daqiang a thumbs up, then fell into a deep sleep. Jiang Chen slept until 11 o'clock in the morning, then he stretched himself with satisfaction and got up to wash. At this moment, the rain outside the window still showed no sign of stopping. Su Chuang and Shen Jin were fighting in the Summoner's Rift, and Wu Daqiang was watching a boring soap opera on his computer. The heavy rain outside made the windows crackle. I have to say that this atmosphere was very comfortable. Jiang Chen took out his mobile phone and opened the Love Live app. The first live broadcast room that popped up was Kuxian's live broadcast room. Today, Shinkursen is wearing a college-style knitted jacket and a pink lace skirt, and she looks like a perfectly sweet girl. But at this moment Shinkursen was obviously unhappy, with 2 unwiped tears hanging from the corners of her eyes. It was obvious that Shinkursen had just cried. It was not until she noticed JC entering the live broadcast room that she tried hard to force a smile. Welcome the top brother, JC, to my live broadcast room. Because Jiang Chen bought Shin Kursen a dazzling castle worth 30,000 yuan last time, even after several days, Jiang Chen still firmly holds the top spot on the list. What's going on? What happened just now? Jiang Chen couldn't help but send a barrage and asked. Seeing that the number one in his live broadcast room had arrived, dozens of other viewers in the room also seemed very excited, and they talked about what had just happened in the barrage. Although everyone's description was very confusing, Jiang Chen roughly understood what was going on. Shin Kursen had just encountered a PK with another female anchor, who required the loser to accept the truth from the other party. After Shin Kursen lost, the other party asked her how many opposite sexes she had had sex with. Shin Kursen naturally said that she had not done it yet, but this triggered verbal insults and attacks from the host on the other side. She cursed Shin Kursen for being a bitch pretending to be pure, saying that in fact she had slept with countless people. The audience in the opposite live broadcast room also rushed into Shin Kursen's live broadcast room, cursing some vulgar words, which caused Shin Kursen to cry out of grievance. Of course Jiang Chen knew that Shin Kursen was not lying, because the system showed that Shin Kursen's charge was 0, so Jiang Chen could understand how aggrieved Shin Kursen was. Go connect with that anchor again, and I'll help you get your place back. Jiang Chen's comment made the live broadcast room boil over. With the support of the top brother, the people in the live broadcast room felt stronger. Shin Kursen originally didn't want to argue with the other party, but at this moment the audience in the live broadcast room was very enthusiastic, so she had no choice but to connect with the other party again. At this moment, a live broadcast room named Sister Yun appeared on Jiang Chen's mobile phone screen. The female anchor in the live broadcast room was heavily made up and had a beauty filter of level 10. She was wearing a low-cut pajamas, and her breasts were so swollen that it made people dizzy. This is obviously a female anchor who was playing tricks on the live broadcast platform to earn some money from old men. College students like Shin Kursen who have not yet experienced the world will naturally suffer if they meet such a female anchor. At this moment, Jiang Chen also called up Sister Yun's information panel. Name, Lu Yun. Age, 40. Height, 158. Weight, 60 kilograms. Appearance, 30 points. Favorability, 0. Charge, 21. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel strange when analyzing Sister Yun's information. Chen Yun was already 40 years old, and judging from her height and weight, she was obviously a big tank, and even her appearance score was only 30 points. But Sister Yun in the live broadcast room is obviously a young woman with good looks and figure. At this moment, Jiang Chen also understood instantly that the person on the other side must be a beauty filter warrior. It is estimated that once the beauty filter is turned off, the top brother on the list will be scared to run away overnight. At this moment, Sister Yun on the other side felt a little surprised to see Shin Kursen actively connecting with her, but she immediately started to sneer. Oh, so you're the little slut who lied after losing the PK. I despise dishonest people like you the most. Shin Kursen's face turned pale with anger when she heard Sister Yun's words, but she immediately saw the comments JC sent on the public screen. JC, don't be angry, I'm here. Go challenge her to a PK, and the punishment for losing is to ask her to turn off all the beauty filters. After hearing JC's words, Shin Kursen felt a sense of security, and then said to Sister Yun, do you dare to play another PK? If you lose, I will turn off all the beauty filters in your live broadcast room. After hearing what Shin Kursen said, Sister Yun couldn't help but burst into laughter. You know, Shin Kursen and she had PK several times, and she won easily every time. She didn't believe that she would lose this time. Moreover, if she has another PK, she will have another reason to ask her family for gifts. Why not do such a thing? In fact, most of the viewers in Sister Yun's live broadcast room are middle-aged men with some spare money, while Shin Kursen's live broadcast room is full of young college students. So naturally Sister Yun can receive more gifts. No problem. I'll play with you again. But if you lose this time, you have to lie on the ground, bark like a dog, and crawl around the room 3 times. Chapter 25. Can I continue to play the brilliant castle? After hearing what Sister Yun said, Shin Kursen couldn't help but hesitate. After all, lying on the ground and barking like a dog was too humiliating. JC, promise her, don't be afraid, you won't lose with me here. Seeing the comments from JC, Shin Kursen felt relieved for no reason. Come on, who's afraid of who? Shin Kursen said to Sister Yun with a stubborn look on her face. As Shin Kursen sent a PK invitation to Sister Yun, the two officially entered the PK interface. There is a long health bar above the PK interface. The left side of the health bar is blue, representing Shin Kursen, and the right side of the health bar is red, representing Sister Yun. The side with more gifts will naturally have a longer health bar. The side with the longer health bar at the end of the PK will be the winner. Family, we must win this PK, everyone give me small gifts. With Sister Yun's shout, the PK officially began. The big brothers in Sister Yun's live broadcast room gave gifts one after another. Sister Yun's top brother Mr. Zhu directly gave 10 rockets. The PK had just started for half a minute when Sister Yun's red health bar suddenly became longer, shortening Shin Kursen's blue health bar. Ah, now you've seen my strength. Get ready to bark like a puppy. Sister Yun couldn't help but sneer at Shin Kursen when she saw her health bar getting longer and longer. Thank you, Mr. Zhu, the number one brother on the list, for sending me the 10 rockets. Xiao Yun will always love you, moi. Sister Yun posed coquettishly in front of the camera and thanked Mr. Zhu, the number one brother on the list, in a coquettish manner. It seemed as if Sister Yun's words gave Mr. Zhu strength, and he fired 10 rockets in one breath. You know, a rocket costs 1,000 yuan each, and Mr. Zhu bought 20 of them at once, which means a total of 20,000 yuan. At this moment, in an office building in Chengdu, a bald man with a big belly was sitting in the boss chair, watching Sister Yun's live broadcast. He is Mr. Zhu, the top brother in Sister Yun's live broadcast room. His real name is Zhu Feihu. He runs a medium-sized company in Chengdu. Zhu Feihu often hunts for beauties on some live broadcast platforms and conquers female anchors with money. He has used the same method to successfully have unspeakable things happen to several female anchors. In his opinion, after finishing this PK tonight, he will be able to take down Sister Yun. Just as Zhu Feihu was happily imagining the good things, a magical special effect appeared on the phone screen. A black night sky filled with many bright stars appeared on the page where the two female anchors were competing against each other. Then these stars fell rapidly like meteors and turned into a gorgeous and dazzling castle. Holy shit! It's actually a dazzling castle. This is the most expensive gift on the Love Live platform. Someone in Sister Yun's live broadcast room has already recognized that this gift is the most expensive dazzling castle. The worst thing is that this dazzling castle was actually given to the host on the opposite side, Shin Kursen. At this moment, Sister Yun's face was ashen, and she looked extremely ugly. You know, a dazzling castle is worth 30,000 yuan, and her number one Zhu just swiped 20 rockets, but it was still not as expensive as someone else's dazzling castle. Looking at the health bar that was suppressed by Shin Kursen, Sister Yun immediately said delicately, Mr. Zhu, my sister is about to lose. Can you really bear it? Good brother, why don't you come and protect your sister? Zhu Feihu has been bewitched by Sister Yun's delicate appearance. At this moment, without thinking twice, he is ready to build a dazzling castle for Sister Yun. Just as he was about to recharge, the special effects of the dazzling castle appeared again on the phone screen. He, Sister Yun, Shin Kursen, and all the audience watching the PK witnessed a scene that they will never forget in their lives. Brilliant Castle 1. Castle Bling 2. Castle of Splendor 3. Brilliant Castle 20. When Shin Kursen had obtained 20 dazzling castles in a row, the live broadcast rooms on both sides went wild. Even the audience of Sister Yun's live broadcast room rushed into Shin Kursen's live broadcast room, wanting to see the style of this rich man who had obtained 20 dazzling castles in a row. 20 dazzling castles, that's a full 600,000 yuan. How much strength and courage does it take to spend 600,000 yuan in just less than a minute? Even in the live broadcast room of the top internet anchors, it is difficult to see such exaggerated operations, let alone Shin Kursen's live broadcast room with only dozens of people. At this moment, Shin Kursen's live broadcast room was completely boiling, and countless people expressed their shock in the barrage. Shin Kursen also half opened her cute little mouth, and couldn't believe what she saw. You know, except for the dazzling castle that JC bought her last time, the most expensive gift she had ever received was only 100 yuan. These 20 dazzling castles were worth 60 yuan, and he could get a share of 300,000 yuan. For a junior student, this was definitely an astronomical figure. Sister Yun in the opposite live broadcast room had lost control of her expression at this moment. Her eyes were wide open and she muttered in disbelief. Glittering castle, can it be refreshed continuously? Zhu Feihu was slumped in his boss chair with sweat all over his face. The person opposite him was really scary to him. Although it was not the first time for him to help a female anchor in PK, it was the first time he saw someone clear 20 dazzling castles in a row. Zhu Feihu knew very well that he had met a truly wealthy man this time. Even if his assets were increased tenfold, he would not dare to compete with the wealthy man on the other side. In this PK, Sister Yun is bound to lose. Ding! The system detects that Shinkursen's favorability is 40, and the current favorability is 60. At this moment, Jiang Chen, the instigator, was listening to the system's prompt sound and grinning as he looked at the more than 5 million yuan in consumption rebates that had just been deposited into his account. Not only can you show off and get rebates, but you can also increase the sweet school beauty's favorability towards you. This live broadcast is really fun to watch. At this moment, no one dared to say a word in Sister Yun's live broadcast room, and Sister Yun knew that she had no chance of turning the tables. She no longer had the arrogant and domineering momentum she had before. Looking at her health bar that was almost invisible due to Shinkursen's counterattack, Sister Yun lowered her head and said weakly, "I lost." In fact, Shinkursen is just a simple and lovely female college student. Although she was bullied to tears by Sister Yun before, when she saw her sister bow her head and admit defeat, the anger in her heart had long disappeared. Just when Shinkursen was about to give up, JC sent a comment. "Let her fulfill the punishment for failing the PK, believe me, there will be a surprise." Shinkursen didn't know what the surprise JC was talking about, but she still did as she was told and asked Sister Yun to fulfill the punishment. The punishment agreed upon at the beginning was for Sister Yun to turn off all the beauty filters and special effects in the live broadcast room. Although Sister Yun was unwilling to do so, she was afraid that if she did not fulfill the bet, she would anger the mysterious rich man in Shinkursen's live broadcast room. There was no other way, so Sister Yun gritted her teeth and started to turn off the beauty and special effects in her live broadcast room one by one. Chapter 26, the number one brother on the ranking list escaped overnight. As Sister Yun turned off the beauty filters and special effects one by one, the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but gasp. The number one on the list, Zhu Feihu, widened his eyes in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. Sister Yun turned off her facial whitening function, revealing her dark yellow skin that looked like the surface of the moon. Sister Yun turned off the big eye special effect, revealing her chubby, squinting eyes. Sister Yun turned off the face slimming function, revealing a fat face full of flesh. After Sister Yun turned off all the beauty filters and special effects, the beautiful Sister Yun was no longer in the picture. Instead, it was clearly an extremely ugly fat woman sitting in the camera. Sister Yun's live broadcast room was in an uproar. Everyone who had given Sister Yun gifts felt an unprecedented insult, and they angrily demanded that Sister Yun return their money on the public screen. Looking at Sister Yun's number one brother Zhu, his nickname is now displayed as this user has cancelled his account. It is estimated that the psychological trauma brought to Zhu Feihu by today's live broadcast will take him a lifetime to heal. Shinkursen opened her mouth in surprise at this moment. The final result of this PK was beyond her expectations. And Jiang Chen must have known Sister Yun's true appearance, so he set this trap for Sister Yun. But how did he know this? Shinkursen felt that her number one brother was full of mystery. Moreover, this JC spent 600,000 yuan on me in one go, but he didn't even send me a private message asking for my contact information, and he didn't even say hello to me. It was really weird. However, Shinkursen still felt that she should take the initiative to contact the number one on the list. After all, the other party had spent so much money on her, and according to industry norms, she should also treat the other party to a meal or something. Because JC's account information showed that he was also in Chengdu, Shinkursen could easily arrange for the top list to meet offline to express her gratitude. But Shinkursen still had doubts in her heart. What if the other party was a greasy middle-aged man? What if the other party was a vulgar and perverted? After thinking it over, Shinkursen sent a private message to JC. After all, it would be inappropriate if she didn't express anything when others had plundered so many brilliant castles. Can we add each other on WeChat? I would like to invite you to dinner offline to express my gratitude. After sending this private message, Shinkursen waited nervously for the other party's reply. In the past, Shinkursen would not even read the short essays sent by dozens of lickdogs on WeChat, but this was the first time she was so nervously looking forward to a reply from the opposite sex. Okay. JC simply replied with an OK and then sent his WeChat account. Shinkursen hurriedly searched, and the other party's avatar and name looked like young people, which made Shinkursen feel a little relieved. Looking through the other person's circle of friends again, Shinkursen couldn't help but widen her eyes. Because she saw Qinhu of Rongqing University in JC's circle of friends, and also saw the various delicacies in the fourth canteen. Since all the people living in Qinhu dormitory are freshmen, Shinkursen can completely infer that the other party is a freshman of Rongqing University living in Qinhu dormitory. Are you a freshman at Rongqing University? Shinkursen asked with a triad attitude. Yes, hello, senior sister. Jiang Chen was not surprised that Shin Kursen knew his identity, because he probably guessed that Shin Kursen browsed his circle of friends. Seeing Jiang Chen's reply, Shin Kursen felt at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Her top student on the list was actually in the same school as her, and was now calling her senior? Shin Kursen felt that this was too alienating. Well, thank you for buying so many gifts for me. I want to invite you to have a meal offline. Can we meet in the commercial street near the school in an hour? No problem. At this moment, the rain outside the window has stopped. Jiang Chen changed into a set of casual clothes and headed towards the commercial street. After all, this is the first time he meets Shin Kursen, and he can't let the school beauty wait for him, right? Master, are we going out just as the rain has stopped? Shen Jin couldn't help but ask when he saw Jiang Chen getting ready to go out. It's just a small matter when going out. Jiang Chen waved his hand, then walked out of the dormitory without looking back. In the dormitory, Shen Jin and Su Chuang smiled at each other, then tiptoed behind. The air was filled with a fresh scent after a heavy rain. The sun shone through the gaps in the dark clouds. This kind of weather was very suitable for couples to meet. Jiang Chen and Shin Kursen agreed to meet at the door of a Western restaurant. Shin Kursen had not arrived yet, so Jiang Chen had to sit on a chair at the door and wait. Just a few minutes later, Jiang Chen saw a sweet and lovely girl on the commercial street. The girl was wearing a light yellow lace puff-sleeve short skirt, revealing her delicate collarbone and long, straight white legs, and white stockings and white sneakers on her feet. The girl's long hair fell down like seaweed, and she had a light yellow hairband tied on it. She had a sweet bunny-style makeup on her face. The makeup was not too heavy, but it matched her delicate and cute little face very well. The girl walked on the commercial street, exuding a sweet girl's aura. The faces of the girls around her were full of jealousy, and the faces of the boys were full of admiration. Jiang Chen recognized the girl at a glance. She was Shin Kursen, who was broadcasting live in the live broadcast room just now. But Jiang Chen didn't expect that Shin Kursen was even sweeter than she was in the live broadcast room. She was simply a peach walking in the world, which made Jiang Chen a little nervous at the moment. At this moment, Shin Kursen was also looking for the figure of the top brother on the list. Since Shin Kursen didn't know what JC looked like, she could only guess and look for him. Could it be that greasy man who smokes? Shin Kursen saw a rough-looking greasy man near the Western restaurant and couldn't help but feel a little worried. Could it be that disgusting, wretched man? Shin Kursen saw another wretched-looking man near the Western restaurant, staring at her thighs, and she felt like dying. Could it be that handsome guy? Shin Kursen saw another handsome guy with a good aura and a handsome appearance. But Shin Kursen quickly rejected her idea. Such a handsome guy might have been taken in Rongqing University. How could he be so busy posting pictures of the brilliant castle in her live broadcast room? According to the rules of the live broadcast industry, the top guy in a live broadcast room cannot be a handsome guy. Shin Kursen lowered her head and opened her cell phone, ready to contact JC on WeChat. At this moment, a delicate and slender hand patted Shin Kursen's shoulder. Shin Kursen looked up and saw an exquisite and handsome face smiling at her. It was the handsome guy I just saw. At this moment, Shin Kursen hadn't reacted to what was going on. She asked in confusion. What can I do for you? The handsome guy's smile became even more intense, and his right hand, which had been behind his back, actually took out a bouquet of elegant vintage roses. Didn't you ask me out? Chapter 27. Holding Shin Kursen's hand and returning to school. Hearing what this handsome guy said, Shin Kursen said in disbelief. You are JC? Seeing Shin Kursen's shocked expression, Jiang Chen said with a smile. I've given you so many dazzling castles, and you're just going to let me blow the wind on the main road? Shin Kursen was also shocked at this moment, and with a blushing face, she took Jiang Chen into the Western restaurant. I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm a freshman in the art department. My name is Jiang Chen. Sitting at a window seat in the restaurant, Jiang Chen looked at Shin Kursen, who was sitting opposite him, and said with a smile. Although it was the first time for Jiang Chen to meet Shin Kursen, he was still deeply intoxicated by her sweetness. She had a sweet and lovely smile almost every moment, and was simply a walking peach on earth. My name is Shin Kursen, and I'm a junior law student. Shin Kursen's face turned slightly red. She didn't expect that the top brother in her live broadcast room was neither a rough and greasy man, nor a lustful and obscene man, but such a young and handsome guy. At this moment, the soft sunlight after the rain shone through the window onto Jiang Chen's handsome face. He was like the handsome hero who walked out of a romance novel, making Shin Kursen blush. Ding! The system detected that Shinkursen's favorability is 10, and the current favorability is 70. My favorability increased inexplicably. It seems that these 10 points must be due to my handsome appearance, Jiang Chen thought narcissistically. It seems that when I see you in school in the future, I will have to address you as senior sister. Jiang Chen said jokingly. It was hard to tell that Shinkursen was actually a law school student. Jiang Chen could never imagine that Shinkursen would become a prosecutor or a lawyer in the future. If such a sweet girl were to argue in court, wouldn't she make the lawyer on the other side fall in love with her? Don't call me senior sister, it makes me look old. Shinkursen said with her cute little mouth pouted. But she still asked curiously. You are obviously just a freshman, how can you have so much money to buy the brilliant castle? Seeing Shinkursen's question, Jiang Chen couldn't tell the truth, so he could only laugh and say. Actually, I'm a second-generation rich man, and those 20 dazzling castles are just my daily living expenses. Shinkursen nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that the person number one on her list was indeed a wealthy second-generation rich man. It turned out that poverty limited her imagination. Then why do you give me gifts? I'm not a famous anchor. Shinkursen was like a curious baby, constantly asking questions to Jiang Chen. Ah, that's because you're cute and pretty, and I like you very much. Perhaps she didn't expect Jiang Chen to speak so bluntly. Shinkursen was unprepared and her face turned red instantly. Even Jiang Chen, who was sitting opposite her, could hear her pounding heartbeat. Then will you pursue me? Shinkursen blinked her cute big eyes and looked at Jiang Chen seriously. Cough cough cough. This time it was Jiang Chen's turn to be caught off guard. He had just taken a sip of water but started coughing violently because of Shinkursen's sudden words. I. Jiang Chen actually stuttered at this moment, not knowing how to answer Shinkursen's words. I'm just kidding. But if you really like me, I can give you a chance to pursue me. Others don't even have this chance. Shinkursen's words are always unconventional and every one of them is always beyond Jiang Chen's expectations. She is such a cute and quirky girl. At this moment, at a table not far from where Jiang Chen was sitting, Chen Jin and Su Chuang were eavesdropping furtively, listening to the entire conversation between Jiang Chen and Shinkursen. At this moment, both of them had expressions of shock on their faces, but besides shock, they also felt more admiration. Awesome. Really awesome. Less than half a month after the start of the school, he has already hooked up with 2 of the 4 most beautiful girls in the school. Chen Jin was convinced and looked at Jiang Chen with admiration. I'm convinced. From now on, I'll follow Master's lead. Su Chuang also looked prostrated and had become a fanatical fan of Jiang Chen. It's no wonder that they were both shocked. The 4 most beautiful girls in the school were notoriously hard to pursue. According to statistics on the school's confession wall, there were at least several hundred people pursuing the 4 campus beauties in the past 2 or 3 years, but none of them was able to pursue one of the 4 campus beauties. But it was Jiang Chen, a freshman who had just been in school for half a month, who could get Lu Yanyan to send him watermelons and have a secret meeting with Shinkursen. How can this not be amazing? Looking at Jiang Chen, although it was the first time he met Shinkursen, the two seemed to have endless things to talk about. This was also due to Shinkursen's cheerful and lovely personality. Because Shinkursen had professional classes in the afternoon, Jiang Chen and Shinkursen finished the coffee on the table and prepared to return to school. Ding! System assigned task, hold Shinkursen's hand and go back to school. Task reward, 10 million yuan in cash. Jiang Chen couldn't help being speechless when he heard the sudden task from the system. It was too rude of him to hold someone else's hand when he just met Shinkursen for the first time. However, thinking of the 10 million yuan cash reward, Jiang Chen still endured it. If he could earn this 10 million yuan, then Jiang Chen would have enough to buy a luxury villa near the school. What's wrong? Are you worried about something? Shinkursen looked at Jiang Chen, who was thinking about something, and couldn't help asking. I'm wondering how I can hold your hand. It's really a headache. Jiang Chen answered without thinking after hearing Shinkursen's words. However, as soon as he said this, Jiang Chen immediately covered his mouth. How could he say what was in his heart? Shinkursen was also a little surprised for a moment, but then she smiled and said, You can hold my hand if you want. I won't eat you. Ah. Jiang Chen was unable to react and stood there stupidly. Shinkursen looked at Jiang Chen's silly look and pretended to be angry and said, This is your only chance. If you don't want to get involved, forget it. Jiang Chen finally reacted and immediately held Shin Kurson's pink little hand. Suddenly, a soft and smooth feeling spread in Jiang Chen's palm. I have to say that Shin Kurson's little hands are really comfortable, even softer than Lu Yanyan and Su Qingshue's. Jiang Chen held Shin Kurson's little hand, and a blush appeared on her beautiful face. After all, this was the first time that a person of the opposite sex held her hand. The two of them walked hand in hand in the beautiful campus, just like a couple in love. The classmates on campus cast surprised glances at them. Isn't this Shin Kurson, one of the 4 most beautiful girls in school? Why is she being held by a boy's hand? Does she have a boyfriend? And a pleasant voice came to Jiang Chen's ears. Ding! The system detected that the host has completed the task, and the 10 million yuan reward has been issued successfully. Ding! The system detected that Shin Kurson's favorability is 20, and the current favorability is 90. Chapter 28 Jonah, the innate holy body of passionate dance. As soon as Jiang Chen returned to the dormitory, he found Chen Jin and Su Chuan looking at him ambiguously. Master, you are really awesome. Yesterday Lu Yanyan sent you a watermelon, and today you held Shin Kurson's hand. Chen Jin and Su Chuan massaged and pinched Jiang Chen's legs, looking like they were trying to please him. How did you know? Are you following me? Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask. Do we still need to follow you? Master, please open the school's confession wall and take a look. After hearing Chen Jin's words, Jiang Chen couldn't help but open the school's confession wall, but the first post that caught his eyes almost made him vomit blood on the spot. School beauty Shin Kurson was walking hand in hand with a man, and she is suspected of dating a freshman. There are also a few photos attached below, which are photos of Jiang Chen holding Shin Kurson's hand and walking in the school. The reply under this post made Jiang Chen break out in a cold sweat. Who on earth is this bastard who dares to steal my Xin? The president of my judo club, Zhang Hu, will skin him alive. Zhang Hu, get lost. I've been pursuing Xin for 3 years and she still hasn't said anything. Leave this guy to me, the president of the boxing club, Zhou Wei. Jiang Chen was speechless for a while. It seemed that he had to keep a low profile when dating in school in the future, so as to avoid unnecessary trouble. Fortunately, these photos were taken secretly from a distance, so he could not see his appearance clearly. It was estimated that only Chen Jin and Su Chuan, who were in the same dormitory, recognized him. The second post on the confession wall also attracted Jiang Chen's attention. An ancient martial arts master suddenly appeared in the school, and he easily defeated 10 people in 1 second. Fortunately, because it was late at night, Jiang Chen's face was very blurry in the video, and no one could have imagined that the protagonist of these 2 posts was the same person. And under this post are all crazy replies from girls. Is this the freshman? I want to talk. You are so good at Kung Fu, I wonder how good your Kung Fu is in that area. Jiang Chen had just turned off his phone and rubbed his aching temple when the phone rang again. It was Lu Yanyan calling. What is your relationship with Shin Kurson? Why did you hold hands on campus? Am I prettier or is she? Answer me right now. As soon as Jiang Chen answered the phone, Lu Yanyan's barrage of questions came from the other end. This, that. Jiang Chen was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to answer Lu Yanyan. Forget it, I won't let her take you away. After saying that, Lu Yanyan hung up the phone. Jiang Chen just thought he could calm down for a while, but his cell phone rang again. It was Su Qingshuo calling again. Hello? Jiang Chen's tone sounded a little guilty. He probably guessed why Su Qingshuo was looking for him. Hey, little sweetheart, you seem to be having a good time at school. It's only been a few days since school started and you're already holding the hand of the school beauty? Oh my god, you don't seem to be from our school, so why are you paying attention to our school's news? Jiang Chen was speechless towards Su Qingshuo. What? Are you tired of me? I asked you to come find me but you didn't. Can I look at the confession wall? Not only that, I will go to your school to find you in person in a few days. After saying that, Su Qingshuo hung up the phone, leaving Jiang Chen alone with a headache. There are too many peach blossoms around you, which can sometimes really be a nuisance. After the rainy weather ended, the school continued the military training. Although the students complained, they dared not say anything when they saw the instructor's gloomy face. Although the heavy rain was cool at the time, the heat after the rain was unbearable. The scorching sun evaporated the rainwater on the ground, and the students on the playground were like frogs in warm water. Classmates, Because the weather is too hot this afternoon, we will suspend our training. Let's go to the shade to perform our talent show. Instructor Wu Gang's words made the students who were training on the playground cheer. Although they were still doing outdoor activities, it was much more comfortable to watch the performance in the shade than to be exposed to the sun. If some pretty girl could perform a passionate dance, it would definitely light up the whole place. The performance adopts the form of passing the flower while beating the drum, that is, everyone sits in a circle, one of them holds a flower, and another is responsible for beating the drum. When the drum sounds, the person holding the flower will pass the flower in one by one. Whoever has the flower in his hand when the drum stops will be responsible for performing the show. Everyone formed a big circle, and instructor Wu Gang sat in the middle and beat the drum. As the drum sounded, the student holding the flower immediately passed the flower to the next student. This beautiful flower was like a hot potato at this moment, being passed from one person to another in a hurry. After all, no one wants to perform on stage. If you have artistic talent, it's okay, you can get the priority to choose a spouse during the 4 years of college. If you don't have artistic talent, you may lose the priority to choose a spouse during the 4 years of college. As the drum beat suddenly stopped, everyone present looked towards the place where the flower was. The person who finally held the flower was Jo-na with a grim face. Jo-na looked at the flowers in her hand and couldn't help rolling her eyes. But she didn't drag her feet and shirk her responsibility. Instead, she said 2 words briefly. Dance. As soon as Jo-na finished speaking, the boys immediately started to make noises of excitement. After all, Jo-na had a hot body, and looked like a hot girl and a cool girl. It would be a real treat to watch her dance. Wu Gang brought out a large speaker from somewhere. After Jo-na selected the song, a powerful dance prelude began to play. Jo-na took off her military training hat and untied her hairband. Her thick curly hair fell on her shoulders like a waterfall. The few strands of pink highlights were even more stunning under the sunlight. Jo-na took off her military training uniform, revealing the tight white vest underneath, which perfectly outlined her upper body curves. She tied the bottom of the vest into a bow, revealing her sexy belly button. This move directly controlled all the boys on the field, and even Jiang Chen, who was surrounded by beautiful women, couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Following the rhythm of the music, Jo-na began to twist her slender and sexy waist. Her long seaweed-like hair fluttered with her dance steps, and she looked very powerful. Jo-na's movements are light and graceful, like a mermaid swimming passionately in the sea. The rhythm of each swing is perfectly in sync with the dance music in the speakers. In particular, the various explosive and seductive moves in this hot dance infinitely magnify Jo-na's already unparalleled sexiness and hotness. Jiang Chen, who was staring intently, couldn't help swallowing and said, Jo-na, you are truly a congenitally passionate dancing saint. Chapter 29 Awakening the Talent of the God of Song. By the time Jo-na finished her passionate dance, the boys from other classes who came to watch had already surrounded her in 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Jo-na, however, acted as if nothing had happened. She brushed her long seaweed-like hair, put on her military training jacket, and sat back in her seat. The boys watching all looked at Jiang Chen, Chen Jin, and the others with envy. After all, being in the same class with such hot girls, what more could one ask for? The game of passing the flower while beating the drum continued, and then several students came on stage to perform, but they were either dancing in an uncoordinated manner or singing tuneless songs. The atmosphere that had just been created by Jo-na's passionate dance was about to fall again soon. As the drums began to beat, a new round of passing the flower began. The person who got the flower quickly stuffed it into the hands of the next person, fearing that he would make a fool of himself on stage. Even Jiang Chen was panicking at the moment, because Jiang Chen had been tone deaf since childhood and had no talent for dancing. If he were to perform on stage, it would definitely become a scandal in his college days. However, the thing Jiang Chen feared the most still happened. When instructor Wu Gang stopped his actions and the drum sounded, Chen Jin, who received the flower, threw the flower quickly to the next person as if he had touched a hot potato. When the drum sound completely dissipated and stopped, the flower fell steadily into Jiang Chen's hands. You fucking. Jiang Chen cast a murderous look towards Chen Jin. Chen Jin could only shrug his shoulders, looking like he had no choice. Wu Gang saw Jiang Chen holding the flowers, and he suppressed his laughter and said, "Students with flowers, please come up to the stage and show your best talent." Good, good, good. Chen Jin and Su Chuang, who were eager to see the world in chaos, started to applaud, and the other students followed suit. Jiang Chen came to the center of the crowd with an unpleasant look on his face. Wu Gang said with a half smile, "Student, What is your performance? Beads of sweat flowed down Jiang Chen's forehead, and he stammered. This. I. Everyone's eyes were focused on Jiang Chen. There was teasing, gloating, expectation, and sympathy. Jiang Chen felt like a clown in a circus being watched by everyone. This feeling was really terrible. I can't sing or dance in tune, so should I introduce myself or recite a poem? Is the system here? Can you unlock some artistic talent for me so that I can complete the performance without making a fool of myself? In this extremely urgent situation, Jiang Chen thought of the omnipotent system. Ding! The system has detected the host's strong appeal. The host has awakened the singing talent and master guitar proficiency. As soon as the system's prompt sounded, Jiang Chen felt that a lot of singing techniques and professional knowledge about guitar playing appeared in his mind. Even Jiang Chen felt a warm current flowing through his dantian and throat, as if there was an indescribable power. At this moment, Jiang Chen no longer had the confusion he had just had, but instead appeared calm and confident. Jiang Chen looked around and saw a handsome and sunny boy walking across the playground with a guitar on his back. He seemed to be a senior from another grade. Jiang Chen trotted over and said politely, "Hello, senior. Can I borrow your guitar for a moment? We are performing in class and I want to play and sing a song." Jiang Chen's politeness made this sunny senior quite fond of him. He took off the guitar on his back and handed it to Jiang Chen, saying, "Of course, I also want to see how good the freshman is at playing the guitar." Jiang Chen came to the center of the crowd, took out his guitar and said to everyone around him, "A song called You Once for everyone." As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, warm applause broke out from the surroundings. After all, no matter what the occasion, guitar singing is always a very popular program. Jiang Chen's right hand moved across the strings of the piano, and a beautiful sound was heard. Then Jiang Chen's deep and sexy voice sounded on the playground. "I once dreamed of traveling the world with a sword. Look at the prosperity of the world. Young hearts are always a little frivolous. Now you are at home everywhere." Jiang Chen's singing voice was deep and emotional. He was obviously singing in front of everyone, but the voice sounded like it was coming from an ancient CD player. Jiang Chen is only 20 years old, but his singing is like that of a middle-aged man full of stories. He sees through the world and is free and unrestrained. Everyone at the scene couldn't help but close their eyes, letting the song take them into the boundless wilderness. After singing the chorus, Jiang Chen's nails moved across the strings and he actually started to improvise a solo. The other students were not aware of the value of this impromptu solo. They thought anyone with a little skill could do it, so they focused more on Jiang Chen's singing. But the sunny senior who lent Jiang Chen the guitar opened his eyes wide. Because he knows very well the value of this improvisational solo, which not only tests the basic skills of the performer, but also tests the musical talent of the performer. At least for him, who started learning guitar at the age of 3 and won the youth guitar competition for more than a dozen times, it is difficult to reach such a level. After a long moment of shock, Senior Yangguang heaved a sigh of relief, raised the corners of his mouth and murmured, "This year's freshmen are really interesting. Let's drink this glass of wine. A good man's heart is like the sea." After experiencing the ups and downs of life, this smile is warm and innocent. Everyone opened their eyes only after Jiang Chen finished singing the whole song. Wu Gang secretly wiped his wet eyes. He didn't expect that this boy's singing could touch the tenderness in the heart of this tough guy. Even Shangguan Yanyu and Zhou Na, who had always ignored others, looked at Jiang Chen at this moment, and the expressions in their eyes changed. Ding! The system detects that Shangguan Yanyu's favorability is 10, and the current favorability is 10. Ding! The system detects that Zhou Na's favorability is 10, and the current favorability is 0. Hearing the system's prompt, Jiang Chen couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't expect that he would win the favor of two beauties just by singing a song. To say that Shangguan Yanyu is still very good, Zhou Na has added 10 points on top of 10. Although it has barely risen to 0 favorability, this is also a qualitative breakthrough. You know, Zhou Na is in a challenging mission. If her favorability can be raised to 98, she can get a reward of 100 million yuan. He returned the guitar in his hand to the sunny senior and thanked him politely. The other party didn't say much, but looked at Jiang Chen meaningfully and left. After playing a few more rounds of Pass the Flower, the afternoon training came to an end as the sun set. But starting from this afternoon, Zhou Na's dance and Jiang Chen's song became legends among this class of freshmen. Chapter 30, Invitation from the Gile Society. In the cafeteria of Rongqing University, the school beauty Lu Yanyan was eating the same bowl of spicy hot pot with a boy. This boy was none other than Zhang Chen. I heard that you performed guitar on the playground this afternoon and were on the school's confession wall. There must be a lot of beautiful girls chasing after you in the future, right? Lu Yanyan pouted her cute little lips and said angrily. Zhang Chen looked at Lu Yanyan, who looked unhappy, and immediately laughed. I was forced to perform, I had no choice. If you want to hear me sing, I'll sing for you anytime. Really? Lu Yanyan's expression eased after hearing Zhang Chen say that. I'm serious. Lu Yanyan chuckled, picked up a piece of fish tofu from the bowl and put it into Zhang Chen's mouth. Zhang Chen immediately felt countless murderous gazes from all around him. After dinner, Zhang Chen and Lu Yanyan walked hand in hand on the campus for a while before returning to the dormitory. Just after entering the dormitory, Zhang Chen found a person sitting on the seat under his bed. Zhang Chen looked closely and found that it was Yang Guang, the senior who lent him the guitar in the afternoon. Hello, senior. Although Zhang Chensu didn't know why the other party appeared in his dormitory, out of courtesy Zhang Chen still greeted the other party warmly and politely. Although Zhang Chen had only met the other party once before, Zhang Chen always felt that there was a kind of affinity in the other party that made him want to get closer. Senior Yang Guang also noticed Zhang Chen coming back from outside, and immediately stepped forward and said to Zhang Chen. Your name is Zhang Chen, right? I haven't had the chance to introduce myself yet. My name is Yang Xiao, and I'm a junior business student. Hearing the other party calling out his name directly, Zhang Chen's brain started working rapidly. The other party already knew my name, obviously after some inquiries. But what was his purpose in asking about my name and coming to my dormitory? Perhaps seeing the doubt on Zhang Chen's face, Yang Xiao smiled and said, Don't worry, I came to you for only one thing, which is to ask you to join the music club of Rongqing University. Ji-Lo Society? Zhang Chen was confused. It was the first time he heard of such a club in Rongqing University. There is one identity I haven't revealed to you, and that is that I am still the president of Ji-Lo Society. Yang Xiao said to himself, and then introduced Ji-Lo Society. Our Chengdu University's music society has a history of more than 100 years since its founding. The members of the society are all music lovers who are passionate about various musical instruments. These include Western music instruments such as piano, long and short flute, violin and cello, etc., as well as folk music instruments such as guzheng, yangqin, pipa, suona, etc. Today I discovered by chance that you have extraordinary guitar skills and are a rare talent in our music club, so I hope you can join us. Zhang Chen listened to Yang Xiao's long speech and finally understood what was going on. However, joining a club was not something Zhang Chen was interested in. He hoped that he could be free during his 4 years in college and did not want to be controlled by anyone. So he said to Yang Xiao, First of all, thank you for your kindness, Senior Yang Xiao, but I have always been free and easy, and I don't like to participate in collective organizations of the club nature. I hope Senior will forgive me. When Yang Xiao heard Zhang Chen's refusal, he smiled and said, Since you don't want to, I won't force you to do anything. I'll have to take my leave now. After saying this, Yang Xiao turned around and walked out of the dormitory door, saying as he walked, Oh, what a pity. Many freshmen wanted to join the music club to avoid military training but were rejected. Xiaodo Sak, Xiaodo Sak. Hearing Yang Xiao's words, Zhang Chen immediately blocked his way and asked, Senior, do you mean that if I join the Ji-Lo club, I don't have to undergo military training? Yang Xiao couldn't help but smile, and then said, Of course. If the club can't even guarantee this kind of benefit, how can they let others join? For example, rehearsals for the welcome party, training for the college art competition, you can come up with any excuse to avoid military training. You can choose to be tanned under the scorching sun or to eat iced watermelon and play games in the air-conditioned room of the club. It's your choice. Zhang Chen listened to Yang Xiao's words, and his heart, which had originally been uninterested in the club, began to stir. At this moment, Chengdu is in the heat of autumn, and the military training every day is unbearable. If you use clubs to avoid military training, this is indeed a good way. Seeing that Zhang Chen was about to be moved by him, Yang Xiao said, If I remember correctly, Shangguan Yenyu is also your classmate. Just now, she has agreed to join our Ji-Lo club. What? Yang Xiao's words shocked Zhang Chen greatly. He didn't expect that Shangguan Yenyu, who was usually aloof and taciturn, was actually so smart and had quietly joined the Ji-Lo Society. But why can Shangguan Yenyu join the music society? Does she have an instrument she is good at? Zhang Chen couldn't help but ask. Hearing Jiang Chen's question, Yang Xiao couldn't help but look at him as if he were an idiot, and then said something that shocked Jiang Chen greatly. Shangguan Yanyu is the last disciple of the piano godfather Kate. She has won the gold medal in the national piano competition since elementary school. She has been a famous piano princess in Chengdu for a long time. Oh my goodness. Yang Zhao's words made Jiang Chen look at Shangguan Yanyu with a new eye. No wonder this girl usually looked down on everyone. It turned out that she had the capital. Moreover, since Shangguan Yanyu could be a disciple of the piano master, her family must have some background. This made Jiang Chen somewhat interested in Shangguan Yanyu's identity. To be honest, although Jiang Chen was a little eager to join the music club, he was still conflicted. Although joining the music club would allow him to escape the ravages of military training, he was afraid that the various activities and restrictions in the future would make him feel annoyed. Perhaps seeing Jiang Chen's inner struggle, Yang Xiao waved his hand and walked towards the door. Forget it, Junior. If you don't want to join, I won't force you. What a pity. We have so many beauties in our music club, and even our folk music goddess, Guo Meizhen, one of the four most beautiful girls on campus at Rongda University, is also there. After hearing Yang Xiao's words, Jiang Chen ran to Yang Xiao again and blocked his way. Senior, please stay. Are you saying that Guo Meizhen, one of the four most beautiful girls on campus, is also in the Jiao Club? Seeing Jiang Chen's reaction, Yang Xiao couldn't help but feel a little amused, but he still said seriously. Yes. Guo Meizhen's guzheng skills are exquisite. She is recognized as the goddess of folk music at Rongqing University and is also the guzheng player of our G Music Society. Junior, why are you asking this? Jiang Chen held Yang Zhao's hand and said. Senior, I've thought it through. I've decided to join the G Le Club. It's not because I want to escape military training, nor because the school beauty Guo Meizhen is in the same music club. It's because of my love and desire for art. Chapter 31. You can't play the piano at all. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the sun just shone on the playground of the Art Academy, making the playground like a hot baking tray. The director's team was receiving brutal training from instructor Wu Gang, when they saw Jiang Chen staggering over in shorts and flip-flops. Instructor, because of my excellent guitar performance yesterday, I was invited to join the music club. I have to go to the club meeting now, please approve it, instructor. Wu Gang had seen through Jiang Chen's tricks long ago, but there was nothing he could do but wave his hands at him impatiently. An excited Jiang Chen made several provocative gestures towards Chen Jin and Su Chuang, then slipped away regardless of their murderous gazes. The club classroom of Jiao Society is in a teaching building called Bamboo Forest Garden. It was named Bamboo Forest Garden because there is a huge bamboo forest in front of the teaching building. On the way to the Bamboo Forest Garden, Jiang Chen spotted Shangguan Yanyu. Today, Shangguan Yanyu was wearing a refreshing floral suspender skirt, with a pair of white socks and a pair of white Crocs under her white thighs. The whole person looks pure and lively, and has a sense of coldness that keeps people away. Shangguan Yanyu's appearance score is 94 points, the same as Shin Kursen, and 2 points more than Lu Yanyan and Su Qinxue. If Shangguan Yanyu was not a freshman, she would probably have had a place among the senior campus beauties at Rongqing University. Student Shangguan, what a coincidence! Jiang Chen ran forward and greeted Shangguan Yanyu. When Shangguan Yanyu saw that the person coming was Jiang Chen, there was some surprise in her beautiful eyes, but she quickly returned to normal and nodded calmly at Jiang Chen. It was still a polite reply, and still a cold and distant attitude. But Jiang Chen's face was much thicker than that of most people. He continued with a smile on his face. Actually, I have also joined the Jiao Club. From now on, we will not only be the monitor and the deputy monitor, but also members of a club. Please take care of me. After saying that, Jiang Chen extended his hand in front of Shangguan Yanyu. Unexpectedly, Shangguan Yanyu did not hesitate and actually stretched out her tender hand to shake with Jiang Chen. Although it was only a brief second, the wonderful feeling from the palm of her hand still made Jiang Chen feel intoxicated. The two chatted casually for a while, and now they had arrived at the door of the Jiao Club. Shangguan Yanyu knocked on the door gently, and then the door opened. The one who opened the door was a handsome man wearing designer clothes. When this fashionable man saw Shangguan Yanyu, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately stretched out his hand and said warmly, "You must be junior sister Shangguan Yanyu. I am Wang Quan, the vice president of Jiao Society. Please take care of me in the future." However, Shangguan Yanyu did not extend her hand to shake his hand, but just nodded slightly as a response. Wang Quan awkwardly took back his hand that was hanging in the air, while Jiang Chen seemed to be thinking about something. Shangguan Yanyu was obviously very reluctant to shake hands with strangers, But she didn't refuse him just now, which showed that Jiang Chen still had a lot of advantages over others. Schoolmate Shangwan, please come in. I'll show you around the music society. Wang Quan was obviously very thick-skinned. He took Shangwan Yenyu to visit the Jile Society as if nothing had happened. Wang Quan simply ignored Jiang Chen, who was standing next to Shangwan Yenyu, as if he were air. This different treatment made Jiang Chen feel both amused and helpless. The music society consists of several large classrooms, divided into two parts according to Western music and folk music, with some musical instruments placed in each area. Maybe it was class time, and there were only 7 or 8 people in the Jile Club. Jiang Chen looked around but didn't see any pretty girls, which meant that the school beauty Guamatsen was not in the club at the moment. Wang Quan took Shangwan Yenyu around the music club for several rounds before he glared at Jiang Chen and said, "You are the Jiang Chen, right? The one playing the guitar. The president has already greeted me. Just wander around by yourself." After Wang Quan finished speaking, he turned to Shangwan Yenyu again, and his indifferent tone made a 180-degree turn, and he said to Shangwan Yenyu enthusiastically, "Shangwan, I majored in piano just like you. Why don't we discuss piano together? Guitar is an instrument that only losers play. It can't compare to our elegant piano." Wang Quan's words made Jiang Chen speechless. This guy could actually feel superior just by playing a musical instrument. In fact, there is no high or low among musical instruments, but guitars do often appear in scenes like street singing, while pianos only appear in some high-end occasions. Wang Quan walked to the piano, and it was obvious that he couldn't wait to show off his piano skills. Wang Quan's fingertips kept jumping on the keys, and a pleasant note sounded. Although Jiang Chen didn't know how to play the piano, he could tell that Wang Quan was playing the difficult piano piece Flight of the Bumblebee. Wang Quan is very proficient in this piano piece. His 10 fingers move so fast that they seem to become after images, and the sound of the piano he plays is like millions of bees flying around his ears. Oh no! This guy really managed to pretend. Jiang Chen didn't expect that Wang Quan was really good at playing the piano. It was a pity that he knew nothing about the piano. Ding! The host's inner strong desire has been detected, and the master piano master level has been awakened. As the system prompt sound disappeared, Jiang Chen was surprised to find that the piano music that had been so pleasant to his ears just now no longer sounded pleasant to him. I also discovered many wrong syllables, unstable rhythms, and some lack of emotions. Jiang Chen understood that the system had awakened his piano talent, allowing him to reach the level of a piano master, so he was able to detect many problems when Wang Quan played the piano. After the song ended, Shangwan Yenyu couldn't help but applaud and said, "Senior played Flight of the Bumblebee perfectly. Even if I listened carefully, I couldn't hear any problems." Wang Quan was already overjoyed when he heard Shangwan Yenyu praising him like this. But he still suppressed his inner ecstasy and pretended to be modest. "Schoolmate Shangwan, you are too kind. I am still far behind you in piano proficiency." Wang Quan's piano skills are indeed far from Shangwan Yenyu's, but this song Flight of the Bumblebee is his trump card. He has practiced this song hundreds of thousands of times since he was a child, and he is indeed worth showing off. In fact, Shangwan Yenyu could also hear some flaws in Wang Quan's playing, but she felt that these flaws were no match for the merits. Although she was sure that she could play this piece better than Wang Quan's performance was already at the ceiling level. "It sounds terrible." However, a sudden voice interrupted the conversation between Wang Quan and Shangwan Yenyu. Wang Quan looked in disbelief, only to see Jiang Chen staring at him with a smile on his face. "You said my song Flight of the Bumblebee is unpleasant to listen to?" Wang Quan was unwilling to believe his ears. Jiang Chen still smiled faintly and said, "I'm not saying that the music you play is bad, but that your playing is like noise that pollutes my ears. In other words, you can't play the piano at all." Chapter 32, Piano? I can play the piano a little bit. What did you say? Wang Quan's eyes were red, his fists were clenched, and he looked at Jiang Chen with anger on his face. You should know that Wang Quan started learning piano at the age of 3. Although his piano level is not as good as Shangwan Yenyu, he has also won major awards in various piano competitions. But now he was being mocked by the man in front of him who only knew how to play the guitar, and the song he played was even compared to noise. How could he accept this? Even Shangwan Yenyu showed an unhappy expression after hearing Jiang Chen's words. Although the song played by Wang Quan had some flaws, it was not as useless as Jiang Chen said, right? In Shangwan Yenyu's view, Jiang Chen, who made provocative remarks, was like a clown who was just jealous of Wang Quan's piano talent. However, Jiang Chen raised his lips and continued. You played the wrong note in the fourth note of the second bar of the first chapter. Your emotions are not strong enough in the second section of the second chapter. Your rhythm is very unstable in the transition of the third chapter. Jiang Chen pointed out more than a dozen problems with Wang Quan in one breath, and Wang Quan and Shangguan Yenyu were both extremely shocked. Because some of these problems were known to them, and some were not discovered by them. You also know piano? Shangguan Yenyu asked in disbelief, because Jiang Chen found more problems than she did. This meant that Jiang Chen's piano skills were probably better than hers, but how could someone be so accomplished in both guitar and piano? She really didn't want to believe that there were such perverted people in this world. Jiang Chen was sitting on a chair with his legs crossed, and said nonchalantly. As for the piano, I can play it a little bit. Seeing Jiang Chen pretending to be awesome in front of Shangguan Yenyu, Wang Quan finally couldn't help but explode. He roared. You're just a loser who plays guitar. Why are you pretending? If you have the guts, play the song I just played again and see who plays better. Okay, then I'll show you what real strength is. After saying that, Jiang Chen sat down in front of the piano. However, he still crossed his legs and sat in a very lazy and casual manner. He didn't look like a person who could play the piano at all, but more like a gangster who played the piano in the arcade. Shangguan Yenyu had a puzzled look on her face, not sure whether Jiang Chen could play the piano or not. Wang Quan's face was full of sneers. He had already determined that Jiang Chen was an idiot who was pretentious too much. However, when Jiang Chen's fingertips drew an arc in the air and then landed on the black and white keys of the piano, the course of events changed uncontrollably. Jiang Chen's 10 fingers jumped and flew on the piano keys, just like a group of bees dancing happily in the fields. The pleasant notes resounded throughout the classroom, like lively elves drilling into everyone's ears. The sound of Jiang Chen's piano playing is sometimes deep and heavy, sometimes cheerful and powerful, making people feel as if they are in the scene. Jiang Chen's emotional injection into the song is also very well grasped, making people feel as if they are in a wilderness with his emotions, and in front of them are the scenes of swarms of bees dancing. In this wonderful and flawless performance, the flow of time seemed to be imprisoned. No one present knew when Jiang Chen finished playing the song. When they came to their senses, Jiang Chen was already sitting aside drinking tea. Wang Quan's face turned very ugly, because compared with Jiang Chen's performance, his own performance was just like noise. Compared with Jiang Chen, his piano skills were really not good enough to play the piano. At this moment, Wang Quan's faith in Taoism was shattered. He had practiced piano for 20 years and thought he would have no rivals among his peers. However, he was ruthlessly crushed in this small classroom. How could he accept this? Shangguan Yenyu's face was also filled with shock, and the way she looked at Jiang Chen had changed drastically. Jiang Chen's piano skills were many times better than his own. Even his master Kate, who was a world-class piano master, was slightly inferior to him. However, his master had practiced hard for half his life, but Jiang Chen was only 20 years old. This showed that Jiang Chen's level was not achieved by hard work alone, but also required a rare talent for piano. The funny thing is that Jiang Chen is still so low-key. Unlike herself, who is known as the piano princess everywhere, Shangguan Yenyu couldn't help but blush when she thought of this. Ding! The system detected that Shangguan Yenyu's favorability is 20, and the current favorability is 30. The system prompt sounded. Jiang Chen did not expect that Shangguan Yenyu, who was always aloof from others, actually increased her favorability towards him by 20 points. Pa, pa, pa. At this moment, a round of applause sounded outside the door. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and found that it was Yang Xiao, the president of Jila Society. Yang Xiao had just finished listening to Jiang Chen's performance outside the door. To be honest, Jiang Chen brought him such a strong shock that he could not hide his love for Jiang Chen in his eyes. Jiang Chen, I didn't realize you play the guitar so well. Even your piano skills are so outstanding. Yang Xiao patted Jiang Chen's shoulder, his excitement unconcealed in his words. To be honest, compared with previous years, the overall level of the G Music Society is not as good as before. In the past, there were many masters of various instruments in the society, but now there are only the Guzheng goddess Guamatsen and the piano player Wang Quan as the facade. Although Yang Xiao himself also plays the guitar, his overall skills are not top-notch. He was promoted to the president because he is good at integrating the club. But now, with the addition of not only the piano princess Shangguan Yenyu, but also Jiang Chen, who is good at both guitar and piano, Yang Xiao is very confident that he can revive the former glory of Jila Society. Jiang Chen, Shangguan Yenyu, I have an idea. At this year's welcome party, you will perform a four-hand piano piece and represent our G Music Society on stage. Yang Xiao looked at Jiang Chen and Shang Wanyanyu in front of him and gave them a task, but Jiang Chen immediately waved his hand to refuse the moment he heard the task. President, didn't we agree that joining the club would have nothing to do with me? Why do I have a mission after only being here for one day? Besides, there are so many experienced seniors in the club, there's no need for us newbies to take the field, right? Jiang Chen was not willing to attend any welcome party. He joined the club just to have some quiet time. Yang Xiao smiled and said, the freshmen represent the Gile Club to attend the welcome party. This is the Gile Club's tradition. I am not targeting you. Just when Jiang Chen wanted to refuse again, a gentle voice sounded. Jiang Chen, I want to perform a show with you, is that okay? The person who spoke was Shang Wanyanyu. At this moment, she was blinking her beautiful eyes, waiting for Jiang Chen's response. Such a beautiful girl takes the initiative to invite you to form a team to perform a show. No man should be able to refuse, including Jiang Chen of course. Just think about sitting side by side with Shang Wanyanyu at the piano and playing. This is definitely a very romantic thing. Jiang Chen looked into Shang Wanyanyu's beautiful eyes and said slowly. I promise. Chapter 33 Su Qingshue's Revenge. In fact, a big part of the reason why Shang Wanyanyu wanted to perform at the welcome party with Jiang Chen was because she was impressed by Jiang Chen's piano skills. After all, it is a rare thing to be able to perform on the same stage with a master like Jiang Chen. Women all admire strong men, and Shang Wanyanyu is no exception. Jiang Chen's idea was very simple. Since Shang Wanyanyu had taken the initiative, he couldn't possibly refuse. Moreover, such an opportunity could bring him closer to Shang Wanyanyu, and he could even have a kiss with her. Why not? Although Wang Quan was unwilling in his heart, he had no choice. Who could blame him for not being as skilled as others? But Wang Quan's resentful eyes never left Jiang Chen, and he was also thinking carefully about how to take revenge on Jiang Chen. The next day, Jiang Chen just woke up and saw a message from the class group. The school is organizing a medical knowledge training today. Please gather at the playground at 8 a.m. The school regularly organizes some medical or firefighting training, which is nothing new to Jiang Chen. After having a simple breakfast in the cafeteria with the three people in the same dormitory, Jiang Chen came to the training location. From a distance, Jiang Chen saw two hospital ambulances parked on the playground, with the words Rongqing First People's Hospital printed on them. Seeing the First People's Hospital of Rongqing, Jiang Chen couldn't help but think of Su Qingshue's sweet appearance. At this moment, Su Qingshuo should still be busy in the hospital, and Jiang Chen really missed her a little. Jiang Chen had never seen Su Qingshuo since school started, and Su Qingshuo often sent messages complaining that Jiang Chen ignored her. It seemed that he also needed to find an opportunity to meet Su Qingshuo, otherwise she would sooner or later turn her love for him into hatred. The medical training started on time at 8 a.m. First, the school leaders came out and said some official nonsense, and then the hospital leaders came out and said some nonsense. Jiang Chen watched Chen Kerson's live broadcast all night last night and was now yawning and feeling sleepy. Just when Jiang Chen was half asleep and half awake, a word from the leader on the stage instantly made Jiang Chen perk up. Let us welcome Nurse Su Qingshuo from Chengdu First People's Hospital to popularize first aid knowledge for everyone. Jiang Chen opened his eyes wide in disbelief, and saw Su Qingshuo slowly walking up to the stage in a white nurse uniform. Her skin was as white as cream and her facial features were delicate. Even without makeup, she was still the most beautiful among all the other girls. At this moment, she was wearing a pure white nurse uniform, like a holy angel who had come to the world in person. As soon as Su Qingshuo appeared, the male students in the audience became excited. Although Rongqing University is also full of beautiful girls, girls as beautiful as Su Qingshuo are really rare. Jiang Chen was probably the only boy in the audience who was not excited. At this moment, he buried his head silently, fearing that Su Qingshuo would discover him. Su Qingshuo first introduced some basic medical knowledge. She had a smile on her face and looked warm and gentle. Even though the medical knowledge was boring, the boys in the audience listened with great interest. After explaining the basic medical knowledge, Su Qingshuo smiled and said, Next, I will select a student from the audience to come to the stage and cooperate with me in simulating a first aid scenario. As soon as Su Qingshuo finished speaking, the boys in the audience were completely excited. After all, this was a great opportunity to get close to the goddess. If he could have artificial respiration or something, he would probably have no regrets in his life. The boys in the audience raised their hands one after another, shouting me. The atmosphere at the scene reached a climax in an instant, but only Jiang Chen continued to bury his head, fearing that Su Qingxue would see him. Thank you very much for your enthusiasm. Please invite the boy in the fifth row who has been keeping his head down to come up to the stage. As soon as Su Qingxue finished speaking, the originally noisy scene suddenly became silent, and everyone followed Su Qingxue's gaze and looked towards the same place. Jiang Chen raised his head helplessly, surrounded by murderous gazes. He looked at Su Qingxue on the stage, who was looking at him with a smug look on her face. In fact, Su Qingxue found Jiang Chen in the crowd as soon as she came on stage. Even if Jiang Chen buried his head in the ground, she could pull him out. Jiang Chen walked onto the stage angrily. He only asked Su Qingxue not to torture him in public. Students, I will now demonstrate cardiopulmonary resuscitation methods for you. Please lie down and cooperate. Su Qingxue said to Jiang Chen with a smile on her face. Jiang Chen lay flat on the ground. Su Qingxue began to explain the method of cardiopulmonary resuscitation while she folded her hands and began to press Jiang Chen's chest. But unlike normal CPR, Su Qingxue obviously increased the strength in her hands. The repeated pressure almost made Jiang Chen vomit the breakfast he had just eaten in the morning. Su Qingxue whispered to Jiang Chen from an angle that no one else could see. I told you not to come to me and pick up girls at school. Now wait and see how I'm going to deal with you today. After saying that, Su Qingxue silently increased the strength of her hands, and Jiang Chen's face was covered with a mask of pain. After the entire CPR process was over, Jiang Chen was already holding his chest in agony. Our master is so lucky. He can find love wherever he goes. Shen Jin looked at Su Qingxue with a lewd face, then turned to Jiang Chen with envy. That's not right. I should be happy to have physical contact with such a beautiful nurse. Why does master look so painful? Su Chuang noticed something was wrong and asked with a puzzled look on his face. Hey, probably he's been blinded by happiness. Chen Jin thought for a moment and then gave a precise analysis. Su Qingxue on the stage looked at Jiang Chen, who was constantly rubbing his chest, and a strange smile appeared on her face again. She said to the students below the stage, after teaching CPR, I will teach you how to perform artificial respiration. As soon as Su Qingxue finished speaking, the boys in the audience began to wail. Their goddess was going to give someone artificial respiration right in front of them. In an instant, Jiang Chen felt countless vicious gazes directed at him again. Fuck, this guy is so abominable. We'll beat him up after the training. Anyone signed up? Add me in. I've practiced martial arts. Add me in, I've boxed. Watching the boys in the audience going crazy, Jiang Chen finally understood Su Qingxue's intention of giving him artificial respiration. This trick of killing someone with a borrowed knife was really too clever. There was nothing he could do. Even though the gazes from the audience could kill him 1,000 times, Jiang Chen still lay down and cooperated with Su Qingxue's artificial respiration instruction. It was called artificial respiration, but it was just a rough demonstration. Su Qingxue's lips were far away from Jiang Chen, but the people in the audience were still furious, shouting that they wanted to cut Jiang Chen into pieces. Looking at the woman who had taken away his virginity, Jiang Chen felt that she was both beautiful and vicious. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart, women are such a scary species. Chapter 34 I gave her a villa. In the parking lot of Shijia Park next to Rongqing University, Jiang Chen was panting in a peach-pink G-class. Just after the medical training session, he was chased by those angry boys halfway around the campus. Fortunately, his physical fitness is now better than that of an ordinary person. If he was caught by them, he would have been beaten up. Master, there are a lot of people gathered at the dormitory entrance. I think you should stay out of the spotlight for now. When Jiang Chen received the message from Chen Jin on his mobile phone, he clenched his fists and cursed all of Su Qingxue's ancestors in his heart. Taking out his cell phone, Jiang Chen sent a message to Su Qingxue. We're waiting for you at the Shijiao Park parking lot. Come quickly. About 10 minutes later, the passenger seat of the G-class was opened and Su Qingxue got in. At this moment, Su Qingxue had changed out of her white nurse uniform and put on a beige suspender skirt, revealing her sexy shoulders and fair thighs. Her long hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and the whole car was filled with the charming fragrance of Su Qingxue's hair. At this moment, Su Qingxue stared at Jiang Chen with her watery eyes full of affection, as if she was ready to let him do whatever he wanted. Jiang Chen looked at Su Qingxue. At this moment, the anger in his heart had been extinguished by more than half, but he still said with some displeasure, "Do you know that your joke has gone too far? I can't even go back to school now. I have become the public enemy of all the boys in school. Jiang Chen wanted to continue to blame Su Qinxue, but Su Qinxue's little face suddenly came up to him. Jiang Chen felt a touch of warmth on his lips, and he began to respond passionately. After 5 minutes, Su Qinxue took out her lipstick with a red face and touched up her makeup. Jiang Chen was still savoring the wonderful feeling just now. I missed you so much that I came to school to find you. By the way, I want to teach you a lesson. I won't do it again next time. Su Qinxue leaned her little head on Jiang Chen's chest and said coquettishly. No one can resist the coquettishness of a beauty like Su Qinxue, including Jiang Chen, of course. At this moment, the resentment in his heart had long since disappeared. Forget it, I'm not mad at you. Come with me to go shopping this afternoon. Jiang Chen said while stroking Su Qinxue's soft hair. What do you want to buy? Su Qinxue asked curiously, blinking her big eyes. Villa. Jiang Chen uttered 2 words lightly, and the G-class roared and then sped away. Chengdu University is located in the western suburbs of Chengdu. Not far from Chengdu University is a villa area called Shicheng Huafu. The villas here are magnificent and quiet in the bustling city. It is the residence of many wealthy people. Jiang Chen drove to the sales office of Shicheng Huafu, and Su Qinxue asked in surprise. You want to buy a villa here? Villas here are very expensive. Su Qinxue had some knowledge about the villas in Shicheng Huafu. The house prices here were higher than her own Meiyuan villa, and it was not a place that ordinary people could afford. Facing Su Qinxue's question, Jiang Chen just smiled and said nothing. He had been spending like crazy recently, and his current assets had reached 50 million yuan. It could be said that he could choose any villa in Shicheng Huafu. When he walked into the sales office with Su Qinxue, he saw that all the staff were surrounding a couple and promoting a villa, while they ignored Jiang Chen and Su Qinxue who had just entered. Only a girl who looked like an intern came over and said politely to Jiang Chen. Hello, sir and madam, do you need me to introduce you to our villa in West City? Su Qinxue? At this time, the man and woman surrounded by the staff also discovered Jiang Chen and Su Qinxue, and the woman called Su Qinxue's name in surprise. Su Qinxue was slightly surprised when she saw the woman's appearance, but then a look of disgust appeared on her face. And ran, what a coincidence. Su Qinxue greeted her reluctantly, but it was obvious that she didn't want to pay attention to the woman in front of her. Oh, it turns out to be our former university belle Su Qinxue. It's so rare. And Ran greeted warmly, but there was always a hypocritical taste in her tone. This woman named Ran is about the same age as Su Qinxue. Although she can be considered a beauty, she is still far from Su Qinxue's level. Next to Ran stood a middle-aged man with a big belly. He was slightly bald and looked like a nouveau riche. The two of them were acting intimately, with the man's hand around Ran's slender waist. It was obvious that they were in a relationship. Ran and Su Qinxue were classmates in college. Su Qinxue was the recognized campus beauty and the daughter of a prominent family. She was like a dazzling pearl in school and the object of jealousy of all the girls, including Ran, of course. After graduation, the materialistic Ran became the mistress of a wealthy businessman. Although she lost her dignity, she won money. Today she met Su Qinxue, and she was determined to defeat Su Qinxue. By the way, this is my boyfriend Lu Wei, the chairman of Weiliang Medical Equipment Company, Limited and a major taxpayer in Chengdu. Ran deliberately emphasized the words major taxpayer in order to express that her boyfriend is a wealthy and powerful man. Only then did Lu Wei see Su Qinxue's appearance clearly, and he couldn't help but be attracted by Su Qinxue's beautiful face and pure temperament. He didn't expect Ran to have such a beautiful college classmate. Lu Wei secretly planned to wait until he got tired of playing with Ran, and then get Su Qinxue. In his opinion, Su Qinxue was also a gold digger like Ran, and as long as he used his money ability a little, he could easily win her over. Hello, Miss Su, my name is Lu Wei, and I work in the medical equipment industry. Lu Wei stretched out his hand, but Su Qinxue just nodded slightly at him with an indifferent expression, and had no intention of shaking hands with him at all. It was then that Ran noticed Jiang Chen standing next to Su Qinxue. Although he was young and handsome, he was wearing cheap sportswear and a pair of yellowed sneakers, which made Ran conclude that he was a loser with no money and no background. Su Qinxue, who is this? You haven't introduced her yet? Ran had actually already seen the relationship between Su Qinxue and Jiang Chen, but she still asked knowingly. Su Qinxue held Jiang Chen's arm with both hands, and a sweet smile finally appeared on her calm face. She introduced happily. This is my boyfriend Jiang Chen, he is currently a freshman at Rongqing University. Put. As soon as Su Qingxue said this, and Ran couldn't help but burst out laughing. She looked at Su Qingxue with disdain and said, "No way, our school beauty. You're dating a student? What can he give you, a car or a house? You don't have to give him living expenses every month, do you?" Lu Wei, who was standing nearby, also joined in the conversation. "Miss Su, I think girls need to find someone with financial strength when choosing a partner. They can't just live in a so-called fairy tale every day. What can your boyfriend give you? I'm afraid you'll have to ask your mother for money to buy you a flower. Actually, I came here today to give Ran a villa. If you are willing to be my girlfriend, I can also give you one." At this moment, Lu Wei's obscene eyes kept wandering over Su Qingxue's body, but he didn't even look at Jiang Chen, who was beside Su Qingxue. Jiang Chen's expression remained calm from beginning to end. He glanced at Ran and Lu Wei, then said calmly, "What a coincidence, I'm also here to buy a villa for Su Qingxue." Chapter 35, Taking Over the Central Villa. As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, Ran, Lu Wei, and even Su Qingxue were all stunned. Then Ran and Lu Wei burst into sharp laughter, as if they had heard the funniest thing in the world. "Little brother, do you know where this is? The cheapest villa here costs nearly 5 million. Can you afford it?" Lu Wei taunted mercilessly. In his opinion, Jiang Chen was just an ordinary college student who didn't even have a basic source of income. How could he afford a villa of this level in Xicheng Huafu? He felt that Jiang Chen just felt that his dignity was trampled upon, so he boasted in front of his girlfriend in order to save some face. Not only Lu Wei thought so, but all the sales staff in the sales office also looked at Jiang Chen with contempt, thinking that Jiang Chen was just a load of empty stuff with no real ability. Even Su Qingxue felt that Jiang Chen's words were a little impulsive at this moment. She quietly pulled the corner of Jiang Chen's clothes, and Jiang Chen held her little hand in his backhand. Only then did Su Qingxue feel a sense of security in her heart. "I want to buy a villa from your place. Is there anyone who can introduce one to me?" Jiang Chen said to the salesperson in the sales office. But the salesman turned a blind eye to Jiang Chen's words and turned around to introduce the villa to Lu Wei and Ran. Because they felt that Jiang Chen couldn't afford the villa, instead of wasting time on him, it would be better to get some sales from Lu Wei. Can I help you?" The little girl who looked like an intern asked weakly. "Of course, thank you for your help." Jiang Chen nodded with a smile. It seemed that this little girl should earn the big profit today. From the little girl's introduction, Jiang Chen learned that the other person's name was Chen Ran, and that she was a student who had just graduated from college. Chen Ran had a very good service attitude and sufficient professional knowledge. He not only introduced all the villas in Xicheng Huafu to Jiang Chen in detail, but also introduced all the surrounding supporting facilities. Although Xicheng Huafu is close to the western suburbs, it has convenient transportation and only takes 15 minutes to drive to the city. In addition, Xicheng Huafu is quiet and is a very suitable place to live. The villas in Xicheng Huafu are also divided into areas according to price. The lowest configuration is basically around 5 million yuan, and there are also different villa groups such as mid-range and high-end. But Jiang Chen discovered an extremely unique villa. This villa was located in the center of the villa complex and was surrounded by a surrounding garden, far away from other villas. Moreover, this central villa is more grand and beautiful, with a large green lawn and swimming pool, exquisite courtyard design and precious green plants, and exquisite gravel walkways running through the front and back courtyards. The existence of this villa is like a crane standing out among chickens, making all the other villas pale in comparison. "Is that central villa still for sale?" Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask. However, as soon as he said this, Ran, Lu Wei and others burst into laughter again. Even Chen Ran's expression became a little unnatural. Because this central villa has been built for 4 or 5 years, but no rich man has the ability to buy it. Now a student-like person asked about the central villa, which further proved that he was not really here to buy a house. But the unnaturalness on Chen Ran's face just passed by, and she smiled and said, "Mr. Jiang, because the price of this central villa is as high as 50 million yuan, so I haven't met the right person for it yet." Then Chen Ran patiently explained to Jiang Chen about the central villa, and it took him more than 20 minutes to finish. Jiang Chen looked at the somewhat tired Chen Ran and asked curiously, "You've said so much, aren't you afraid that I can't afford it?" Chen Ran smiled a little embarrassedly and said, "Mr. Jiang, I don't know if you can afford it. But this is my job. I will serve you as long as you need me." Jiang Chen nodded. In this impetuous society, there are not many people who can be as pure in sales as Chun Iran. Jiang Chen took out a bank card from his pocket and said to Chun Iran calmly, "I bought this central villa." Silence, deathly silence. As soon as Jiang Chen said this, the entire sales hall fell into silence so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen in a daze. After a long time, Lu Wei and Enran, who were the first to recover from their shock, burst into sharp laughter, and the other sales staff also laughed so hard that they couldn't straighten their backs. "Hey kid, you're addicted to pretending to be cool, right? What are you studying at Rongcheng University? Directing?" Lu Wei couldn't help but mock Jiang Chen. "How do you know I'm from the directing department?" Jiang Chen didn't seem to hear the sarcasm in Lu Wei's words. Instead, he asked with surprise on his face. At this moment, Lu Wei felt that Jiang Chen was doing more than just loading goods. He began to suspect that Jiang Chen had mental problems. "Miss Su, I suspect your boyfriend has mental problems. Why don't you and Enran come with me and serve me well, and then everything will be fine." Lu Wei once again showed an obscene look and looked Su Qingxue up and down. "Ah!" Su Qingxue was about to fight back at Lu Wei, but was interrupted by a scream that pierced the sky. I saw Chen Iran standing in front of the computer with his mouth covered, holding the POS machine in his left hand and covering his mouth with his right hand, his eyes full of shock. "Chen Iran, what are you standing there screaming about?" A man who looked like a manager started to scold Chen Iran. However, Chen Iran was still shocked, muttering, "The card was swiped successfully, 50 million yuan." Chen Iran's words made everyone present gasp. The manager ran over to check in disbelief, but was petrified on the spot just like Chen Iran. Lu Wei and Enran felt something was wrong, and they walked over tremblingly to check. When they saw the transfer record of 50 million, their legs went weak and they sat down on the ground. With a cash flow of 50 million yuan, he is one of the top rich people in the whole Chengdu, right? At this moment, the way they looked at Jiang Chen had changed drastically. There was shock, worship, fear, and regret. They didn't know what kind of person they had offended today. A college student who spent 50 million to buy a villa for his girlfriend? Perhaps there was a wealthy top family behind him? At this moment, even Su Qingxue looked at Jiang Chen in bewilderment. She originally thought that Jiang Chen was just a rich second generation with a good family background. But now it seems that even she, the daughter of the First People's Hospital, is far behind him. Jiang Chen sat calmly on the sofa drinking tea, as if everything happening here had nothing to do with him. Just beside his ears, a familiar system voice sounded quietly. "It is detected that the host has a consumption of 50 million yuan. The system randomly draws a rebate multiple of 10 for the host. The rebate of 500 million yuan has been credited to the account. Please check it." Chapter 36 Dog Bites Dog. At this moment, Jiang Chen was drinking tea calmly in the hall, but Enran and Lu Wei were already frightened. They would never have imagined that the student in front of them actually possessed such strong financial resources, and it would be effortless for the other party to bring them down. In addition to fear, Enran also felt deep jealousy. She was jealous that Su Qingxue could find such a handsome and wealthy boyfriend. Then she looked at Lu Wei beside her, who was bloated, bald, and ugly. Every time Enran did unspeakable things with him, she had to prepare herself mentally for a long time. Lu Wei was also afraid that Jiang Chen would retaliate against him, so he ran to Jiang Chen and said, nodding and bowing, "Little brother, I really didn't recognize the real talent. I know I was wrong, and I am really sorry." However, Jiang Chen didn't even look at Lu Wei. He just opened his mouth slightly and slowly uttered the word "get out." Lu Wei felt relieved, and was glad that Jiang Chen did not retaliate against him. In fact, Jiang Chen did not take people like Lu Wei seriously at all, let alone retaliate against such a mean person who looked down on others. "Stop." However, just as Lu Wei was about to flee with Enran, Su Qingxue, who had been silent, spoke. "You just said that you are in the medical equipment industry. Your company is called Weilian Medical Equipment, right?" In response to Su Qingxue's question, Lu Wei just nodded blankly. He didn't understand why Su Qingxue asked this. "If I remember correctly, your company has grown to this size today by providing medical equipment to the First People's Hospital of Chengdu, right?" Lu Wei continued to nod blankly. He still didn't understand the meaning of Su Qingxue's questions. But what Su Qingxue said next made him sweat profusely and he collapsed on the ground. Su Qingxue raised her lips and said slowly, "My father's name is Su Yuan. You should be familiar with this name, right? He is the director of Rongcheng First People's Hospital. At this moment, Lu Wei fell into real fear. He had just uttered foul language and insulted the daughter of his financial sponsor. Lu Wei has already imagined the consequences of offending Su Yuan. He is afraid that the company he has founded with all his life's efforts will be destroyed. Thinking of this, Lu Wei lay on the ground without caring about his image, wagging his tail like a dog and begging for Su Qinshue's forgiveness. But Su Qinshu didn't even look at him. She put her arm around Jiang Chen's arm and went into the VIP room to go through the room handover procedures. At this moment, Lu Wei looked at and ran with fierce eyes. If it weren't for the trouble caused by this ignorant woman, would he have ended up like this? Pa! A crisp slap was heard. The furious Lu Wei slapped and ran in the face. 5 bright red palm prints immediately appeared on Rant's delicate little face. You ungrateful woman, you've caused me so much trouble. After saying that, Lu Wei slapped Rant's face again and again. In fact, it was not Rant's fault, because Su Qinshu had always been relatively low-key when she was in school. Ran only knew that Su Qinshu's family was relatively well off, but she did not expect that Su Qinshu was actually the daughter of the director of the First People's Hospital of Rongqing. Seeing Lu Wei beating her mercilessly, Ran also revealed her shrewish nature and wrestled with Lu Wei, beating him and insulting him at the same time. You old man, the toothpick man, you take your medicine and only have 3 minutes every day, and you still dare to hit me. To tell you the truth, I've cheated on you 5 or 6 times in secret. The two of them started to fight and scold each other in the sales hall, a dog-eat-dog fight. The salesmen who had just looked down on others were also frightened at this moment, and secretly made up their minds not to look down on others in the future. Jiang Chen and Su Qinshu were not interested in what was happening outside, because they would not be surprised no matter how ugly the behavior of people like Lu Wei and Ran was. Under the leadership of Chen Ran, Jiang Chen and Su Qinshu entered the central villa. Looking around, this villa is both elegant and refined. The huge courtyard is full of plants and trees, and the air is fresh. The interior of the villa is even more luxurious and classical, giving people an indescribable special style. After helping Jiang Chen and Su Qinshu record their fingerprints, Chen Ran tactfully left first. You know, the commission from this central villa can save Chen Ran, who just graduated, 10 years of hard work. But this is also the reward she deserves. Su Qinshu looked around in the huge villa, like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden for the first time. Although Su Qinshu's family was well off and she also lived in a villa, it was the first time she had seen such a gorgeous and grand super villa. Moreover, this villa was given to her by Jiang Chen. Su Qinshu felt that it was all like a dream. How is it? Are you satisfied? This will be our home from now on. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Well, I'm very satisfied. Su Qinshu said as she stood on tiptoes and left a sweet kiss on Jiang Chen's face. Although Su Qinshu is not a materialistic woman, any woman would be very happy to receive such a super gift. Su Qinshu opened the refrigerator and found that it was already filled with various precious ingredients. Although this central villa has never been sold, the property will regularly replace daily necessities and food in the villa in order to always welcome the owner of the villa. You take a rest first, I'll prepare dinner for you. Su Qinshu smiled, then walked into the kitchen and started working bustlingly. Jiang Chen lay on the expensive imported bed. The soft mattress made of special material began to arouse his sleepiness, and Jiang Chen fell into a deep sleep. I don't know how long I slept, but a strong smell of meat drifted into Jiang Chen's nose. Jiang Chen woke up slowly, only to see Su Qinshu looking at him tenderly. You're awake, dinner is ready. Su Qinshu said softly, like a wife waiting for her husband to wake up. Jiang Chen arrived at the restaurant and found that Su Qinshu had already prepared 2 delicious grilled steaks. The steak glowed with an alluring color under the warm tones of the chandelier, and the rich aroma of meat filled the entire room. Su Qinshu took out a bottle of expensive red wine from the wine cabinet and poured the whole bottle into the decanter. The refreshing aroma of the wine instantly spread. Again? Jiang Chen recalled the drunken sex at Su Qinshu's house last time, and he was obviously still a little frightened. What's wrong? Are you scared? Su Qinshu covered her mouth and giggled. What do I have to be afraid of? Jiang Chen said unconvinced, and then poured a glass of wine for himself and Su Qinshu respectively. The aroma of wine entered his throat, and Jiang Chen cut off a small piece of steak and put it into his mouth. He chewed it repeatedly, and the aroma of meat lingered in his taste buds for a long time. The two of them ate and chatted like this, and before they knew it, the whole bottle of red wine was empty. At this moment, Su Qinshu's face was flushed and her consciousness was blurred. She walked crookedly into the bathroom, and then the sound of the shower spraying was heard. Jiang Chen began to stretch his waist and do the preparations before exercise. It seems that there will be another earth-shaking battle tonight. Chapter 37 Dormitory Team Building. When the early morning sunlight shone through the floor-to-ceiling windows into the spacious bedroom, Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes. Su Qingxue beside him was wrapped in a thin space blanket, clinging to Jiang Chen like an octopus. Su Qingxue's white and delicate skin was exposed to the air, which reminded Jiang Chen of the earth-shaking battle last night. Jiang Chen's blood surged involuntarily, and a small tent rose from the ground. Su Qingxue, sensing something strange, opened her beautiful eyes. Jiang Chen smiled obscenely and said to Su Qingxue, "A good day starts with morning exercise." An hour later, Jiang Chen and Su Qingxue walked out of the gate of the villa. This villa was a gift from Jiang Chen to Su Qingxue, so Su Qingxue could come back and live here at any time. This would also be the place where Jiang Chen and Su Qingxue would date and fight in the future. Because Su Qingxue had to go to work today, Jiang Chen sent Su Qingxue to the gate of Rongqing First People's Hospital and then drove back to school by himself. According to Qian Jin's intelligence, the group of people who were clamoring to deal with Jiang Chen had already dispersed, so Jiang Chen could return to school with peace of mind. Jiang Chen still drove the car to the Shijiao Park next to the school, but as soon as he got out of the car, he saw Qian Jin, Su Chuang, and Wu Daxiang not far away. "Oh my god! Master?" Qian Jin looked at Jiang Chen and the peach-pink G63 behind him with an incredible look on his face. Is this your car?" The three people in the dormitory asked at the same time. "This is a Mercedes-Benz G63, even if people in society can drive such a car it is already awesome enough, not to mention that Jiang Chen is just a freshman?" Jiang Chen did not expect to run into three people from the same dormitory by such a coincidence, but since he had already been bumped into, Jiang Chen did not intend to hide it. "I wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but I'm going to reveal my identity. I'm actually a rich second generation." "Okay, boy, you hit it well enough." The people in the dormitory were not jealous of Jiang Chen, but were genuinely happy. After all, their good brother was a super rich second generation, which was something worth bragging about. "Master, can you let me try the feeling of the G-class? This is every man's dream." Qian Jin expressed his inner thoughts, and Su Chuang's face was full of anticipation. "Of course." Jiang Chen threw the car keys in his hand to Qian Jin as he spoke. Not to mention lending them the keys to drive, Jiang Chen wouldn't feel bad even if he gave it to them. After all, these three people will be his best friends at Rongqing University, and he will not be able to have only this one car in the future. You will own top supercars like Ferrari, Lamborghini, Bugatti Veyron, etc. The few people who got Jiang Chen's consent were overjoyed and couldn't wait to get into the driver's cab of the G-class. Qian Jin and Su Chuang took turns to indulge themselves in the fun. Since Wu Daxiang came from an ordinary family and had not yet passed the driving test, he can only sit in the back seat and enjoy the scenery. "By the way, why are you guys in Shijiao Park?" Jiang Chen asked curiously. "The closing ceremony of the military training will be held this afternoon, so there is nothing to do in the morning, so we came out for a stroll," Qian Jin explained. Jiang Chen then realized that the half-month military training was about to end. "Starting tomorrow, the school will be on holiday for a week, and then we will hold a welcome party, and then we will officially start classes." Wu Daxiang told Jiang Chen about the future arrangements. Only then did Jiang Chen remember the welcome party and the performance he would perform with Shangguan Yanyu. It seems like a good opportunity to use this week to rehearse the show with Shangguan Yanyu. Maybe the two of them can even spark love. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but reveal an obscene smile on his face. Jiang Chen also attended the closing ceremony of the military training in the afternoon. To be honest, although he had only been with instructor Wu Gang for a short half-month, everyone felt sad as they were about to part ways. "Classmates, it's a pleasure to get along with you. Although I am usually a little strict with you, I actually like you very much." After saying his final goodbye to everyone, Wu Gang turned around and left without looking back. But before leaving, he deliberately glanced at Jiang Chen. Perhaps it was Jiang Chen's Bajiquan that day that left a deep impression on him. After Jiang Chen and his group returned to the dormitory, they all sat on their beds and stared at each other. The hard, intense military training had suddenly ended, but they didn't know what to do. Qian Jin no longer wanted to play games, nor did he want to watch Wu Daqiang's soap opera. Everyone felt extremely bored. "By the way, why don't the four of us go out and play together? Let's treat it as our dormitory's first team building activity outside the school," Qian Jin suddenly suggested. His proposal made everyone's eyes light up, and it was obvious that everyone agreed with his idea. After all, the four of them had known each other for more than half a month, but they had never had a good time together. The four of them discussed and simply packed up before setting off. Jiang Chen drove the three people from the dormitory and called his best friend Zhuang Wei on the way. Lao Zhuang, have you finished your military training? What are you doing now? I just finished military training this morning and now I'm bored and dazed in the dormitory. Zhuang Wei's lazy and dull voice came from the phone. It was obvious that he was suffering from boredom and loneliness. Go wait for me at the school gate right now. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Jiang Chen hung up the phone after saying that. Master, who are you calling just now? Chen Jin asked curiously. My best friend from high school is a freshman at a nearby technical college. I'd like to introduce you to him. Great, Master's good brother is our good brother. Chen Jin and Su Chuan were very excited. Friendship between men does not need a very deep foundation. Sometimes, all it takes is a mutual friend to become good friends. As Jiang Chen was a skilled driver, he drove the car to the entrance of the vocational school in less than 10 minutes. This cool and beautiful G-class instantly attracted the attention of the students. The boys all had jealous looks on their faces, while the girls all had admiring looks on their faces. I have to say that girls from technical colleges are less pure and more sexy and wild than girls from Chengdu University. Many girls wore stockings and suspenders, had fashionable hair colors, and had cigarettes in their mouths. Oh my god, Master, girls from technical colleges are still more attractive. The girls in our Rongqing University are still too conservative. Qian Jin swallowed his saliva and said with an obscene look. Boom boom boom. At this time, someone knocked on the window of the G-class. Jiang Chen rolled down the window and found a fashionable hot girl standing outside. She was chewing gum and said to Jiang Chen. Handsome guy, add me on WeChat, let's go to the bar for a couple of drinks tonight. Jiang Chen did not answer, but silently rolled up the car window. To be honest, although this girl is also very beautiful, she is far inferior to Zhou Na of the same type. In other words, Jiang Chen now doesn't think highly of her at all. Chapter 38 I wish to be your righteous husband. Seeing that Jiang Chen ignored her, the girl stamped her feet in anger, and then left with an embarrassed look on her face. After all, she was the most beautiful girl in the class, and it was the first time she was rejected so directly by a boy. Jiang Chen and the others waited for a while, and the car door was suddenly opened, and his best friend Zhuang Wei came in. Jiang Chen immediately introduced his best friend from high school to Qian Jin and the others, and the boys quickly became friends. They have so many common topics, such as games, beautiful girls in school, etc. Lao Zhuang, the beauties in your school are so hot. They are my type. Su Chuang said with envy. Come on, old Su, they are all vulgar girls. The girls from your Rongqing University are pure and attractive. Zhuang Wei obviously disliked the girls in his school. Since you brothers all like girls from each other's schools, you have a suggestion. Qian Jin said with a gleam in his eyes. Oh? Brother Qian, if you have any good ideas, just tell me. Zhuang Wei's face was full of anticipation. He was bored to death in the first half month of school. We can invite all the girls from our own school to come out and organize a social event. By exchanging resources, we can get to know the girls from the other school. As soon as Chen Jin finished speaking, thunderous applause broke out in the car. Even Jiang Chen was amused. Chen Jin was really too smart. Several people felt that this social activity was very reliable, so they agreed to find a suitable opportunity to formally implement it. Jiang Chen drove the car to the vicinity of Veteran Barbecue and stopped. Because the other three people in the dormitory were from other places, Jiang Chen felt it necessary to take them to taste the local food. Boss, bring me 2 boxes of beer. Jiang Chen shouted to the boss, and then asked a few people to sit down in front of the barbecue restaurant. There are open-air seats at the entrance of the barbecue restaurant. It is late summer and early autumn, and the weather in the evening is very cool. Eating skewers and drinking in such an environment is definitely a great pleasure in life. Soon the steaming hot grilled skewers were served on the table, including lamb skewers, big oily edges, grilled kidneys, and so on. Because people in Chengdu can eat spicy food, the skewers grilled by the veterans are also very spicy and fragrant. Chen Jin and his friends took a bite of the skewers and were so spicy that tears came out. Although this kebab is really spicy, it's really delicious. Chen Jin sighed, then picked up his glass and toasted with everyone. Ton. Several people drank all the beer in their glasses. it can be seen that they can drink quite well. The boys ate skewers and drank wine, bragging about everything under the sun, from their childhood to the present day, almost telling everything there was to tell. Before they knew it, they had eaten all the skewers on the table and drank 2 boxes of beer. Fortunately, they were only slightly tipsy. It was almost 10 o'clock in the evening, and the Generation Beauty store next door flashed its intoxicating neon lights again. Various girls in cool clothes and hot bodies came in and out of the door, which made Zhuang Wei and Chen Jin swallow their saliva silently. I just know that the weather is beautiful. If I don't go there tonight, it would seem that I don't understand romance. Zhuang Wei said leisurely, looking at the moon in the sky. You are the only one who can describe lust in such an elegant way. Jiang Chen was amused by Zhuang Wei's appearance, then looked at the people in the dormitory and asked, You all want to go too? Several people in the dormitory nodded, even Wu Daxian, who had always been reserved, nodded firmly at this moment. Oh my god, it turns out that my dormitory is full of old perverts with beastly hearts. Okay then, since you all want to go, I, young Master Jiang, will pay for all the expenses tonight. After hearing Jiang Chen's words, Zhuang Wei, Shen Jin and others said in unison. If you don't abandon me, I will take you as my righteous husband. After that, they couldn't help laughing, and the atmosphere of joy filled the entire veteran barbecue. After just one night of contact, the friendship between these boys continued to heat up, and they became good brothers who could talk about anything. Jiang Chen led a few people into the Yidai Jaran. The lobby manager came to greet Jiang Chen from a distance. However, this time he was not as rebellious as last time, but instead showed a respectful attitude. Master Jiang, I'm so glad to see you here. Please enjoy yourself tonight. I'll give you an 18% discount. It has to be said that people who hang out in nightclubs are very good at dealing with things. In just a few words, they gave Jiang Chen enough face. Jiang Chen was also very pleased and said to the lobby manager, Open the biggest box for me. Money is not a problem. The most important thing is to make sure my friends have a good time. Okay. Don't worry, Mr. Jiang. The lobby manager smiled happily. Isn't this performance and commission coming? Jiang Chen and others were led into private room 888. The huge room was not crowded even if it could accommodate 20 people, and it was more than enough for Jiang Chen and his group. Beer, foreign liquor, fruit plates, and Longjing tea were placed on the table one by one, but Chen Jin and others were not interested at all. Their eyes were focused on the door, waiting for the real main course. After a while, a dozen tall, delicate girls came in. They stood in a row and said in unison, Welcome all young masters to the generation of beauty. I wish you all have fun. These dozen beauties were obviously carefully selected by the lobby manager. Although they were not as pretty as school beauties like Lu Yanyan and Shin Kursen, they were not much worse. Brothers, don't be polite. If you like something, just choose it yourself. Jiang Chen said to them. Chen Jin and his friends were really unceremonious and each of them chose the girl they liked. Zhuang Wei still likes mature young women. Chen Jin and Su Chuang chose 2 hot girls with hot bodies. However, Wu Daxiang, who is reserved by personality, is shy at the moment and can't say a word for a long time. Jiang Chen saw through Wu Daxiang's nervousness and timidity, so he said, Di Chang, since you are so conflicted, let me help you choose one. Wu Daxiang cast a grateful look at Jiang Chen. He was born in the countryside and had never been in a relationship. He had never seen such a scene before. However, Jiang Chen, who had high emotional intelligence, helped him out of the embarrassment. Jiang Chen looked around at the remaining girls, and a girl with a well-proportioned figure and wearing a light yellow short skirt caught Jiang Chen's attention. This girl looked young and pure, and quite suitable for Wu Daxiang. So Jiang Chen called the girl to Wu Daxiang's side, and randomly picked one who looked acceptable. Because there is no shortage of beauties around Jiang Chen now, Lu Yanyan, Su Qinxue, Shin Kursen, any one of them can kill anyone present in seconds. So his focus tonight was to take care of a few good brothers. As for himself, just having someone to drink and chat with was enough. As for whether she was beautiful or not, Jiang Chen didn't care at all. Chapter 39 Shichen Longa. The few of them were already slightly tipsy, and they quickly blended into the atmosphere in the dim private room. Zhuang Wei and the young woman were chatting in a corner, Su Chuang and the girl next to him were playing a dice game, Chen Jin and the people around him were holding hands and singing love songs, and they would drink a few glasses of wine from time to time. Looking at Wu Daxiang again, he looked nervous at the moment and didn't even dare to talk to the girl next to him. The girl next to Wu Daxiang didn't want to face this bumpkin and played with her phone. This won't do. Spending money on the knife handle is no big deal, but you can't make your brothers unhappy. So Jiang Chen walked up to the girl, patted her shoulders, and motioned for her to follow him out. When they got outside the box, the girl looked at Jiang Chen strangely. "Beauty, what's your name?" Jiang Chen asked first. "My name is Fei Fei, what can I do for you?" With the help of the bright light outside the box, Jiang Chen found that the girl was really good looking. "It's like this is the first time my friend comes to such an occasion, I hope you can be more proactive," Jiang Chen said to Fei Fei. "Oh, I see." Fei Fei looked reluctant, and it was obvious that she did not take these student-looking boys seriously. "Well, open your payment code." Jiang Chen saw through the nature of these nightclub girls. It seemed that he had to use his money-counting ability. After Fei Fei opened the payment code, Jiang Chen directly transferred 3,000 yuan to Fei Fei. Since the system gave him rebates, Jiang Chen didn't feel bad about spending money. Fei Fei looked at the 3,000 yuan that had been deposited into her account, and her beautiful eyes revealed joy. Her attitude also took a 180-degree turn, and she quickly assured Jiang Chen that she would definitely let Wu Daqian have fun. Fei Fei returned to the box like a different person. She took the initiative to hug Wu Daqian's arm and whispered in Wu Daqian's ear. "Handsome guy, you are so shy and cute, what's your name?" Fei Fei's breath was as sweet as orchid, and a sweet scent drifted into Wu Daqian's nose. He blushed instantly and stammered. "My name is Wu Daqian." Wu Daqian was shy by nature and had never spoken to a girl since he was a child. Now there was such a beautiful woman whispering in his ear, how could he bear it? This is exactly like encountering a top-level succubus right after leaving the novice village. Poochie. Fei Fei was amused by Wu Daqiang's name, thinking that in this day and age there are still people who give themselves such old-fashioned names. "Brother Chang, let's have a drink together." Fei Fei filled Wu Daqiang's glass with wine. She only took a small sip, but Wu Daqiang drank it all in one gulp. "Brother Chang, what's the name of that handsome guy over there? He looks like he's very rich." Fei Fei pointed her finger at Jiang Chen on the side and asked in Wu Daqiang's ear. Wu Daqian was already 7 points drunk at this moment, and said with a slurred tongue. "That's Jiang Chen. We are good brothers in the same dormitory. Let me tell you, he's super rich. I heard that the big G-type car he drives is worth nearly 5 million. Fei Fei's eyes sparkled as she continued to chat with Wu Daqian, but the topic never revolved around Jiang Chen. The honest Wu Daqian was unaware of this and happily thought that Fei Fei wanted to chat with him. Jiang Chen didn't know what was going on. He just saw Wu Daqiang and Fei Fei chatting happily with excited smiles on their faces, so he felt relieved. "Handsome, let's have a drink." The girl next to Jiang Chen hugged Jiang Chen's arm and whispered in Jiang Chen's ear. The girl's name was Xinxin. Having been in nightclubs for many years, she could tell at a glance that Jiang Chen was the backbone of the group and the one who organized the party and paid the bill, so she was particularly attentive to Jiang Chen. Not only did she pull her skirt up, but her long legs also rubbed Jiang Chen intentionally or unintentionally. But the other parties seemed to have no interest in her at all, which made Xinxin doubt her own charm. Jiang Chen clinked glasses with Xinxin and drank the wine in the glass. He drank a little too much tonight and his temples were a little sore. "By the way, do you know how to give massage?" Jiang Chen asked Xinxin. "Of course, I used to be a professional technician in a head massage parlor." Xinxin moved her fingers, looking very professional. "Then give me a massage. My temple hurts a little." "Okay." As she spoke, Xinxin started to massage Jiang Chen's temples. It must be said that Xinxin's fingering technique was professional and the strength was moderate, which made Jiang Chen feel very comfortable. On the other side of the box, a bald man with his upper body naked walked into the hall of the Generation Beauty. The man's body was covered with tattoos and he smelled strongly of alcohol. He was followed by 2 ruffians. He looked like a gangster. The lobby manager immediately came up to the man after seeing him, and said with a smile on his face. "Brother Long, what brings you here? I will definitely treat you well tonight." The man's name is Zhang Long, and he is known as Shicheng Longa in society. He is a notorious gangster in Shicheng. He usually lends campus loans in the university town and makes a fortune by making unscrupulous money. This kind of character is vicious and difficult to deal with, so the lobby manager treats him with caution, fearing that he might offend him in some way. Brother Long sat down on the sofa, and a younger brother beside him immediately handed him a cigarette, and another younger brother picked up a lighter to help him light it. Brother Long was sitting on the sofa, puffing away smoke, looking very impressive. The girl who accompanied me last time, her name was something like Fei Fei. Call her over to accompany me. I didn't have enough fun last time. I need to relax this time. Brother Long's words put the manager in a dilemma, because Fei Fei had already gone to box 888 to accompany a guest, so how could he ask her to come and accompany Brother Long? He certainly wouldn't dare to offend Brother Long, but young Master Jiang in box 888 was very generous and must be a rich second generation. It is difficult to offend both sides, which makes the manager feel troubled for a while. Damn it! Are you deaf? Didn't you hear me talking to you? Brother Long became furious when he saw the manager standing there. Brother Long, calm down. Brother Long, calm down. Fei Fei is already accompanying other guests. Can I help you find someone prettier than Fei Fei? The manager was frightened by Brother Long, and at this point he had no choice but to tell him the truth. Oh? Who is the guest Fei Fei is accompanying? What is his identity and background? Although Brother Long is a gangster, he is not brainless. Although he is rich and powerful, there are many more powerful people in Rongqing than him. So Brother Long had to first find out the other party's identity and background to avoid hitting a wall. The other party probably doesn't have much background. They are just a few college students with some money. The manager said timidly. Student? Hearing the manager's words, Brother Long showed a sinister smile on his face. What does Brother Long do? He deals in campus loans. He has ruined many students' families, but he is least afraid of students. Brothers, teach these students a lesson, and then get Fei Fei back to me. At Brother Long's command, the two younger brothers behind him also revealed sinister smiles. Chapter 40. Just call me Xiaolong. In box 888, Zhang Chen and the others had not yet sensed the impending danger, and the scene was still lively with singing and dancing. Shen Jin obscenely put his hands on his female companion's legs and rubbed them back and forth, while his female companion said coquettishly, "Oh my, you've rubbed the stockings I just bought into pills." Bang! Suddenly there was a loud noise and the door of the box was kicked open, startling Zhang Chen and others. 3 people walked in from the door. The leader was shirtless, revealing a large tattoo. The 2 younger brothers behind him also looked ferocious, and it was obvious that they were not good people. A younger brother behind Brother Long turned off the noisy speakers, and the originally noisy box instantly became quiet. You, what are you going to do? Zhuang Wei asked tremblingly. Although there were only 3 people on the other side, they were obviously gangsters from society. Zhuang Wei and his companions were all college students, so their momentum was immediately suppressed. I'll give you 1 minute. The girl stays, and the rest of you get out of the box. Brother Long said with a fierce look and a gloomy voice. Why should we give the box to you? We were here first. Zhang Chen could already see that the other party was trying to pick a fight on purpose, but he still spoke calmly. You're looking for death. One of Brother Long's men picked up the bottle and threw it to the ground, breaking it instantly. Everyone present, except Zhang Chen, changed their expressions. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. At this time, the manager rushed in and said to Zhang Chen and the others, Master Jiang, how about this? I'll waive your bill for tonight, and you can just give up the box. This is Brother Long from West City. He specializes in lending campus loans in the university town area. Many students have been tortured by them. You can't afford to offend them. The manager's words made Zhuang Wei and Shen Jin look very unhappy. As contemporary college students, they had naturally heard of campus loans. Many students have suffered from violent debt collection for campus loans, and even many beautiful girls have sold their bodies as a result. They could not afford to offend such gangsters. Zhang Chen, since the manager said the meal is free, we won't suffer any loss. Why don't we just go? Zhuang Wei said to Zhang Chen. Shen Jin, Su Chuang and others all nodded in agreement with Zhuang Wei's words. In fact, they were also very panicked and wanted to escape from this place of trouble as soon as possible. Seeing the cowardly looks on Zhuang Wei and the others' faces, Brother Long concluded that these students were just soft persimmons that could be easily bullied. He walked to Wu Daxiang and pulled Fei Fei from beside Wu Daxiang, his dirty hands constantly wandering over Fei Fei's body. Fei Fei knew that Brother Long was the local boss in this area, and she certainly didn't dare to offend this ruffian, so she didn't resist Brother Long's behavior. However, Wu Daqiang's face turned red at this moment, as if his girlfriend was being bullied in front of him. Let her go. Wu Daxiang, who had been timid all the time, suddenly straightened his back and glared at Brother Long with red eyes. What the hell did you say? Brother Long's eyes were full of anger. He didn't expect that the student who looked the most honest and simple would be the first to stand up and challenge him. I fucking told you to let her go. Wu Daqiang roared and rushed towards Brother Long, raising his fist high and was about to hit Brother Long. Everyone was shocked by Wu Daqiang's reaction. No one expected that Wu Daqiang, who looked the most timid, would be the first to explode. But Brother Long was a street thug who often fought, and his practical experience was something that Wu Daqiang could not compare to. Brother Long easily grabbed Wu Daqiang's fist, and no matter how hard Wu Daqiang tried, he could not break free. Brother Long picked up a beer bottle on the table with his other hand and smashed it hard on Wu Daqiang's head. If Wu Daqiang were hit hard this time, his head would definitely be smashed. The girls in the box closed their eyes tightly with fear, while Zhuang Wei and others turned pale with nervousness. But Brother Long's hand holding the beer bottle was suspended in the air, and never fell. Jiang Chen had dodged and grasped Brother Long's wrist tightly. Brother Long was obviously trying hard to break free from Jiang Chen's restraints. But his face was flushed, but it was still useless. Jiang Chen's hand was like a pair of iron pliers, tightly holding Brother Long's wrist. Long Ji's two younger brothers also noticed something was wrong and raised their fists to hit Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen remained calm and kicked out 2 whip kicks with his legs. The 2 kicks were like a 1,000-pound pendulum, hitting the chests of the 2 brothers fiercely. The 2 brothers flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and hit the wall heavily. The 2 younger brothers lay on the ground, holding their chests and wailing, and it was obvious that they had lost their ability to fight. Jiang Chen increased the strength of his grip on Brother Long's wrist, and Brother Long immediately let out a pig-slaughtering howl. Brother, I was wrong. Be gentle, ouch ouch. At this moment, Brother Long was in so much pain that he kept begging for mercy. Where was the arrogant look he had just now? Perhaps Brother Long himself did not expect that Jiang Chen was so good at fighting. To put it bluntly, he was just a gangster and would be defeated if he met someone stronger than him. Seeing Brother Long's face turn purple due to the pain, and then turn from purple to blue, Jiang Chen finally let go of his hand with satisfaction. Brother Long, who had just experienced severe pain, shook his wrists frantically to relieve the pain. Your name is Brother Long, right? Come and sit down. Jiang Chen had already sat back on the sofa and waved to Brother Long, motioning him to come over. Don't call me Brother Long, just call me Xiao Long. At this moment, Brother Long no longer had his previous arrogance, and sat next to Jiang Chen obediently like a timid little lamb. My name is Jiang Chen, and I'm a student at Rongqing University. I heard that you're doing campus loan business in the university town area, right? Jiang Chen poured a glass of wine for Brother Long and then asked slowly. Brother Long was a little surprised why Jiang Chen asked this, but he still answered carefully. Master Jiang, I do provide campus loans, but I do this just to make a living. Jiang Chen nodded, and then said something that shocked everyone present. Very good, don't do it again in the future. Jiang Chen took a sip of wine and said casually. Jiang Chen's words shocked everyone present and also made Brother Long feel troubled. It is said that cutting off someone's financial resources is like killing his parents. How can you possibly stop doing something just because of one word from the other party? Seeing Brother Long's embarrassment, Jiang Chen's next words were like a thunderclap, exploding in the huge box. I will give you 10 million, and you can use the money to do some legitimate business. Chapter 41 Orientation Party Rehearsal. What did you say? 10 million? At this moment, Brother Long's brain completely crashed. Not to mention whether a student could come up with 10 million, even if the other party came up with 10 million, why would he give it to him for no reason? The look in Brother Long's eyes when he looked at Jiang Chen had changed. At this moment, he felt that Jiang Chen must be a lunatic who had escaped from a mental hospital. Bring me the bank card? Jiang Chen was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. Only actual operation could make him face the reality. Brother Long took out his bank card doubtfully, only to see Jiang Chen operate it smoothly. Then Brother Long's phone rang with a text message alert. Brother Long opened his phone to check the text message, but he was petrified on the spot. Fei Fei, who had been standing next to Brother Long, clearly saw the content of the text message. Brother Long's bank card actually received 10 million yuan. Fei Fei couldn't believe her eyes. Brother Long was stunned for a long time before he finally came to his senses. He fell to his knees on the ground with a plop and kowtowed to Jiang Chen. Master Jiang, I, Xiaolong, will follow your lead from now on, and I will never have second thoughts. To be honest, Brother Long also understands that campus loans are not a long-term solution. If you continue down this path, there will definitely be no good ending in the end. But if he gave up campus loans, Brother Long would also suffer a lot of losses, so he was reluctant to give up this industry. But now Jiang Chen has given him 10 million yuan, which is enough to make up for his loss of giving up campus loans and allow him to successfully leave this industry. Why not do it? After all, he had only saved a few 100,000 yuan by taking campus loans despite the risk of going to jail. This 10 million yuan was enough for him to start a legitimate business and then live a carefree life. Jiang Chen helped Brother Long, who was kneeling on the ground, up. To be honest, he had selfish motives in doing so. Because local thugs like Brother Long can solve many small troubles for you. Moreover, campus loans have caused great harm to people in recent years. Jiang Chen letting Brother Long quit the business can be considered a good deed. Anyway, the system will give you rebates, so you won't feel bad about how much money you spend. Although Brother Long and his little brothers were beaten, they were so happy that they couldn't stop smiling when they walked out of the beautiful woman. This beating was really worth it. After Brother Long left, Jiang Chen and his friends lost interest in continuing to play, so they prepared to leave. Wu Daxian looked at Feifei with reluctance, but Feifei didn't even look at him. After all, this kind of relationship can only be maintained in the box. No one will know each other outside the box. Feifei and Xinxin both wanted to add Jiang Chen on WeChat, but were rejected by Jiang Chen. He was not someone that every woman wanted to contact. It was already early morning when everyone left the beauty house. There were fewer people on the street, and Zhuang Wei, Xianjin and others also became somewhat silent. They didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so good at fighting and so rich. He spent 10 million without even blinking an eye. They even felt that they were somewhat unfamiliar with Jiang Chen, and an unprecedented sense of estrangement appeared between them. Jiang Chen also sensed the subtle changes in the people, and he said to them, "No matter what happens, you are all my good brothers, Jiang Chen. Maybe I am a wealthy man in front of others, but I am my closest buddy in front of you." After hearing Jiang Chen's words, several people were obviously relieved, and the atmosphere returned to its previous harmonious feeling. By the way, there are exactly 5 of us. Why don't we find an esports hotel and play League of Legends together? Jiang Chen's proposal was highly praised by everyone, and the group walked towards the nearby esports hotel. The 5 of them played games until the early morning. Although they didn't win a single game, everyone had a happy smile on their face. Jiang Chen slept from early morning till dark, and was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone. It turned out that Shangguan Yenyu asked him to rehearse for the welcome party. Jiang Chen hurriedly woke up a few people and rushed towards the school. In the classroom of the Music Society of Rongqing University, Shangguan Yenyu was the only one practicing at the piano. Her slender white fingers danced on the keys, and the classroom was filled with melodious and pleasant piano sounds. Pa, pa, pa. After Shangguan Yenyu finished her song, applause suddenly broke out in the classroom. Shangguan Yenyu looked in the direction of the sound and saw Jiang Chen clapping and walking towards her. Today, Shangguan Yenyu was wearing a short suspender dress. Her thick hair was tied up, revealing her fair and delicate neck. Jiang Chen couldn't help swallowing. To be honest, this was his first time being alone with Shangguan Yenyu. Shangguan Yenyu's beauty really made him feel suffocated. "Student Shangguan, which song are we going to perform?" Jiang Chen was the first to break the silence. "What do you think of Dream Wedding, because it has always been my favorite song?" As soon as Shangguan Yenyu finished speaking, the music score and performance techniques of the song appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. "Okay, no problem. I've always liked this song too," Jiang Chen said with a smile. To be honest, Jiang Chen doesn't care what song he plays, because the system has awakened the master-level mastery of piano, and he can play any song perfectly. Then let's play it first to get a feel for it. Because Jiang Chen and Shangguan Yenyu were going to perform a 4-hand piano duet, he sat next to Shangguan Yenyu. The two sat side by side, and a refreshing body fragrance drifted into Jiang Chen's nostrils, making Jiang Chen feel very intoxicated. At first, the two of them were a little unfamiliar with the ensemble. When their fingers touched, Jiang Chen could clearly feel Shangguan Yenyu's inner panic. But both of them have very high piano skills, and they quickly found the rhythm and tacit understanding to cooperate with each other. The two people's hands kept moving on the keys, weaving a beautiful piano melody. Jiang Chen and Shangguan Yenyu were so absorbed in playing the piano that they were already in a trance due to the melody. Jiang Chen saw himself in a suit, and opposite him was Shangguan Yenyu in a pure white wedding dress. Shangguan Yenyu also saw herself wearing a wedding dress, standing in the huge church with Jiang Chen. In front of them was a pastor, who was presiding over their sacred wedding. The song ended, and the lingering sound lingered. Jiang Chen and Shangguan Yenyu looked at each other first, and then smiled at each other. It turns out that this was just a dream. Perhaps this is the state of mind brought about by wedding in a dream. They played a touching piano piece together, and even they themselves were immersed in the music, and they began to appreciate each other. Ding! The system detected that Shangguan Yenyu's favorability is 10, and the current favorability is 40. One song adds 10 points of favorability. At this rate, it is not impossible to win over Shangguan Yenyu. The more Jiang Chen looked at Shangguan Yenyu, the more obsessed he became. Shangguan Yenyu was so beautiful as a fresh jasmine flower. No, I have to find a way to take advantage of this, otherwise it would be a waste of this hard-earned opportunity to be alone. Jiang Chen had already started to make some plans in his mind. Chapter 42 Wrong Fitting Room. Well, classmate Shangguan. I think our cooperation is already very good, but there is still something missing. Jiang Chen said to Shangguan Yenyu seriously. Ah? What's missing? Shangguan Yenyu asked curiously, blinking her beautiful eyes. Feelings. Jiang Chen opened his mouth slightly and uttered 2 words calmly. Ah? Jiang Chen's words surprised Shangguan Yenyu. How can such a feeling be integrated? Shangguan Yenyu, who had practiced piano for more than 10 years, was also confused at this moment. Jiang Chen continued to speak seriously. Do you know the story behind this song? It tells the story of a man who has a crush on a princess but dares not confess his feelings. It is not until the princess wears her wedding dress and gets married that he musters up the courage to reveal his feelings to the princess, but is brutally killed by the guards. Before he died, he looked at the princess in her wedding dress and had a dream. In the dream, he and the princess had a wedding and successfully embraced her. At this time Jiang Chen paused, then raised the corner of his mouth and continued. So, the core emotion of this song is this hug. After saying that, Jiang Chen suddenly put his arms around Shangguan Yenyu's slender waist and held her soft body in his arms. The refreshing body fragrance hit him in the face, making Jiang Chen intoxicated. Shangguan Yenyu obviously didn't expect Jiang Chen to hug her suddenly. This was the first time she had such an intimate action with the opposite sex. But Shangguan Yenyu didn't know why she was not angry. She didn't even have the strength to resist. She just collapsed softly in Jiang Chen's arms. The two of them just hugged each other like this, and time seemed to stand still. It was unknown how much time had passed before Jiang Chen reluctantly let go of Shangguan Yenyu's soft body. Let's try this song again now. It will definitely have a different effect. Jiang Chen looked at Shangguan Yenyu's beautiful eyes and said softly. Next time. I want to go back to the dormitory. Shangguan Yenyu blushed and rushed out of the door. What happened tonight was too crazy. Since she was a child, there have been countless people of the opposite sex pursuing her, but she has never had physical contact with any of them. But the strangest thing is that I was not angry at all about Jiang Chen's offense. Shangguan Yenyu, how could you become like this? The girl's mind was filled with worries, but Jiang Chen didn't think so much. He closed the door of the club classroom and left slowly, with the system prompt sounding in his ears. Ding! The system detected that Shangguan Yenyu's favorability is 20, and the current favorability is 60. Jiang Chen's mouth curled up, and he was getting closer and closer to taking down Shangguan Yenyu. Thinking of Shangguan Yenyu's pure and aloof look, Jiang Chen couldn't help but get excited. However, after Jiang Chen left, a man walked out from a dark corner outside the classroom. It was Wang Quan, the vice president of Jile Society. He saw everything that happened between Jiang Chen and Shangguan Yenyu. His eyes were red at the moment and he gritted his teeth and said, Jiang Chen, you dare to snatch this woman from me? I'll kill you. Over the next few days, Jiang Chen rehearsed with Shangguan Yenyu in the club. The two of them had a rapidly improving tacit understanding, and the melodies they played became more and more perfect. On the day of the welcome party, this four-hand piano performance will definitely be the biggest highlight. In addition to rehearsing the program for the welcome party, Jiang Chen also took time out to date Lu Yanyan, have dinner with Shin Kursen, and secretly ran back to the central villa to have a small meeting with Su Qinxue. It must be said that this operation really exhausted Jiang Chen. The night of the welcome party came in a flash. A cool stage was set up in the middle of the school's largest football field. The entire venue was packed, and many students who didn't get a seat could only lie on the surrounding teaching buildings to watch. After all, there are many exciting programs at the party, and you can also see fresh and beautiful freshman girls. The party started as scheduled. First, several school leaders came on stage to give speeches and announced that the new batch of students would join the big family of Chengdu University. Then a pair of good-looking male and female hosts in evening gowns came on stage and announced the official start of the party. The first program was a thrilling opening dance performed by the dance club. The hot dance and exciting music instantly ignited the atmosphere on the scene. The second program was a crosstalk performance, and the third program was a solo performance by the champion of the previous campus top 10 singers competition. At this moment, the third program was about to end, and Shangguan Yenyu looked around anxiously in the backstage. Because her and Jiang Chen's piano performance was the sixth program, and the key point was that the damn Jiang Chen had not appeared until now. Shangguan Yenyu has called his phone repeatedly, but no one answered. Just when Shangguan Yenyu was ready to perform solo, Jiang Chen arrived late in his pajamas in a panic. "Why did you come just now? And what are you wearing?" Shangguan Yenyu was speechless for a moment, feeling that her partner was too unreliable. "Sorry, I overslept," Jiang Chen said apologetically. In fact, he had a meeting with Su Qinxuan in the central villa until the early morning last night, so he slept soundly in the dormitory all day today. "Hurry up and change your clothes." Shangguan Yenyu didn't have time to blame him and quickly stuffed the suit that Jiang Chen wanted to change into his hands. Jiang Chen took the clothes and ran towards the dressing room backstage. At this moment, the backstage was bustling with people. The performers of each show have their own special dressing room, but Jiang Chen searched for a long time but couldn't find the dressing room that belonged to his show. Jiang Chen was extremely anxious as it was almost time for him to go on stage to perform. Suddenly, the brightly lit backstage suddenly fell into darkness. Before Jiang Chen could react, he heard a voice in the darkness saying, "Damn it! Why did the circuit breaker trip again? This is the third time this evening." Jiang Chen secretly complained in his heart, could he be more unlucky? If he didn't change his clothes and appear in front of Shangguan Yenyu, he might never have the chance to get her in his life. Jiang Chen had no choice but to tiptoe into a dressing room. He quietly opened the door, thinking that since it was pitch black, no one would notice him changing clothes secretly. Jiang Chen slipped into the room and quickly took off his pajamas, preparing to change into a suit for the performance. However, at this moment, something even more tragic happened. There was a sudden electricity in the locker room, and the whole room became brightly lit in an instant. Jiang Chen was only wearing a pair of underwear, and in front of him stood a girl who was only wearing underwear. The girl's skin was as white as jade, her neck was slender and elegant, and her body was curvy. Her thick long hair was tied up in an ancient hairstyle, with a crystal-clear jade hairpin inserted in it. Her eyebrows are like distant mountains, her mouth is like cherries, and her eyes are like a pool of gentle autumn water. She exudes a unique beauty that is out of this world. Jiang Chen stared blankly, and couldn't help muttering to himself, "What a nice view." Chapter 43 Ancient Beauty Lin Wanqiu. To be honest, this girl is prettier than any girl Jiang Chen has ever seen. If Lu Yanyan is pure and lovely, Su Qinxue is graceful and elegant, Shen Kursen is cute and energetic, Shangguan Yenyu is cold and aloof, and Zhona is hot and cold. The girl in front of me was like a fairy from an ancient painting, otherworldly and beautiful beyond this world. At this moment, Jiang Chen and the girl were only wearing underwear, and they were both naked and looking at each other. The girl's beautiful eyes were full of shock and fear, and she probably didn't expect that there would be a strange man in the fitting room. The girl came to her senses and subconsciously wanted to scream. Jiang Chen thought to himself that if this girl screamed out, he would never be able to clear himself even if he jumped into the Yellow River. By then, I will definitely be regarded as a pervert and it will become a big scandal at Rongqing University. So Jiang Chen quickly dodged and covered the girl's mouth from behind. At this time, the two of them were in an ambiguous posture, with their exposed skin pressed tightly together. Jiang Chen felt the other person's smooth skin and warm body temperature, and instantly erected a small tent. Jiang Chen was ashamed, but he still tried to explain. "This is a misunderstanding, I beg you not to scream. I'll explain it to you when I have a chance, just nod if you agree." The girl hesitated for a moment, but nodded slowly. Jiang Chen slowly released his hand that was covering the girl's mouth, and the girl really did not scream. The two of them picked up their clothes and put them on in tacit understanding. Only then did Jiang Chen realize that the girl was wearing a set of ancient-style clothing. At this moment, she looked more like a fairy who had traveled through time from ancient times. Jiang Chen looked towards the door of the dressing room, which read dressing room exclusively for the ancient dance colorful dream. Jiang Chen said to the girl with an apologetic look. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it. It's my turn to go on stage soon, I'll find a chance to explain to you. After saying that, Jiang Chen slipped away quietly. Everyone outside the door was busy with their own things, and no one cared where Jiang Chen came from. Returning to Shangguan Yenyu asked curiously. Why did you take so long? And why do you smell so good? Jiang Chen broke out in a cold sweat, he never expected that women's sixth sense was so strong. He laughed and said. No, I didn't smell it. Shangguan Yenyu looked at Jiang Chen suspiciously, but did not continue to ask questions because it was about to be her and Jiang Chen's turn to perform. Jiang Chen had just arrived in a hurry and had not yet taken a close look at Shangguan Yenyu's attire. Now that he had taken a closer look, he was struck by how stunning she was. Shangguan Yenyu wore a silver white lace evening dress. The low-cut design revealed her sexy neck and collarbone, and the tightened waist showed off her body curves to the fullest. Shangguan Yenyu deliberately put on light makeup today. At this moment, she looked even more gorgeous than the actresses walking the red carpet in the entertainment industry. Dear classmates, I believe everyone has dreamed about their wedding. The following program is a four-hand piano piece, Wedding in Dreams, performed by the freshmen of the Music Society. After the host on the stage introduced the program, Jiang Chen walked onto the stage holding Shangguan Yenyu's tender little hand. The people in the audience immediately exclaimed in surprise, because Fong Chen and Shangguan Yenyu were a group of very good-looking people. Jiang Chen has a tall and straight figure and handsome appearance, and he looks even more heroic in this black suit. Shangguan Yenyu is cool and elegant, and this evening dress makes her look even more beautiful. There was a huge piano in the center of the stage. Jiang Chen and Shangguan Yenyu walked to the piano and sat down. Looking at the huge crowd below the stage, Shangguan Yenyu became visibly nervous, and his towering chest kept rising and falling. Jiang Chen held her hand and gave him an affirmative look. Shangguan Yenyu felt a sense of security and gradually let go of her nervousness. Jiang Chen raised his fingers high, then touched the piano keys, jumping continuously on the black and white keys of the piano. The melody of the piano flowed into everyone's ears like a gurgling stream. Then Shangguan Yenyu's jade fingers also struck the piano keys. With Shangguan Yenyu's participation, the melody of the whole song became more steady and rich. Jiang Chen and Shangguan Yenyu are both first-class piano masters, and they quickly brought the people present into the mood with their melody. Lu Yanyan and Shin Kursen in the audience were originally jealous because Jiang Chen was performing on the same stage with other girls, but now they have already been immersed in the beautiful melody. Lu Yanyan even saw herself wearing a white wedding dress and walking into the marriage hall with Jiang Chen, which moved her to tears. Not only Lu Yanyan, but many people at the scene imagined their own wedding scenes. However, this scene was like a dream, just like the name of the song Wedding in a Dream. The ancient-style girl that Jiang Chen just ran into in the locker room was also completely moved by the melody. Her eyes became moist and there was a different emotion in her eyes as she looked at Jiang Chen. Even after Jiang Chen and Shangguan Yenyu finished their song, the audience remained silent, and everyone stood there in a daze without any reaction. It was not until some people came to their senses and couldn't help but applaud that thunderous applause gradually broke out from the audience. Jiang Chen and Shangguan Yenyu smiled at each other. They were very satisfied with their performance. They were even caught up in this emotion and found it difficult to extricate themselves. Ding! The system detected that Shangguan Yenyu's favorability is 20, and the current favorability is 80. I didn't expect that after this performance, my favorability rating actually increased by another 20 points. No wonder Shangguan Yenyu looked at me with a complicated look in her eyes. Because of this performance, Jiang Chen and Shangguan Yenyu became famous and became the recognized piano prince and piano princess of Rongqing University. Jiang Chen and Shangguan Yenyu also came to the stage to watch the evening party. The next program was a skit performance. But perhaps it was because the plot of this skit was too awkward, or perhaps it was because the previous show was too popular. The audience in the audience became restless and clamored for the next program to be played quickly. Hurry down and let our sister Wanqiu perform on stage. Almost all the boys in the audience were shouting this sentence, which made Jiang Chen feel a little strange. He pulled a boy next to him and asked, "Brother, who is this Wanqiu sister you are talking about?" Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the boy looked at him as if he were an alien, and then said, "You don't even know Lin Wanqiu? She's a freshman, an ancient-style internet celebrity with 1 million fans. Many boys in our school are her fans." Jiang Chen suddenly realized that the internet celebrity had come to study at Rongqing University. No wonder everyone at the scene was so excited. After a while, the next program began amid the audience's thunderous cheers. I saw a beautiful woman in ancient style dressed in red slowly walking onto the stage. She walked lightly, had a beautiful smile, and her every frown and smile was enough to be called stunningly beautiful. Jiang Chen stood there in a daze, his eyes filled with disbelief. He muttered to himself, "It's actually her." Chapter 44 Apology Gift. The ancient-style woman on the stage was the girl Jiang Chen had just bumped into in the dressing room. It turned out that she was the Lin Wanqiu that everyone was looking forward to. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen directly asked the system to call up Lin Wanqiu's information panel. Name, Lin Wanqiu. Age, 20 years old. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Appearance, 98 points. Favorability, 5. Charge, 0. Jiang Chen looked at Lin Wanqiu's information panel and was speechless with surprise. Because in terms of appearance, Lin Wanqiu actually scored an astonishing 98 points. This is the highest scoring person Jiang Chen has met so far, but Lin Wanqiu's every frown and smile can make people infatuated, so she deserves this score. The favorability score was 5, which must be because the misunderstanding just now left a bad impression on the other party. It seems that I must find a time to apologize in person. At this time, a piece of ancient music sounded, bringing Jiang Chen's thoughts back to reality. Lin Wanqiu on the stage began to dance to the music, her steps light and graceful, like a dragonfly taking off from the water. Her arms drew graceful arcs in the air, like a butterfly fluttering its wings. Lin Wanqiu's body is very graceful, and the hem of her skirt is like a blooming petal on the stage. Lin Wanqiu is like a fairy who has come down to earth, not caring about worldly matters. The clouds are like clothes, the flowers are like faces, the spring breeze blows over the threshold and the dew is gorgeous. Jiang Chen muttered to himself. He could only think of this poem to describe Lin Wanqiu in front of him. Wonderful moments are always short-lived, and Lin Wanqiu's dance ended quickly. The remaining performances were also mediocre, and many people chose to leave early. When Jiang Chen went to bed at night, his mind was filled with Lin Wanqiu's graceful figure. If the boys in school knew that he had seen Lin Wanqiu's body, he would probably not live to see tomorrow. After the welcome party, the freshmen started their normal classes. Jiang Chen's directing class didn't have many courses, so it was pretty easy overall. On the first day of class, Jiang Chen seemed a little absent-minded because he was always thinking about how to apologize to Lin Wanqiu. Since he wanted to apologize, he had to prepare some small gifts. But Jiang Chen knew nothing about Lin Wanqiu, so how should he choose a gift? After thinking for 2 whole classes, Jiang Chen still had no idea. He took out his cell phone and sent a text message to Shangguan Yenyu. Don't leave after class. I have something important to discuss with you. In Jiang Chen's opinion, women understand women best. If he lets Shangguan Yenyu help him think of a solution, he will definitely come up with a good idea. After the bell rang, everyone rushed out of the classroom. Jiang Chen and Shangguan Yenyu were the only ones left in the huge classroom. What's wrong? Is there anything important you want to discuss with me? Shangguan Yenyu asked curiously. Jiang Chen scratched his head a little embarrassedly and told Lin Wanqiu about the misunderstanding that happened in the locker room last night. Shangguan Yenyu couldn't help but laugh after hearing this, and said jokingly, "How can I doubt your motives? Are you sure this is just a misunderstanding? You didn't do it on purpose?" Shangguan Yenyu has become somewhat familiar with Jiang Chen because of her contact with him at the welcome party. She is still cold and aloof to others, but she can joke with Jiang Chen casually. Jiang Chen raised 3 fingers and said, "I swear to God that I didn't do that on purpose. You should think carefully about what gift I should give her." Shangguan Yenyu chuckled and said, "Forget it, I'm not kidding you anymore. If you want to buy an apology gift, it's very simple. For example, if she likes ancient elements, you can buy her some ancient peripherals, such as hairpins, head ornaments, etc." After listening to Shangguan Yenyu's suggestion, Jiang Chen slapped his forehead. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Give the gift to the person according to his/her preferences, and you will never go wrong with the gift you give. By the way, we don't have classes tomorrow, so why don't you accompany me to buy gifts? Girls generally have similar tastes, so it would definitely be better to let Shangguan Yenyu help them choose gifts. Of course you can, but are there any benefits? Shangguan Yenyu asked, blinking her big eyes. How about I treat you to a meal? Jiang Chen replied. TSK, just one meal? Then you should treat someone else. Seeing Shang Guanyenyu was about to turn around and leave, Jiang Chen immediately said, "I'm also giving you a gift, you can pick whatever you want." Shang Guanyenyu then nodded in satisfaction, said it was a deal, and turned to leave. At the agreed time the next day, Shang Guanyenyu had just walked downstairs of the dormitory building when a peach-pink G-Class stopped at her feet. "Princess, please get in the car." The car window rolled down, revealing Jiang Chen's handsome profile. "Is this your car?" There was a hint of surprise in Shang Guanyenyu's eyes, but the surprise was only fleeting. It was obvious that Shang Guanyenyu came from a well-off family and she did not show much surprise at this luxury car. "Where are we going to pick out gifts?" Jiang Chen asked while driving. "It seems that you are a rich second generation." "That's easy. Let's go to Musitang." Musutong? Jiang Chen had never heard of this name. Seeing the doubt in Jiang Chen's eyes, Shang Guanyenyu patiently explained. Musitang is a brand that specializes in selling antique jewelry, but because of its high prices, many people are deterred from buying it. If you buy something of this brand for Lin Wanxiu, she will definitely be very happy. Jiang Chen showed an expression of "I see." He was not afraid of spending money. For him, things that could be solved with money were the simplest things in the world. Musitang is located in a high-end shopping mall in Xicheng, very close to Rongqing University. It only took Jiang Chen 10 minutes to reach his destination. Walking into the store with Shang Guanyenyu, a fresh fragrance hit me. The store is decorated with antique style, and the shelves in the store are also filled with various exquisite antique accessories. The salesperson saw that Jiang Chen and Shang Guanyenyu were both students, and estimated that they couldn't afford expensive jewelry. So she took Jiang Chen to a counter and said, "Sir, this counter is full of our old products from previous years. The prices are relatively cheap, very suitable for students like you." Jiang Chen understood what the shopping guide meant. He did not look at those cheap accessories, but focused his attention on a separate counter. This counter is located in the center of the entire store, and there is only one ornament placed alone in the huge counter. It was a phoenix-shaped hairpin, with feathers inlaid with red and green gems. The hairpin was exquisitely crafted and lifelike, and it was obvious at first glance that it was a rare and fine product. The shopping guide saw that Jiang Chen was interested in the hairpin and said with some disdain, "Sir, this gold hairpin is called the Golden Jade Luanfeng hairpin. It is the treasure of our store and is worth a full 1 million yuan. The shopping guide deliberately emphasized the words 1 million yuan, hoping to scare Jiang Chen away with the high price. However, Jiang Chen's next words stunned the shopping guide, and even Shang Guanyenyu's face was full of shock. Jiang Chen raised his lips and uttered 3 words calmly. "Wrap up." Chapter 45, Revenge of the King? The shopping guide seemed to not believe her ears. She stammered and asked, "Sir, what did you say?" Jiang Chen took out his bank card from his pocket and said calmly, "Swipe the card." The salesperson took the card with a doubtful look, and then something even more devastating happened. For big words appeared on the cash register computer, "Card swiped successfully." A full 1 million yuan was successfully swiped through the card. The shopping guide couldn't believe her eyes, but this was exactly what happened. "Can you help me wrap it up now?" Jiang Chen asked again. Yes, please wait a moment." The salesperson had not yet recovered from the shock. After all, the commission from this order was higher than her salary for several months. This sudden happiness was too sudden. He carefully wrapped up the treasure of the store and handed it to Jiang Chen. It was an exquisite mahogany box with an exquisite phoenix pattern carved on it and 3 large traditional Chinese characters engraved below it, Mu Su Tang. It is obvious that this exquisite box is also tailor-made for this treasure of the store. Such a precious hairpin is worthy of such a delicate box. I didn't realize you're so willing to spend a lot of money to pick up girls. Shang Guanyenyu pouted her lips, looking unhappy. Jiang Chen felt a little surprised. Was Shang Guanyenyu jealous of him? "Okay, let me pick out a gift for you. If you like something, I will buy it for you no matter how expensive it is." After hearing Jiang Chen's words, Shang Guanyenyu's expression softened. She muttered, "That's more like it." Just as Jiang Chen and Shang Guanyenyu walked out of the door of Mu Su Tang, 7 or 8 thugs with ruffian looks blocked Jiang Chen's way. "Is there anything wrong?" Jiang Chen asked with a frown. Although he didn't take these thugs seriously at all, he didn't want them to affect his mood for shopping. "Jiang Chen, today I will let you know what happens if you try to snatch a woman from me." At this time, a figure walked out from behind the gangsters. It was Wang Quan, the vice president of Ji Society. Ever since he saw Jiang Chen and Shangguan Yenyu hugging each other intimately at Giles last time, he has been holding a grudge against them and has colluded with gangsters in society to take revenge on Jiang Chen. Wang Quan said respectfully to a yellow-haired thug beside him. "Brother Huang Mao, this is the guy. Please help me deal with him." The man called Huang Mao stood in the middle of the gang, and was obviously the leader of the gang. He had dyed yellow hair and a tattoo of a third eye above his brow, which made him look quite rogue. At this moment, Brother Huang Mao stared at Jiang Chen with contempt, but when his eyes swept over Shangguan Yenyu beside Jiang Chen, he was stunned where he was. Huang Mao usually hangs out in bars and nightclubs, and is exposed to women with heavy makeup. When has he ever seen a lovely girl like Shangguan Yenyu? He immediately fixed his hair and said to Shangguan Yenyu with a lewd smile, "Little sister, you are so beautiful. Can you play with me today? I am very gentle." Shangguan Yenyu was so frightened that her face turned pale as paper. She didn't expect that this group of thugs would suddenly target her. Wang Quan saw that the situation had changed, and immediately said to Huang Mao Gu, "Brother Huang Mao, aren't we here to deal with this guy today? I've already given him 1,000 yuan. Besides, this girl is the one I like, right? Pa!" Wang Quan was slapped in the face just as he finished speaking. 5 bright red fingerprints immediately appeared on his face. Brother Huang Mao roared at Wang Quan. "Fuck it, you have to control what I do? So what if it's someone you like? Can't you lend him to me for fun?" Wang Quan covered his red cheeks and said humiliatingly, "You can borrow it. You can borrow it." Shangguan Yenyu couldn't help but roll her eyes. How could there be such a cowardly man in this world? Although there were passers-by passing through the mall, none of them wanted to get into trouble, so they just glanced and hurried past. "Sister, I can't wait any longer, come with me." Seeing that no one dared to stop him, Huang Mao became bolder. He stretched out his dirty hands and wanted to hug Shangguan Yenyu's slender waist. Shangguan Yenyu was still an innocent girl, how could she have seen such a bold and arrogant street thug? He dared to tease her in a public place like a shopping mall, and she was frightened at the time. Just as the yellow-haired man's dirty hand was about to touch his waist, a big hand suddenly appeared in mid-air and slapped the yellow-haired man's hand hard, knocking away the hand that was about to do anything wrong. A tall figure stood in front of Shangguan Yenyu with his arms outstretched. It was Jiang Chen, who had been silent all this time. Jiang Chen had a gloomy face and spoke word by word. "If you dare to touch her, I will chop off your hands and feed them to the dogs." At this moment, Shangguan Yenyu hid behind Jiang Chen's tall figure, and she felt an unprecedented sense of security in her heart. Not to mention that there were only 7 or 8 thugs on the opposite side, she would not be afraid even if there were thousands of troops. For some reason, she just believed that Jiang Chen could protect her well. The yellow-haired man was stunned for a moment, then his face was filled with anger, and finally he said with a smile in anger, "Boy, you are really looking for death. I have followed brother Shicheng Long for more than 10 years, and no one in this area dares to show his teeth to me. Today I will let you know the price of going against my yellow-haired brother." When Jiang Chen heard the words brother Shicheng Long, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. "It seems that I don't have to do it myself today. I should be able to solve it by just making a phone call." Huang Mao and his men were about to step forward to deal with Jiang Chen, but they saw Jiang Chen made a pause gesture, then took out his cell phone and said, Xiaodo Madai, wait for me to make a call." The yellow-haired guys were completely confused and had no idea what the boy in front of them wanted to do. "Hey! Xiaolong? Your little brother is trying to bully my girlfriend in the mall. What do you think I should do?" Jiang Chen spoke into the phone, then handed the phone to Huang Mao and said, "He asked you to answer the phone." The confusion on Huang Mao's face became even thicker, and he obviously hadn't realized that the person opposite him was his boss, Brother Long. The yellow-haired man put the phone to his ear and started to curse. "Who the hell are you?" "I'm the yellow-haired guy from West City." After a brief silence on the other end of the line, a shocking roar broke out. "You fucking yellow-haired guy, are you looking for death? I am your brother Long. Do you know who you have offended? That guy is my eldest brother. Hurry up and apologize to him, otherwise you will be responsible for all the consequences." After saying that, the other end hung up the phone, leaving only a busy tone. At this moment, Huang Mao was standing there in a daze. He couldn't figure out how this student-looking boy in front of him could be his eldest brother's eldest brother. Chapter 46 System Task, Get Shangguan Yenyu's First Kiss. Jiang Chen's phone call instantly made the arrogant Huang Mao wilted. At this moment, the look he gave Jiang Chen was already filled with fear. Brother Huang Mao, can we leave now? Jiang Chen looked at Huang Mao and said jokingly. Boss. Boss, you can just call me Xiao Mao. I have offended my sister-in-law just now. Can you just treat me as a fart and let me go? The yellow-haired man's attitude made a 180-degree turn, and he both nodded and bowed to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was too lazy to argue with him, let alone retaliate against him. He just waved his hand and left with Shangguan Yenyu. Wang Quan was puzzled by the rapid change in Huang Mao's attitude. He asked cautiously. Brother Huang Mao, why do you call him boss? However, Huang Mao hated Wang Quan at this moment. If it weren't for this kid, how could he have offended his boss's boss? He was also scolded by Brother Long. The yellow-haired brother raised his hand high and slapped Wang Quan in the face again. Huang Mao roared at Wang Quan with a ferocious look on his face. He's my boss's boss, understand? You still want to deal with him? See how I kill you today. After saying that, Huang Mao started to fight with Wang Quan. Although Huang Mao's brothers didn't know what was going on, they also followed Huang Mao to beat Wang Quan. Poor Wang Quan had no idea what was going on and was beaten up by the thugs he hired with his own money. Jiang Chen couldn't help but find it funny when he heard Wang Quan's screams. Paying thugs to beat him up, what do you think of this? Shangguan Yenyu looked at Jiang Chen with curiosity in her eyes. This man was too mysterious. In such a critical situation just now, he was able to turn the whole situation around with just one phone call. The key point is that when Shangguan Yenyu thought about Jiang Chen just opening his arms and protecting her tightly behind him, she felt an indescribable sweetness in her heart. Ding! The system detects that Shangguan Yenyu's favorability is 5, and the current favorability is 85. Jiang Chen was overjoyed when he saw that his favorability had reached 85 points. If he continued at this rate, it would be just a matter of time before he could take down Shangguan Yenyu. Ding! The system has assigned a task. Task content: get Shangguan Yenyu's first kiss. Task reward: Koenigsegg Jesko. Looking at the task rewards given by the system, Jiang Chen couldn't help but widen his eyes. This Koenigsegg sports car is one of the world's top supercars, priced at more than 35 million, and there are only 99 of them in the world. This supercar has always been Jiang Chen's dream car. Imagine driving such a top supercar with a beautiful woman on Sunset Boulevard. How beautiful the scene would be. If this kind of scene could be realized, I'm afraid any man would die without regrets. No, I must find a way to complete this task. Jiang Chen made up his mind secretly. However, although he and Shangguan Yenyu have an 85-point favorability, they have never been ambiguous and are not a couple. How can he get her first kiss? Jiang Chen was walking and thinking, but suddenly he found that Shangguan Yenyu beside him was gone. He looked again and saw Shangguan Yenyu standing by a window, staring blankly at a pendant in the window. This is a high-end luxury store. Jiang Chen is not familiar with this brand, but he has often seen it in magazines. Do you like it? If you like it, I'll give it to you. Jiang Chen walked up to Shangguan Yenyu and said. Shangguan Yenyu gently shook her head and said, no, thank you. After saying this, Shangguan Yenyu was ready to turn around and leave, but there was clearly a hint of reluctance in her beautiful eyes. Jiang Chen said nothing, took Shangguan Yenyu's slender arm and walked towards the store. Sir, is there anything you need? The salesgirl said to Jiang Chen politely. Jiang Chen walked to the counter where the pendant was stored, pointed at the pendant and said, pack this for me. Jiang Chen's words made the salesgirl a little confused. Who would buy jewelry without asking the price and just wrap it up? Moreover, this pendant was a high-end limited edition in their store and the price was very expensive. But the shopping guide still maintained her professionalism and smiled at Jiang Chen and said, Sir, this amethyst pendant is a high-end limited edition in our store. It is made of rare amethyst as the main stone, and is surrounded by rare diamonds of different materials. The processing technology is even more complex and exquisite, and it was handmade by a well-known foreign jeweler. So the price of this amethyst pendant is also very expensive, a full 3 million yuan. The salesperson's words made Shangguan Yenyu completely hopeless. She guessed that the pendant would be very expensive, but she didn't expect it to be so outrageously expensive. She pulled Jiang Chen's clothes, signaling him to leave quickly. But Jiang Chen looked indifferent and took out his bank card and slapped it on the counter. Wrap up. It was still just 3 short words, but it made the shopping guide's eyes glow with love. This is so cool. A 3 million amethyst pendant, I'm afraid no girl can resist such a dreamy gift. However, Shangguan Yenyu looked conflicted. She pulled Jiang Chen's arm and said, "This gift is too valuable. I cannot accept it." However, Jiang Chen smiled and said, "A sword is given to a hero, and rouge is given to a beauty. I just think this pendant is very suitable for you. Only your beauty is worthy of such a precious pendant." Shangguan Yenyu couldn't help but blush when she heard Jiang Chen's words. At this time, the shopping guide had already put the pendant into an exquisite box. She handed the box to Shangguan Yenyu and said, "I really envy you for having such a good boyfriend. They are a perfect match made in heaven." When Shangguan Yenyu heard this, the blush on her face spread to the back of her ears, but she did not deny it. After buying gifts for Lin Wanqiu and Shangguan Yenyu, Jiang Chen was ready to drive back to school. In the car, Jiang Chen opened the gift box in his hand, and the amethyst pendant began to sparkle with a crystal luster. "Let me wear it for you. It will definitely look very beautiful." Jiang Chen looked at Shangguan Yenyu and said softly. Shangguan Yenyu's face flushed, but she still nodded slightly. Jiang Chen picked up the pendant in his hand and walked over, put it around Shangguan Yenyu's fair neck and put it on her. At this moment, Jiang Chen was very close to Shangguan Yenyu. They could even feel each other's breath. The atmosphere in this closed car space was extremely ambiguous. When their eyes met, tenderness welled up in both of them, and they couldn't help but kiss each other at the same time. Jiang Chen's lips and teeth were filled with Shangguan Yenyu's sweet fragrance, and the whole car was filled with a sweet atmosphere. At the same time, the system prompt sounded in Jiang Chen's ears. Ding! The host has completed the task and the reward has been issued. The Koenigsegg Jesco has been parked in the Shijiao Park parking lot. Chapter 47 Give Lin Wanqiu a gift. The next day, Zhen Jin and Su Chuang came to the classroom, but Feng Chen was nowhere to be seen. "Let me tell you, something's not right with our master lately," Zhen Jin said mysteriously. Su Chuang thought about it for a moment and agreed. Jiang Chen had been elusive lately, making it hard to figure out where he was. "Do you think our master has a new girlfriend? Otherwise, why is he so busy lately?" Zhen Jin asked thoughtfully. Su Chuang said in disbelief, "Impossible? It's already amazing that he has flirted with Lu Yinyan and Shin Kursen, two school beauties. If he can have a new girlfriend, he'd be a true love saint." The two were discussing in whispers when suddenly a noise of booing broke out in the classroom. Zhen Jin and Su Chuan looked closely but were so shocked by the scene that they were speechless. Shangguan Yenyu and Jiang Chen walked into the classroom together. Shangguan Yenyu put her arms around Jiang Chen's arms. They were talking and laughing, like a couple in love. Moreover, the two of them drank the same cup of milk tea and sat down together at an empty table. This was obviously not a pretense, but a direct showdown. Awesome, really awesome. This is the love saint himself. At this moment, Chen Jin and Su Chuang's admiration for Jiang Chen has reached its peak. Within just 1 month after the start of school, he not only won over 2 school beauties, but also won over Shangguan Yenyu, who was comparable to the 4 school beauties. Such strength is really impressive. After class, Jiang Chen came to a tree-lined path with the gift he prepared for Lin Wanqiu. According to Jiang Chen's investigation, Lin Wanqiu was a student in the performance class of the art department. They had just finished their get-out of class, so Lin Wanqiu would definitely pass by this green path. Just as Jiang Chen was looking around and waiting anxiously, a beautiful figure appeared in Jiang Chen's field of vision. It was Lin Wanqiu herself. Today, Lin Wanqiu did not wear ancient costumes like she did on the day of the welcome party, but wore a delicate and elegant hanfu. Her seaweed-like long hair was tied up behind her head, with a crystal-clear jade hairpin inserted in the middle. The late autumn forest is so beautiful, just like the autumn breeze blowing towards you, warm and refreshing. Lin Wanqiu was accompanied by 2 sweet-looking girls. These 2 girls could be considered rare beauties, but when they stood next to Lin Wanqiu, they paled in comparison. Jiang Chen was actually a little nervous. He took a deep breath and walked in front of Lin Wanqiu. "Classmate, can I bother you for a few minutes?" Hearing the voice, Lin Wanqiu looked towards the person who came, only to find that it was the boy who saw her body in the locker room on the night of the welcome party. Thinking of the embarrassing situation that night, Lin Wanqiu couldn't help but blush. She said to the 2 beauties beside her, "You guys go back to the dormitory first, I have something to do here." The 2 girls looked at each other with an "I understand" expression and left first. They were Lin Wanqiu's roommates and also her best friends. To be honest, in the first few days of school, there were dozens of boys who approached Lin Wanqiu, if not 100, and they were no longer surprised. However, they felt a little strange because Lin Wanqiu always kept those boys who tried to chat her up at a distance. This was the first time they saw Lin Wanqiu not rejecting the opposite sex. Moreover, they clearly saw a blush on Lin Wanqiu's face. Could it be that Lin Wanqiu was interested in that boy? This is not impossible, because the boy just now is really handsome, and he is considered the school idol in Rongqing University. Lin Wanqiu looked at her two roommates who had already gone far away and asked Jiang Chen, "What can I do for you?" There was some displeasure in Lin Wanqiu's tone, and she was obviously unhappy about what happened in the locker room that night. Jiang Chen said with a serious face, "I'm here to apologize to you in person, because it was an unintentional mistake on my part that night, and I hope you can forgive me. My show was about to start that night, but I hadn't found my dressing room yet. There was a power outage at that moment. I sneaked into your dressing room, but I swear I didn't know you were in there. I want to say sorry to you. I'm sorry for seeing your body." At the end of the conversation, Jiang Chen felt a little embarrassed. Thinking of the spring scene he saw that night, Jiang Chen almost had a nosebleed again. Seeing Jiang Chen's sincere apology, Lin Wanqiu's anger had mostly subsided. Although Jiang Chen saw her body, she also saw Jiang Chen wearing only underwear that day. Thinking of Jiang Chen's well-proportioned muscles and lines, Lin Wanqiu couldn't help but blush. Only then did Jiang Chen remember the apology gift he had prepared for Lin Wanqiu, and hurriedly took out the exquisite little wooden box from his pocket. "By the way, to express my apology to you, this is the gift I carefully selected for you. I hope you like it." As he spoke, Jiang Chen took out the small wooden box in his hand and handed it to Lin Wanqiu. Lin Wanqiu took the wooden box in his hand, his eyes full of shock, because there were 3 big characters Mu Su Tang engraved on it. As a fan of ancient style, Lin Wanqiu certainly knew this brand, but because the brand was expensive, she had to buy some cheap substitutes. "Open it and take a look." Jiang Chen was full of confidence, because from Lin Wanqiu's eyes, Jiang Chen could tell that she liked this brand very much. When Lin Wanqiu gently opened the wooden box in her hand, a golden hairpin appeared in front of her. This hairpin is designed in the image of a phoenix, with exquisite workmanship and lifelike appearance. The wings of the phoenix are inlaid with expensive red and green gems, which sparkle charmingly under the sunlight. Lin Wanqiu opened her mouth slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. This is the treasure of Mu Su Tang. The golden jade phoenix hairpin." Lin Wanqiu's face was full of surprise, and he even stuttered when he spoke. As someone who was involved in the ancient style circle, she could naturally recognize this gold hairpin. But what surprised her was that this gold hairpin was not a replica, but the only one in the world. You know, the golden jade phoenix hairpin is the treasure of Mu Su Tang, and there are many imitations of it on the internet. But imitations are fakes after all, and their workmanship and materials cannot be compared with the originals. So anyone who knows a little bit about this business can tell that this hairpin is the original. This gold hairpin is worth exactly 1 million yuan. God knows what 1 million means to a freshman. Jiang Chen was very satisfied with Lin Wanqiu's reaction. He was still worried that Lin Wanqiu didn't know the value of the hairpin. "It seems that my worries were unnecessary. I accept your apology, but I'm sorry, this gift is too valuable. I can't accept it." Lin Wanqiu handed the gift back to Jiang Chen, but her face was full of reluctance. After saying this, Lin Wanqiu seemed to have made a great decision and walked away without looking back. Chapter 48, Invitation from Lu Yanyan's Mother. Just as Lin Wanqiu turned to walk away, her arm was grabbed by a strong hand. It was Jiang Chen. At this moment, Jiang Chen couldn't help but be startled. This was the first time he had skin contact with Lin Wanqiu. He didn't expect Lin Wanqiu's skin to be as white as snow, and even the touch was so tight and smooth. Although he felt Lin Wanqiu's skin obscenely in his heart, Jiang Chen still said with a serious face, "The gift represents the sincerity of my apology. Besides, this is a gift I picked specially for you. You are the only one in the world who is most suitable for her." Lin Wanqiu was stunned, obviously moved by Jiang Chen's words. Jiang Chen didn't give Lin Wanqiu a chance to react. He stuffed the wooden box into Lin Wanqiu's hands and ran away. By the time Lin Wanqiu came to her senses, Jiang Chen had already run away. Looking at the golden and jade phoenix hairpin in her hand, Lin Wanqiu felt a special feeling for the opposite sex for the first time. The system detects that Lin Wanqiu's favorability is 15, and the current favorability is 10. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a little amused when listening to the system's prompt. Because of the misunderstanding in the locker room, Lin Wancho's favorability towards him was 5, but now it has finally returned to a positive number. Although the increase in favorability was not much, Jiang Chen was not in a hurry because he was now enjoying the process of slowly improving his relationship. After a few days of classes, Jiang Chen and Sheng Guanyenyu stayed together, going to get out of class together, and eating together. Jiang Chen certainly would not neglect Lu Yanyan and Shin Kursen, and would take time to accompany them on dinner and dates. Jiang Chen is currently a mature couple with Lu Yanyan, Sheng Guanyenyu, and Su Qinxue outside the school. However, Shin Kursen has not found an opportunity to take a step closer yet, but Jiang Chen does not seem to be in a hurry. In her opinion, no campus belle of Rongqing University could escape. Time passed quickly. Jiang Chen had already attended a week of classes, and it was already the weekend. Just when Jiang Chen was thinking about how to spend his free time on the weekend, he received a text message from Lu Yanyan. "Can you come to my house for dinner tomorrow? My mother is out of the hospital and she wants to thank you in person." Ever since Jiang Chen helped Lu Yanyan's mother pay the 300,000 yuan surgery fee last time, Lu Yanyan's mother's condition has improved and she has now been successfully discharged from the hospital. Moreover, Lu Yanyan has already told her mother about her relationship with Jiang Chen, so this time Jiang Chen can be considered to be meeting his mother-in-law. Jiang Chen couldn't help but find it funny that he was only a freshman and yet he had to meet his mother-in-law. After replying okay to Lu Yanyan, Jiang Chen began to plan to go to Lu Yanyan's house tomorrow. Time passed quickly and it was the next morning. Jiang Chen got up early, washed himself carefully, and changed into a new set of casual clothes. He looked very handsome. When I arrived at Lu Yanyan's dormitory, she was already waiting eagerly. Today, she was wearing a Chanel-style suit, which perfectly showed off her tall and slender figure, and she looked more refined. Jiang Chen couldn't help swallowing. He hadn't seen Lu Yanyan for just 2 days, so how come she became so beautiful again? Jiang Chen stepped forward and hugged Lu Yanyan's slender waist, and walked out of the school in a swagger. Along the way, Jiang Chen also welcomed countless murderous male gazes. Arriving at Shijiao Park, Lu Yanyan looked at the exaggeratedly shaped Koenigsegg and was so surprised that she was speechless. Although Lu Yanyan didn't know much about these supercars, she could guess that this car was expensive, at least more expensive than the G-Class. Jiang Chen had driven the car around Shijiao Park a few times a few days ago, and now he was very familiar with the performance and operation of the car. After helping Lu Yanyan fasten her seatbelt, Jiang Chen started the car. Suddenly, a huge sound was heard, like the roar of an ancient beast. Jiang Chen stepped on the accelerator and the Koenigsegg rushed out like a silver lightning. In addition to its cool and exaggerated appearance, the sound of this supercar also smells like burning money. When Jiang Chen was waiting for the traffic light, he attracted countless passers-by to watch and take pictures. The man's eyes were full of desire for the supercar, and the woman was looking at Jiang Chen in the car with an infatuated look on her face. Almost all women would be obsessed with a man as handsome and rich as Jiang Chen. There were even a few good-looking women who secretly put on some makeup and wanted to take the initiative to ask for Jiang Chen's contact information. But when they saw the pure and beautiful Lu Yanyan sitting in the passenger seat, they all gave up their thoughts. Because Lu Yanyan is so beautiful that they feel ashamed of themselves. This is the true match between a rich man and a beautiful woman. Lu Yanyan's home is in a shantytown in Dongcheng district. Because the Koenigsegg driven by Jiang Chen was too exaggerated and ostentatious, Jiang Chen decided to park the car at the intersection near Lu Yanyan's home and walk there together. When Lu Yanyan walked to the door of her house and looked at the Mercedes-Benz E300 parked in front of the door, she couldn't help but frown. "What's wrong?" Jiang Chen looked at Lu Yanyan with a frown and asked with concern. Lu Yanyan sighed and then said, "This car belongs to Zhang Yang. He used to be my neighbor, but later he moved away because he made money from e-commerce. The fact that his car is here means he must be at my house." Jiang Chen was still confused after listening to Lu Yanyan's words, and asked in confusion, "Shouldn't you be happy that your old neighbor is visiting your home? Why do you look so sad?" Lu Yanyan sighed and explained, "Because Zhang Yang has made a lot of money in the past few years, my mother has been trying to bring us together, but I have always treated her as my neighbor's brother and have no feelings for her at all." It was not until this moment that Jiang Chen suddenly realized that he had come to meet his love rival today. Unexpectedly, Lu Yanyan's mother is such a money-loving person. He touched Lu Yanyan's head and comforted her. "It doesn't matter. No matter how rich he is, he can't be richer than me. It would be best if Zhang Yang just ate his meal honestly today. If he dared to do something that would make him unhappy, he would make Zhang Yang lose face." When Jiang Chen walked into Lu Yanyan's home, he saw a middle-aged woman sitting on the sofa and chatting enthusiastically with a man. The middle-aged woman was named Wu Lufang, Lu Yanyan's mother. The man sitting on the sofa was Zhang Yang, Lu Yanyan's neighbor who grew up with her. Zhang Yang, Zhang Chen, and Lu Yanyan are of similar age, but he is wearing all branded clothes, a thick gold necklace around his neck, and several glittering gold rings on his fingers, as if he is afraid that others don't know that he is rich. Wu Lufang looked at Lu Yanyan who came in, and immediately smiled. She pulled Lu Yanyan to sit next to the man and said with a smile, "Yanyan, you're finally back. Your brother Zhang Yang has been waiting for you for a long time. You two haven't seen each other for a long time, so hurry up and catch up." However, Zhang Chen, who was beside Lu Yanyan, was ignored by her and left aside awkwardly. Chapter 49 Insult. Seeing her mother treating Zhang Chen like this, Lu Yanyan's face turned extremely ugly. She walked to Zhang Chen, hugged Zhang Chen's arm and said, "Mom, he is Zhang Chen. He lent us the money for your surgery, and he is my boyfriend now." After hearing the word boyfriend, Zhang Yang, who had been sitting on the sofa, clenched his fists and looked at Zhang Chen with anger in his eyes. Zhang Chen handed the gift in his hand to Wu Lufang and said politely, "Auntie, it's our first meeting. I brought you some gifts. I hope you are in better health." Wu Lufang took a look and saw that it was just some ordinary nutritional supplements. After receiving the gift, she casually placed it on the coffee table. "Xiao Jiang, right? Now that you're here, let's have a meal together." Wu Liufang's tone towards Zhang Chen was full of perfunctory and disdain. She had obviously forgotten that the money for her life saving was paid by Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen was not angry, because it was too easy to treat a snob like Wu Lufang. Since she liked money, he would use money to make her weak. After all, Zhang Chen's current life creed is that any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. At this moment, 5 dishes and 1 soup were already prepared on the table. Although Wu Liufang's character was not well received by Zhang Chen, he had to admit that Wu Lufang was quite good at cooking. At the dinner table, Lu Yanyan, who was sitting next to Zhang Chen, kept picking up food for Zhang Chen, which made Wu Lufang and Zhang Yang look very ugly. Wu Lufang took the lead and asked Zhang Chen, "Xiao Jiang, I just saw you guys walked here, don't you have a car yet?" At this moment, Zhang Chen was only focused on enjoying his meal and didn't hear what Wu Lufang was saying at all. He just nodded to himself. Although Zhang Chen paid out 300,000 yuan in one go, Wu Lufang felt that Zhang Chen was just pretending to be so in order to pursue her daughter. Now that she saw that Zhang Chen didn't even have a decent car, her inner thoughts became more certain. She secretly made up her mind that she must break up the couple today and let her daughter be with Zhang Yang. Wu Lufang felt very satisfied when she imagined herself sitting in a flashy Mercedes-Benz and seeing the envious looks from her neighbors. So she continued, "Hey, this man still needs a car to show his status. Zhang Yang is now driving a Mercedes-Benz E300. Even though it's second-hand, it's worth more than 300,000 yuan. Listening to Wu Liufang's words, Zhang Yang deliberately touched the Mercedes-Benz key that he had placed on the dining table, and looked at Zhang Chen with a look full of superiority. Zhang Chen was concentrating on eating at the moment, and turned a deaf ear to Wu Liufang's words. Or maybe he was too lazy to argue, as he was a wealthy man with status. Why would he bother with these ordinary people? Lu Yanyan was embarrassed. She didn't expect her mother to say such shameful words. Zhang Chen was driving a truly top-notch supercar, which was incomparable to Zhang Yang's second-hand Mercedes. "Mom, can you stop talking? The money for your surgery was borrowed from Zhang Chen. Have you forgotten?" Lu Yanyan said angrily. It was not until her daughter brought up the issue of the surgery fees that Wu Lufang showed a little embarrassment on her face. Zhang Yang, who had been silent the whole time, said at this moment, "Auntie, Yanyan, when you were in trouble, I just happened to be out of funds, so I really couldn't help you. My business has been picking up recently, so I want to pay you back the 300,000 yuan. We should not owe favors to outsiders." It must be said that Zhang Yang's words were quite skillful. The word outsider not only excluded Zhang Chen from the outside, but also made him the host. After saying that, Zhang Yang took out a big plastic bag, which contained exactly 300,000 yuan in cash. When Wu Lufang saw the 300,000 yuan in cash that Zhang Yang took out, she immediately smiled. After all, Zhang Chen was helping her to advance the surgery fee, and she would have to pay the money back sooner or later. But Zhang Yang is different, the money is given directly to him. Wu Lufang said to Lu Yanyan, "Yanyan, Zhang Yang just told me that when you two are together, he will buy us a house in a nearby high-end community. Hey, your rotten dad passed away early. He only left us this shabby house. Mom has long wanted to live in a high-end residential area. As she spoke, a look of longing appeared on Wu Liufang's face, as if she had already moved into a high-end residential area. Zhang Yang did promise to buy Wu Lufang a house in a high-end residential area, but this was just a big promise he made to Wu Lufang. Although Zhang Yang made some money from e-commerce, he was just a small boss at best, otherwise he would not buy a used Mercedes-Benz. He was already very painful to pay 300,000 yuan for Wu Lufan, but this was also to win Wu Liufang's favor and improve his relationship with Lu Yanyan. When the time comes, he will find an opportunity to make it a done deal with Lu Yanyan, and even if he doesn't buy a house, Wu Lufang will have to marry her daughter to him. Looking at Lu Yanyan's pure and beautiful face, as well as her tall and slender figure, Zhang Yang's inner desire became even stronger. Then Wu Lufang looked at Zhang Chen again, the bright smile on her face disappeared, and she said in a stiff tone, "Xiao Jiang, I will return your 300,000 yuan to you now. Please draw a clear line between me and my daughter and stop bothering her." However, Zhang Chen still turned a deaf ear to Wu Liufang's words and only focused on eating the delicious food on the table. Seeing Zhang Chen's starving appearance, Wu Lufang and Zhang Yang's faces were full of contempt. Lu Yanyan said anxiously, "Mom, what are you talking about? I only like Zhang Chen in this life, and it is impossible for me to be with other men." Wu Lufang said earnestly, "My silly daughter, this is all for your own good. If you follow Zhang Yang, you can drive a Mercedes-Benz and live a good life. What can you get by following this man?" Zhang Yang also said with a proud look on his face, "Yan Yan, I can earn about 1 million every year now. If you stay with me, I guarantee that you will have a good life." Zhang Yang's words made Lu Yanyan feel a little funny. Zhang Yang was so young, but he could drive a Mercedes-Benz and earn 1 million a year. He really surpassed most of his peers. But he could never compare himself with Zhang Chen, because Zhang Chen's Koenigsegg was enough to sustain his lifelong struggle. Lu Yanyan said helplessly, "Mom, Zhang Chen is also very rich, much richer than Zhang Yang." Although Lu Yanyan is not a materialistic girl, she also hopes to change her mother's opinion of Zhang Chen from this perspective. However, after Lu Yanyan said this, Wu Lufang and Zhang Yang laughed so hard that they couldn't even straighten their backs. Wu Lufang seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world and said to Lu Yanyan, "My dear daughter, if she was really rich, wouldn't she even have a car? I think he is just pretending to be a rich second generation. I don't even know where he borrowed the 300,000 yuan he lent us from." Chapter 50, Crazy Face Slapping. Hearing her mother say such disgusting words, Lu Yanyan's eyes turned red, her shoulders kept shaking, and tears fell down her fair face. Zhang Chen didn't put down his bowl and chopsticks until he saw Lu Yanyan start to cry. He patted his belly contentedly, then held Lu Yanyan's little hand and said, "Go for a walk and come back in half an hour. I can take care of everything here." Lu Yanyan was very worried about Zhang Chen, but after seeing the determined look in Zhang Chen's eyes, her worries completely disappeared. She completely believed that Zhang Chen was capable of dealing with her mother and Zhang Yang, so she nodded and walked out of her home. At this moment, only Zhang Chen, Wu Lufang and Zhang Yang were left at the dinner table. Seeing Lu Yanyan leave, Zhang Yang simply stopped pretending. He said to Zhang Chen viciously with a rogue look on his face, "I advise you to stay away from Lu Yanyan, otherwise I will make you suffer. Dealing with a college student like you is as easy as crushing an ant." Now that Lu Yanyan had left, Zhang Chen no longer had any burden. He had had enough of the insults and provocations from the two people in front of him, and now it was time for him to fight back. Zhang Chen looked at Zhang Yang and said with disdain, "Why do you have the nerve to show off when you make millions a year? If I only made this much money like you, I wouldn't even dare to leave the house." Zhang Yang was obviously amused by Zhang Chen's words. Although he was not a very rich man, he was wealthy enough to surpass most of his peers. Today, he was actually ridiculed by an ordinary college student. Before Zhang Yang could speak, Wu Lufang mocked Zhang Chen. "You are just a pretender who has no money. I advise you to leave my daughter as soon as possible." Looking at Wu Lufang with a ferocious face, Zhang Chen slammed the table hard. The loud noise scared Wu Lufang. Zhang Chen put one foot on the bench, pointed a finger at Wu Liufang's nose and started to curse. "You fucking idiot, if I hadn't paid for your surgery, would you still be sitting here talking to me? I'm afraid you would have already reported to the king of hell. I'm telling you, if you behave yourself and don't get in the way of me and Yin Yin, I can guarantee that you'll have a good life. But if you dare to show your teeth in front of me again, I'll make you live a life worse than death. You have to agree to the matter between me and your daughter, whether you agree or not." Wu Lufang didn't expect that Zhang Chen, who had been silent just now, could say so many words in one breath. She was completely frightened by Jiang Chen's momentum and kept covering her chest and gasping for breath. At this time, Jiang Chen took out the Koenigsegg car key from his pocket and placed it in front of Zhang Yang's second-hand Mercedes-Benz car key. I'm driving a second-hand Mercedes-Benz, so I'm telling you what to do. I'm driving a Koenigsegg. Zhang Yang was so shocked that he couldn't speak when he saw the Koenigsegg car key in front of him. But then he seemed to have thought of something and laughed at Jiang Chen and said, "You think you can fool me by buying a fake supercar key online? There are only 99 of this car in the world. How is it possible that you have one?" Wu Lufang, who had recovered from her shock, started shouting again, "You are a boastful idiot. Have you been exposed? I will tell Yin Yin the true face of this stinky loser." At this moment, a strange man walked into Lu Yinyan's house. Wu Lufang immediately put down her aggressive attitude after seeing the man, and instead put on a respectful and flattering look. "Xiao Lu, why are you here? Have you eaten? Auntie will cook 2 dishes for you." The man called Xiao Lu is named Lu Filong. He has been a gangster in this shantytown since he was a child. When he grew up, he got a management job in the community with the help of his family connections. From then on, he has been domineering in this area. The residents nearby were all afraid of him, including Wu Lufang. She didn't know why Lu Filong suddenly came to visit, so she could only put on a good attitude and test him. Zhang Yang also grew up in this area and was bullied by Lu Filong since he was a child. But at this moment, he pretended to be familiar with the other party and said, "Aaron, long time no see." However, Lu Filong didn't even look at Wu Lufang and Zhang Yang, he just passed them by, then walked to Jiang Chen and said, "Brother, is that Koenigsegg at the intersection yours? Some residents told me that the car is blocking the road. Can you help me with that?" Lu Filong was very cautious when talking to Jiang Chen, and he kept his attitude to the lowest level. Although he usually bullies people in this area, to put it bluntly, he is just a street thug. The other party is a wealthy man driving a limited edition Koenigsegg. Maybe the other party only needs one word to make him die without a burial place. Even beads of sweat the size of beans appeared on Lu Feilong's forehead. It was the first time for him to speak to such a wealthy man from this dimension, and he was extremely nervous. However, what Lu Filong didn't expect was that Jiang Chen actually took the key and put it in his hand, then said in a friendly manner, "Brother, I'm so sorry. Please help me move it. If you want to drive, please drive around for a while." Jiang Chen's attitude really surprised Lu Filong. The other party was a wealthy man who drove a Koenigsegg, but he was so polite to him. Not only did he respectfully call me brother, he also let me drive his car for a few laps. This really gave me too much face. Lu Filong gave Jiang Chen a grateful look and then left. He never even glanced at Wu Lufang and Zhang Yang. Wu Lufang was confused at the moment. She didn't understand why Lu Filong was so polite to Jiang Chen. He also said something about Koenigsegg, which she didn't understand at all. But when she looked at Zhang Yang again, she found that Zhang Yang's face was extremely pale, and the look he showed when he looked at Jiang Chen had changed from disdain to deep fear. Because at this moment Zhang Yang realized that Jiang Chen's Koenigsegg key was real. If Jiang Chen was lying, then Lu Filong couldn't have lied just now, right? Wu Lufang asked Zhang Yang with a puzzled look. "Xiao Yang, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? And what kind of car is that Koenigsegg? Is it expensive? It should be much cheaper than your Mercedes, right?" In Wu Liufang's opinion, the Koenigsegg that Lu Filong was talking about should be some unknown small brand, otherwise how could she have never even heard of it? She only thinks Mercedes-Benz, BMW and Audi are luxury cars, and all others are cheap brands. Facing Wu Liufang's series of questions, Zhang Yang stammered. "Koenigsegg is a top supercar. There are only 99 of his model in the world, and the price is more than 35 million. Chapter 51, A Big Change in Attitude. Hearing Zhang Yang's words, Wu Lufang stood there with her eyes wide open. Global Limited Edition, more than 35 million, these words are both unfamiliar and distant to her. She can't even imagine what kind of car can be so expensive. In her opinion, Mercedes-Benz and BMW are worth hundreds of thousands, which is already outrageous for Wu Lufang, but Jiang Chen's car is actually worth more than 35 million. In other words, Jiang Chen's car can buy more than 100 flashy second-hand Mercedes-Benz. At this moment, Wu Liufang's eyes when looking at Jiang Chen had completely changed. It was no longer contemptuous and arrogant, but was completely replaced by fear. Because the wealth possessed by the young man in front of her was beyond her imagination. His car alone was worth more than 35 million. How much money did he have? Perhaps what he said was right. As long as he was obedient in the future, he could really guarantee himself wealth and prosperity for the rest of his life. On the other side, Lu Yanyan, who was taking a breath outside, had stopped crying. She was still very worried about Jiang Chen, worried that he would be troubled by his mother in Zhangyang. So she returned home, but the moment she opened the door, she was stunned by the scene before her. Jiang Chen was seen sitting in the main seat, with his legs crossed, looking nonchalant. Wu Lufang brought a bowl of hot soup and placed it in front of Jiang Chen, smiling at him and said, "Xiao Jiang, Auntie's cooking skills are not good, the dishes are too greasy. Have a bowl of soup to relieve the greasiness. From now on, you should treat this place as your home. Come back with Yen Yen whenever you have a holiday, and Auntie will cook whatever you want for you." Zhang Yang, who had been full of arrogance just now, poured himself a glass of wine from somewhere and said respectfully to Jiang Chen, "Brother Chen, I am not well educated, so please bear with me if I have offended you just now. This glass of wine is my apology. When you and Yen Yen hold your wedding in the future, remember to invite me." After saying that, Zhang Yang tilted his head back and drank the wine in the glass. At this moment, Zhang Yang was as respectful as a grandson, nodding and bowing like a completely different person from just now. Jiang Chen patted Zhang Yang's shoulder and said kindly, "You and Yen Yen have been good friends since childhood. At least I should call you brother. What happened before was all a misunderstanding. From now on, we will be good friends." Seeing Jiang Chen being so magnanimous and forgiving, Zhang Yang's heart was filled with emotion, and he even shed 2 crystal tears. After all, being able to become good friends with a wealthy boss like Jiang Chen is beneficial to oneself in every way. Lu Yanyan couldn't help but feel confused when she looked at everything in front of her. How come the situation became completely different just after she left the house? At this moment, Jiang Chen also found Lu Yanyan, who had returned home. He looked around at the dilapidated house of Lu Yanyan and said to her, "Yan Yan, I think this old house is too small. I plan to buy a villa for you and your aunt in nearby Yanlong Bay, and you can live there when you go home during the holidays." Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Wu Lufang showed an expression of disbelief. She was so excited that her facial nerves twitched and twisted. Yanlong Bay is a villa complex that was just developed in the past 2 years, just opposite this shantytown. This dilapidated and poor shantytown forms a sharp contrast with the high-end villa complex opposite. Although they are only 1 street apart, the wealth gap is insurmountable. People in the shantytowns often stare at the gorgeous villas in Yanlong Bay, fantasizing that they can live in them one day, and this of course includes Wu Lufang. Now Wu Liufang's dream is about to come true. How can she not be excited? "No, how can we accept such an expensive gift from you?" However, Lu Yanyan's refusal shattered Wu Liufang's villa dream. Jiang Chen walked over, held Lu Yanyan's hand and said, "This is my sincere gift. I don't want my beloved woman to live in such a bad environment. Besides, Auntie just got out of the hospital and needs to recuperate. You don't want her to recover in such an environment, do you?" Hearing Jiang Chen say this, Wu Lufang immediately became dramatic, coughing and having a headache. She had obviously forgotten how arrogant she was just now. Lu Yanyan really had no idea what to do with her mother, so she had to nod in compromise. After dinner, Jiang Chen brought Lu Yanyan and Wu Lufang to Yanlong Bay to look at houses. Although the villa in Yanlong Bay is not as good as the central villa that Jiang Chen gave to Su Qinxue, it is also very luxurious and grand. Jiang Chen chose a 3-story villa with the best lighting and paid for it that afternoon. Lu Yanyan's name was registered on the property title. Wu Lufang was so excited that she ran around the shantytown telling everyone that she had moved into the Yanlong Bay villa across the street. In fact, Jiang Chen bought this villa not because he felt sorry for Wu Lufang, he just wanted to improve Lu Yanyan's quality of life. Lu Yanyan knew it very well, of course. She took the initiative to hold Jiang Chen's hand and said apologetically, "Jiang Chen, I'm sorry for today. My mother was really too much. Actually, my father died early. Our family has always been poor, so my mother became so snobbish." Jiang Chen smiled and scratched Lu Yanyan's nose. "Little idiot, I'm in love with you, not your mother. Whatever she does won't affect me." Jiang Chen's words made Lu Yanyan burst out laughing, and the gloom in her heart completely dissipated. Jiang Chen held Lu Yanyan's hand and said, "Don't worry, I will give you the best life in the future. The hard days before will no longer exist." Lu Yanyan nodded vigorously, but her eyes couldn't help but turn red. After everything was done, Jiang Chen and Lu Yanyan were ready to return to school. Lu Feilong had already sent Jiang Chen's Koenigsegg back, and when he heard that Jiang Chen had bought a villa for Wu Lufang in Yanlong Bay, he was even more respectful to Jiang Chen. Wu Lufang was so surprised when she saw Jiang Chen's Koenigsegg that she was speechless. She had never seen such a cool and exaggerated sports car. It seemed that Zhang Yang's second-hand Mercedes was indeed not good enough. Jiang Chen drove back to school, and Wu Lufang stood there and saluted him until Jiang Chen's car completely disappeared from her sight. Only then did she reluctantly look away. The next few days were uneventful. Apart from attending classes, he would go on dates with Lu Yanyan and Shangguan Yenyu, or give Shen Kursen a few dazzling castles in her live broadcast room. When Jiang Chen is bored, he will go to the Gile Society for a stroll. Of course, his real purpose is not to go there, but to meet Guo Meizhen, one of the 4 campus beauties, and see what kind of stunning face this goddess of folk music has. But unfortunately, Jiang Chen never met Guo Meizhen in Gile Society, which made Jiang Chen curious about her. There is also Zhou Na, a cool and hot girl in the same class as him. If her favorability can be increased to 98 points, she will receive a mission reward of 100 million. It seems that I need to find an opportunity to enhance our relationship. Chapter 52 Zhou Na's Secret. Several days passed in a flash. One night, Jiang Chen was bored in the dormitory when he suddenly received a text message from brother Shiqinglong. Mr. Jiang, is it convenient for you to come to Baiyiking Bar? I have work to report to you. Reporting to me? Jiang Chen didn't know what brother Long was up to. Anyway, he was bored, so he went to see what he was doing. The Baiyi Bar that brother Long mentioned is located on a commercial street not far from Chengdu University. It is a music bar with a luxurious and quiet environment, making it very suitable for negotiating business. Jiang Chen's Koenigsegg was like a nimble silver lightning, traveling through the night with a huge sound wave, and soon arrived at the door of Beiqing Bar. This commercial street is full of young people, who took out their phones to take pictures when they saw such a cool Koenigsegg. The fashionable girls also stared at this top supercar, wanting to see what the rich man driving this Koenigsegg looks like. When the handsome Jiang Chen walked out of the car, these beautiful girls went crazy for him. A supercar with a handsome guy, this is the perfect male protagonist from a romance novel. They were eager to go forward and ask for Jiang Chen's contact information, and even showed off their proud figures to Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen turned a blind eye to all this and walked straight into the Baiyiqing Bar. Only that circle of beauties were left with looks of frustration and unwillingness. Walking into the White Night Bar, there are not many people in the bar at this moment. The pleasant blues music is all around, blending with the refreshing fragrance of the incense. Brother Long was sitting in a booth in the corner and waved at Jiang Chen, and then Jiang Chen walked over. Mr. Jiang. Brother Long stood up and greeted Jiang Chen respectfully. Ever since Jiang Chen gave him 10 million last time, his attitude towards Jiang Chen took a 180-degree turn. Jiang Chen nodded slightly, sat lazily on the sofa in the booth, and asked curiously, "What's the matter with calling me out so late?" Brother Long poured some whiskey into Jiang Chen's glass and said, "Master Jiang, actually I called you out today because I wanted to report my work to you." "Oh? Tell me about it." Jiang Chen couldn't help but find it funny. This brother Long was just a rogue, yet he was acting quite formal at this time. "Master Jiang, ever since you told me not to do campus loans anymore, I have completely retired from the business. Now I am working on an MCN company and incubating internet celebrities." "Oh? That's great. I'm optimistic about you." Jiang Chen was surprised by brother Long's words. He didn't expect that brother Long looked quite ruffian, but he was actually quite capable when doing serious work. Now with the rise of the internet, the track of internet celebrities is full of gold, and Jiang Chen is still very optimistic about it. He. Hearing Jiang Chen's affirmation of him, brother Long actually scratched his head awkwardly and showed a shy smile. "By the way, Mr. Jiang, these are the names of the borrowers and the information of the campus loans I have. I will give them all to you now. I don't want any of these debts anymore. From today on, I'm completely clean." As he spoke, brother Long took out a thick cowhide bag, which was filled with IOUs written by college students from various schools. No wonder brother Long said that he didn't want all the debts, because the principal these students borrowed was not much in the beginning, and the interest accumulated into a huge amount. The interest that brother Long collected had already earned back the principal, so he didn't suffer any loss at all. As expected, campus loans are very harmful to people. Fortunately, Jiang Chen helped brother Long quit the business, which was a good thing. Jiang Chen flipped through the IOUs one by one, but his fingers suddenly froze and an incredible expression appeared on his face. Because he actually saw an IOU from Jonah, which came with the borrower's information and photo, and it was Jonah, the hot girl in his class. The principal Jonah borrowed was much higher than that of other borrowers. Others borrowed several thousand or tens of thousands of yuan, but Jonah borrowed a full 200,000 yuan. Now the interest has compounded to 600,000 yuan. This is a debt that a college student can never afford to repay. What's going on with this person? Zhang Chen took out Jonah's IOU and handed it to Brother Long. When Brother Long saw the IOU, he started talking. This girl is a freshman at Rongqing University. I don't know why she needs so much money, but I still gave it to her. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to get the money back? Zhang Chen asked doubtfully. Hearing Zhang Chen's question, Brother Long laughed twice and said, Mr. Jiang, to be honest, I never expected her to pay me back. You don't know how attractive that girl is, with her small figure and pretty face. When the time comes and she can't afford it, I'll ask her to use her body to resist. TSK 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 TSK. Brother Long said this with a lewd look on his face, but when he noticed that Zhang Chen's face opposite him was becoming increasingly gloomy, he immediately shut his mouth. Jiang. Young Master Jiang. Do you know this person? Brother Long realized that he seemed to have said something wrong and asked cautiously. It's nothing. I'm just asking out of curiosity. Zhang Chen didn't intend to tell Long Xiao that he knew Jonah. Is that so, Mr. Jiang? I've handed all the things over to you. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Brother Long realized that something was wrong with the atmosphere, and he found the right opportunity to slip away. Zhang Chen waved his hand without even raising his head, and Brother Long left with a sense of relief. Zhang Chen looked at Jonah's IOU and fell into deep thought. It was obvious that Jonah had an unknown story. Since I helped Jonah solve the big problem of campus loans, she should have some favorability towards me. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen's mouth corners couldn't help but rise. Fuck you, don't you have any fucking eyes? At this moment, a loud noise in the bar attracted Zhang Chen's attention. In a booth right in front of Zhang Chen, a scoundrel was madly insulting a middle-aged man wearing glasses. The man was wearing an executive jacket, a pair of thick glasses on his nose, his hair was combed meticulously, and his whole temperament was full of scholarly air. The man's temperament was like that of a middle school teacher, and he seemed out of place among the people who were drinking in the bar. Through the thug's curses, Zhang Chen probably understood what was going on. The man with glasses accidentally knocked over the wine glass on the table, and the wine inside sprayed onto the thugs passing by. In fact, this happens frequently in bars and is not really a big deal. But the bad luck of this middle-aged man with glasses is that he is too dull and honest, and the other party is a gangster who likes to pick on weak people. The middle-aged man with glasses is obviously an honest man who doesn't come to the bar often. He is more like a good man who works diligently at the company and takes care of the family when he gets home. At this moment, facing the fierce street thugs, he was so scared that he stood there in a daze. Chapter 53, Rescue the Middle-Aged Man with Glasses. At this moment, many people in the bar saw the conflict happening here and came over to watch the fun. Although the situation of the middle-aged man with glasses is very sympathetic, the people around him look at him with a playful look. In a bar where all kinds of people come together, no one will sympathize with the weak, only spectators who like to watch the fun. It took a long time for the middle-aged man with glasses to come back to his senses. He trembled and took a few tissues, and said humbly, "Yes. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Let me help you wipe it off." As he said this, the middle-aged man with glasses was about to wipe off the wine stains on the gangster's body, but the gangster waved his hand and slapped the middle-aged man with glasses in the face. 5 bright red fingerprints instantly appeared on the face of the middle-aged man with glasses, and the people around him who were watching the fun started to boo. The middle-aged man with glasses buried his head deeply. Compared with the pain on his face, the laughter from the people around him was more like a solid sharp blade, piercing his last bit of dignity. The middle-aged man with glasses has been an excellent student since childhood. He was successfully admitted into the system and entered the official career. He was more or less a leader in the company, and he was also the head of the family with absolute say. Today, he had a big fight with his wife over trivial matters, so he wanted to go to the bar to have a few drinks to relieve his sorrow. But he didn't expect to be insulted by a junior. But the middle-aged man with glasses is an elegant and cultured man after all. As the saying goes, when a scholar meets a soldier, it is difficult to explain his reason. At this moment, he was completely suppressed by the tyrannical momentum of the gangster opposite him, and the cowardice in his heart overcame the desire to resist. Fuck it, just wipe it and it's done? Do you know how expensive my pants are? The gangster pointed at the nose of the middle-aged man with glasses and cursed. The middle-aged man with glasses still said timidly, "How much are your pants? I'll compensate you." If you can spend money to avoid disaster, it is also a good choice for middle-aged men with glasses. 20,000. However, the gangster simply stretched out 2 fingers and asked for 20,000 yuan. 20,000? Are your pants worth that much money? Said the middle-aged man with glasses aggrievedly. Although he is an honest man, it doesn't mean he is a fool. The pants on this gangster are obviously cheap goods, and even the English letters of Gucci are printed wrong. Pa! The gangster slapped the middle-aged man with glasses hard on the face. What the hell do you know? This is a limited edition Gucci. I asked you for 20,000 because I felt sorry for you. Do you understand? Listening to the gangster's words, the middle-aged man with glasses felt aggrieved, but he didn't dare to refute. At this moment, he took out his cell phone and was about to admit that he was unlucky and spend money to settle the matter. But a young figure stood in front of him. This person was Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen was not a nosy person, but what this thug did was a bit too much. It would be fine if he didn't see it, but if he saw it, he had to intervene. Zhang Chen took out 200 yuan and said to the gangster, "Brother, I think your pants are just spilled with some wine. Take these 200 yuan to get them dry cleaned, and the rest is my treat for you to buy cigarettes." The gangster was about to get his 20,000 yuan, but Chen Yaojin suddenly appeared and cursed at Zhang Chen. "Fuck you, who the hell are you to bargain with me here?" Facing the gangster's insults, Zhang Chen did not get angry. He slowly said to the gangster, "I'll give you 1 minute to think about it. If you don't agree, you won't even get the 200 yuan. When the gangster heard Zhang Chen's words, he realized that Zhang Chen didn't take him seriously at all, and he was about to get angry. Someone next to him stopped him and whispered in his ear, "I just saw Brother Long drinking with this kid in a booth, and Brother Long was very cautious with this kid." Just this short sentence immediately changed the gangster's expression, and his eyes turned cautious when he looked at Zhang Chen. "So you are Brother Long's friend." "It was all a misunderstanding. I just spilled some wine. It's okay." After saying that, the gangster said politely to Zhang Chen and signaled Zhang Chen to take back the 200 yuan. Then the gangster said to the middle-aged man with glasses, "Brother, it was all a misunderstanding just now. I'm sorry." The middle-aged man with glasses was surprised by the gangster's sudden change in attitude, but when he came to his senses, the gangster had already escaped with a few of his cronies. At this moment, the middle-aged man with glasses looked at Zhang Chen in surprise. It was not until this moment that he finally understood that it was the boy in front of him who saved him. But he didn't understand why this boy in front of him was so young, but he had such great ability to help him resolve the crisis with just a few words. "Thank you for your help, little brother. If you want something to drink, I can treat you." However, in response to the invitation from the middle-aged man with glasses, Zhang Chen simply waved his hand and left the bar without saying a word, leaving behind only a chic back. The middle-aged man looked at Zhang Chen's departing back and memorized Zhang Chen's figure and appearance firmly in his mind. Zhang Chen drove back to school. The incident in the bar did not make Zhang Chen think too much, because his mind was completely on Jonah. The next morning, Zhang Chen saw Jonah downstairs in the girls' dormitory, so he stepped forward and stopped her. "What?" Jonah looked at the person blocking her way and found that it was Zhang Chen. She couldn't help but rolled her eyes and asked in a cold tone. Zhang Chen had long been accustomed to Jonah's coldness, and said habitually, "Come with me, I have something to tell you." After that, Zhang Chen brought Jonah to the Qi Lake. Most of the students were in class at the moment. Except for a few students who hurriedly passed by, there was no one else around the Qi Lake. "What exactly do you want from me?" Jonah asked impatiently. Zhang Chen fully believed that if he could not give Jonah a satisfactory answer, she would immediately turn around and leave. So Zhang Chen didn't say anything more and directly took out Jonah's IOU and presented it to her. Jonah looked at the IOU that Zhang Chen took out and asked in disbelief, "Why is this thing here?" Facing Jonah's question, Zhang Chen did not hide anything and told her that he had offered 10 million yuan to let Brother Long change his career. Zhang Chen's words shocked Jonah. He didn't understand why Zhang Chen would spend so much money to stop others from taking out campus loans. "What is your purpose in doing this?" Jonah asked the question in her mind. She didn't believe that Jiang Chen was doing this purely for the sake of doing good. However, the next sentence Jiang Chen said made Zhou Na stunned. Jiang Chen raised his lips and said slowly, "Because I don't want people like you to get hurt." After saying that, Jiang Chen folded the IOU in his hand in half and then tore it into pieces. Chapter 54. Zhou Na's attitude changes. Zhou Na was stunned for a long time watching Jiang Chen's hand movements, unable to speak. After a long time, she murmured, "You mean, I don't have to pay back all this money?" Jiang Chen looked at Zhou Na and nodded slightly. Then Jiang Chen clearly felt that Zhou Na had become much more relaxed, as if she had unloaded a heavy burden. "Thank you. Thank you." Zhou Na hesitated for a long time, but still opened her cherry lips and thanked Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was also a little surprised, because in the past Zhou Na had always been cold and callous, keeping people at a distance. Seeing her thank him so gently today, Jiang Chen was really a little uncomfortable. Ding! The system detects that Zhou Na's favorability is 20. The current favorability is 20. At the beginning, Zhou Na's favorability towards him was 5, but now it has broken through to 20 points, which is not easy. "I want to know what happened and why you need so much money." Jiang Chen really couldn't understand why Zhou Na wanted to get involved in this blood-sucking campus loan. Did she also have a seriously ill mother at home like Lu Yinyan? At this time, a breeze blew, creating ripples on the originally calm Qin Lake and ruffling Zhou Na's seaweed-like hair. Zhou Na looked at the lake, which was gradually returning to calm, and began to tell her story. It turns out that when she was in her 3rd year of high school, Zhou Na was still a simple and lovely girl. She longed for love and was willing to believe in anyone. One day, she accidentally met a boy outside the school. This boy was not only handsome, but also a wealthy second generation. He launched a fierce pursuit of Zhou Na, and the naive Zhou Na soon fell in love with him and gave him her first time. But not long after, Zhou Na discovered that he was often frowning and silent. Under Zhou Na's repeated questioning, the other party said that his business failed and he needed 200,000 yuan to fill the gap. He also hinted that Zhou Na could go to Xiqinglonga for campus loans to help him fill the gap. At that time, Zhou Na was naive. She went to Long Ji's loan company alone and borrowed a full 200,000 yuan in campus loans. The reason why Brother Long was willing to lend it to Zhou Na was actually because he coveted Zhou Na's body. If Jiang Chen hadn't changed the course of events, it would be hard to imagine what would have happened to Zhou Na. After Zhou Na gave the 200,000 yuan she had borrowed to the other party completely disappeared. When Zhou Na finally found the other person, she discovered that he was using the campus loan she had borrowed to buy expensive bags and clothes for his new lover. Facing Zhou Na's questioning, the other party just coldly said, "Your name is on the IOU. Why are you looking for me?" Hearing this, Jiang Chen clenched his fists tightly. He didn't expect that Zhou Na, who looked the most cold-blooded and ruthless, was actually the most innocent and harmless girl. No wonder she has a 10-point favorability rating for every boy. It turns out she has been hurt so much before. At this moment, Jiang Chen looked at Zhou Na in front of him, and a trace of heartache appeared in his heart. He put his arm around Zhou Na's slender waist and held her soft body in his arms. Instantly, an intoxicating body fragrance filled his nose. Zhou Na's delicate body was so soft, and the 2 soft lumps on her chest also made Jiang Chen feel wonderful. Zhou Na originally wanted to break free, but Jiang Chen was too strong and she couldn't break free at all. "You, what are you doing?" Zhou Na blushed, but her tone was no longer as cold as usual. It sounded more like she was shyly acting coquettish. "I just feel sorry for you and want to hug you." Jiang Chen hugged Zhou Na tighter in his arms, and Zhou Na completely gave up resisting. Ripples appeared on Qin Lake. Jiang Chen and Zhou Na were hugging each other passionately by the lake. Everything looked so beautiful. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Chen reluctantly let go of Zhou Na. Zhou Na's face was already like a ripe tomato. She didn't dare to look directly at Jiang Chen and ran away in a panic. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sniff his own hand, and an intoxicating fragrance filled his nose. It smells so good. The system detects that Zhou Na's favorability is 10, and the current favorability is 30. Hearing the system's prompt, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. At this moment, Su Qin Xue called me. "What's wrong? Do you want to have a meeting?" Jiang Chen had a lewd smile on his face, and the word meeting sounded particularly lewd. "Go away, I have something serious to talk to you about." Su Qin Xue's voice came from the other end of the phone, and then she continued. "My cousin is going to have a party with his classmates this weekend and wants to borrow the central villa. I would like to get your consent." Jiang Chen chuckled and said, "That was originally the villa I gave you. You can decide for yourself. You don't need to ask me." Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Su Qingshua's heart could not help but flow with warmth. She blew a kiss to Jiang Chen on the other end of the phone and hung up. However, just after finishing the call with Su Qingxue, Jiang Chen's phone rang again. It turned out to be a call from his high school best friend Zhuang Wei. Moses. Jiang Chen answered the phone. "Brother, don't say that I didn't think of you when I had good things to do. There is a big event this weekend." Zhuang Wei's excited voice came from the other end of the phone. "What are you doing again?" Jiang Chen asked curiously. "Remember the campus party we talked about last time? A wealthy man in our school organized a party in his own villa. Not only are there beauties from our school, but we've also invited girls from Rongqing University. I'll take you along when the time comes." Zhuang Wei's words reminded Jiang Chen of what Su Qingxue had said to him. He asked curiously, "Where is the location of the party villa?" "It's in the central villa in West City, Huafu. Let me tell you, that villa is worth 50 million yuan. It's really like a knife stabbing my butt. It opened my eyes." Zhuang Wei was talking excitedly on the other end, and Jiang Chen just realized that someone was using his villa to show off. "Okay, then we'll go and have a look." Jiang Chen agreed to Zhuang Wei. He wanted to see what tricks Su Qingshua's cousin was going to come up with. After returning to the dormitory at night, Jiang Chen told Qian Jin and Su Chuang about the weekend party. Both of them were excited. After all, this was a great opportunity to get out of being single. Where's Wu Daxian? Jiang Chen then realized that Wu Daxian was not in the dormitory, and Wu Daxian had been going out early and coming back late recently, making it difficult to figure out his whereabouts. Chen Jin and Su Chuang both said they didn't know. Although Jiang Chen felt that Wu Daxian was a little strange recently, he didn't think much about it. At this moment, Jiang Chen's cell phone suddenly rang. It was Jonah calling. Jiang Chen quickly answered the phone. "Jiang Chen. I'm drunk. Can you come pick me up?" Jonah's stuttering voice came from the phone, and she was obviously already 70% drunk. "Where are you now?" Jiang Chen's tone was mixed with nervousness. Jonah obviously went out to get drunk because she recalled the sad past. If anything happened, he would be to blame. Bar Street. Phoebe's Bar. Chapter 55, Rescue Jonah. When Jiang Chen heard the name of the bar Jonah mentioned, he became even more worried. Because the bar street is full of good and bad people, many beautiful girls have suffered irreversible things because of drunkenness. Therefore, Jonah is in a very dangerous situation now. Without having time to think, Jiang Chen put on a coat and rushed out. On the elevated road in Chengdu, a Koenigsegg with a huge roar was like a silver lightning, constantly shuttling through the traffic. Young people on the roadside took out their mobile phones to record this limited edition top supercar. The roar of Koenigsegg was full of the smell of money. The bar street in the center of Chengdu is the quietest place in the city during the day, but as night falls, it becomes a paradise for revelers. Dozens of lavishly decorated bars lit up their neon signs, and expensive luxury cars and supercars were parked in front of each bar. Bar marketing staff in sexy bikinis and fishnet stockings swayed their bodies, soliciting the second-generation rich people who got out of the luxury cars. There are also beautiful girls who are drunk and unconscious on the roadside. They have long been stared at with obscene eyes by malicious thugs. Perhaps they will wake up naked in a private room of a hotel the next morning. The whole street is filled with the smell of money and desire, and most people who come here to get drunk have the same purpose: women seek money, men seek excitement. At the center of the bar street, the largest Phoebe bar is located here. Various million-class luxury cars with cool shapes are parked in front of the Phoebe bar, and hot bunny girls are dancing sexy dances at the door. Suddenly, a huge sound wave came, like thunder from the sky. A supercar with exaggerated shape came quickly from a distance, and then stopped steadily at the door of Phoebe's bar. Fuck, it's Koenigsegg Jesko. A bunch of young people were standing at the entrance of the bar, and soon someone recognized that this was a Koenigsegg Jesko, which is limited to 99 units worldwide. Although there were many expensive supercars parked at the entrance of Phoebe's bar, they looked so pale in comparison to this Koenigsegg. The door of the Koenigsegg opened, and Jiang Chen got out of the car. With delicate features, deep eyes, and a well-proportioned figure, the handsome Jiang Chen looked like the protagonist from a romance novel. The key is that he drives a limited edition Koenigsegg. The combination of a handsome guy and a luxury car can almost make any girl give up resistance. At this time, a girl with delicate looks walked out of the crowd. She was wearing a princess miniskirt and looked both sweet and sexy. Such a girl is the focus of the crowd no matter where she is, and is the object of pursuit by men. In fact, many rich second generations have pursued this girl, but they have all been rejected. Because the girl feels that only a truly one in a million rich man is worthy of her. The moment she saw Jiang Chen, she knew that the super rich man she had been looking for had finally appeared. She must seize the opportunity and get the golden key to enter the rich family. The girl touched her hair, showing a charming smile, and walked to Jiang Chen and said softly, "Handsome guy, can I add your WeChat?" However, the beauty had only said half of her words when she saw Jiang Chen walk straight past her and enter Phoebe Bar. And during the whole process, the other party never looked at him from beginning to end. The beauty looked at Jiang Chen's departing back in disbelief, with an expression of embarrassment written all over her face. Jiang Chen walked into Phoebe Bar. The light in the bar was very dim. Scantily clad women were swaying their hot bodies on the dance floor, with countless obscene eyes around them looking at them crazily and unscrupulously. Jiang Chen was anxiously searching for Jonah in the bar, and finally found Jonah, who was drunk alone in a booth in a dark corner. Jonah was almost unconscious from drinking. She was wearing a cool sling that showed off her proud breasts. Her lower body was a super short skirt that exposed her straight, white thighs to the air. Although there are many beauties in the bar, Jonah is the only one who is both pure and hot. There are already several wretched men with ulterior motives standing around Jonah. If Jiang Chen had not arrived in time, something irreversible would have happened. Just as Jiang Chen was about to go over and take Jonah away, a wretched man who had been standing next to Jonah took action first. He put his dirty hands on Jonah's shoulders and said with a lewd look on his face, "Sister, you are drunk, can I take you home?" As he said this, the wretched man put his other dirty hand on Jonah's slender waist, as if he was going to take Jonah away. The man's arms were covered with dense tattoos, and there was a deep scar on his ruffian face. He was obviously a very vicious gangster. Seeing the man's actions, the people around him dared not say a word. They could only look at Jonah with sympathy, feeling sorry that such a beautiful flower would be ruthlessly destroyed. "Take your dirty hands off me and get out." Just when the scarred man wanted to take Jonah away, a sonorous voice sounded, and the person who came was Jiang Chen. The scarred man put Jonah down in disbelief, and looked in the direction of the voice. He couldn't believe that someone dared to shout at him on this bar street. However, when he saw that the person speaking was a man who looked like a college student, a cruel smile appeared on his face. The scarred man gave a look and immediately 7 or 8 hooligans with ruffian looks walked out of the crowd and surrounded Jiang Chen. When the people around saw this scene, they all showed expressions of gloating. If you dare to anger Scar, this kid will probably only have half his life left tonight. Being a hero and saving a beautiful girl also comes at a price. You are really an overconfident young man. Jiang Chen turned a deaf ear to the discussions of the people around him. He stared at the scarred man in front of him with murderous eyes. If he dared to touch his woman, he would definitely make him pay a heavy price. "Boy, do you know who you are talking to? I will make you die miserably tonight." The scarred man revealed a cruel smile and looked at Jiang Chen as if he was a lamb to be slaughtered. The last person who tried to stop him was imprisoned in an abandoned warehouse and beaten for 10 hours. In the end, he put the person in a sack and threw him in the middle of the road. In this bar street, no one dares to shout at him. Bang! However, just as the scarred man finished speaking, a loud slap hit Scar's face fiercely. This slap was so powerful that Scar's whole body was slapped several times, and then he fell to the ground fiercely. Jiang Chen put away his slightly numb palms, looked down at Scar who was lying on the ground in a daze, and said in a cold tone, "I told you to get out, but you didn't. This is what you deserve." Chapter 56, Boys Should Protect Themselves Outside. The people around looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. They could never have imagined that this student-looking man had such courage and strength. At this moment Scar finally came to his senses. Half of his face was swollen and blood was oozing from his ears and mouth. He roared at his younger brother who was also confused. "Kill him for me." The roar of their boss made Scar's 7 or 8 younger brothers come to their senses. They picked up the wine bottles on the table and smashed them at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen moved his feet, and his body was as fast as lightning, and in an instant he arrived in front of a little brother. Jiang Chen kicked the younger brother with a whip kick, and the younger brother flew backwards several meters like a dragonfly with broken wings, and then lay on the ground unconscious. The other brothers looked at each other in bewilderment. They didn't even see what happened, and their companions were killed instantly. At this moment, their backs felt cold, and they finally felt what true fear was. However, Jiang Chen did not give them time to react. Every move and punch was accompanied by wailing and falling to the ground. In less than a minute, all 7 or 8 of Scar's men fell to the ground and passed out. At this moment, the music in the bar was paused because of the fight. The originally noisy bar was now so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared at Jiang Chen with surprised eyes. Scar's back was covered in cold sweat. He stared at Jiang Chen in horror. After a while, he suddenly knelt on the ground and begged bitterly. "Brother, I know I was wrong, please forgive me." Jiang Chen looked coldly at Scar, who was kneeling on the ground, and spat out 2 words in a cold tone. "It's too late." After saying that, Jiang Chen grabbed Scar's wrists and twisted them gently. Scar immediately let out a cruel howl. Scar's 2 dirty hands touched Jonah, so Jiang Chen crippled both of his hands as punishment. At this moment, in the entire bar, except for Scar who kept howling, no one else dared to make a sound. Jiang Chen gently picked up Jonah, who was already drunk, and walked straight out of the bar. The onlookers consciously made way for him, and all looked at Jiang Chen with fear in their eyes. At this moment, the bar was full of onlookers. Jiang Chen looked so handsome when he saved the beautiful girl. When Jiang Chen put Jonah into the passenger seat of the Koenigsegg, the crowd burst into exclamations. Handsome, rich, and good at fighting, how can there be such a perfect man in this world? The beautiful lady who just wanted to strike up a conversation with Jiang Chen, now looking at Jonah beside Jiang Chen, finally understood why Jiang Chen ignored her. Jonah is so beautiful that even a beauty like herself would feel ashamed and eclipsed. Jiang Chen drove the Koenigsegg quickly on the road, like a silver lightning weaving through the crowded traffic. Seeing Jonah drunk in the passenger seat, Jiang Chen had no choice but to drive towards the central villa. Although this was the villa he bought for Su Qinxue would only stay there when the two of them had a meeting. Suddenly, a hot jade hand stroked Jiang Chen's face, then moved down and pulled Jiang Chen's belt. "What are you doing?" Jiang Chen exclaimed. But he found that Jonah's face was flushed, her lips were slightly parted, and her beautiful eyes were filled with intoxication and desire. Oops. Almost instantly, Jiang Chen realized that Jonah had been drugged. At this moment, Jiang Chen was driving and couldn't control Jonah at all. Jonah hugged Jiang Chen's neck and planted strawberries on his neck crazily. Jiang Chen had no choice but to speed up, and the Koenigsegg drove towards the central villa like a mad wild horse. After finally arriving at the central villa, Jiang Chen's neck was already red. Throwing Jonah onto his big bed, Jiang Chen stood up and poured her a large glass of honey water. At this moment, Jiang Chen was also undergoing a huge test, because Jonah was so distracted that the straps on her shoulders had slipped halfway, revealing a large area of snow-white skin, which was very tempting. Thinking of the feeling of Jonah kissing his neck madly just now, Jiang Chen couldn't help but set up a small tent again. However, Jiang Chen felt very distressed about Jonah's past experiences, and he did not want to take advantage of her misfortune and get Jonah in this way. "Come, drink some honey water." Jiang Chen helped Jonah up, let her upper body lean on him, then took the honey water and poured it into Jonah's mouth. However, Jonah raised her hand, and the honey water in Jiang Chen's hand was spilled on the ground. Then Jonah moved her little face closer and kissed Jiang Chen heavily on his lips. If Lu Yanyan and Shangguan Yanyu were both gentle breezes, then Jonah was passionate fire. This passion completely aroused Jiang Chen's long-suppressed desire. "I'm sorry, this is really not my fault. Boys must protect themselves when they are outside." Jiang Chen hugged Jonah's neck and responded to her in a more passionate way. 2 hours later, Jonah, exhausted, curled up on Jiang Chen's chest like a well-behaved kitten and fell asleep. Jiang Chen was also exhausted and fell asleep while stroking Jonah's hair. When the warm sunlight of the next morning shone through the French windows onto Jiang Chen's big bed, Jiang Chen finally opened his sleepy eyes. After all, the battles last night had completely exhausted his physical strength. Jonah had woken up long ago. At this moment, she was leaning on Jiang Chen's solid chest, drawing circles on Jiang Chen's chest with a jade finger. "Well, last night, Jiang Chen felt a little embarrassed and didn't know how to explain to Jonah what happened last night. "I don't blame you, I did all this on my own accord. Jiang Chen, I want to be with you forever, is that okay?" Jiang Chen had never thought that Jonah, who had always kept others at a distance, would actually take the initiative to confess her love to him. It seemed that after a series of recent events, Jonah's feelings for Jiang Chen had heated up sharply, and the iceberg in her heart had completely melted. Unexpectedly, Jonah, who looked the coldest and indifferent, was actually the most passionate one. However, faced with Jo Na's confession, Jiang Chen became conflicted again. Thinking of the pure and lovely Lu Yanyan, the graceful Su Qinxue, the gentle and charming Shangguan Yanyu, and the ambiguous Shin Kursen, there are really too many women around him. Jo Na had been hurt in love before, but he was simply unable to give her unique love. Perhaps seeing what Jiang Chen was thinking, Jo Na looked at Jiang Chen with bright eyes and said seriously, "I know you are very good, and I can't be the only woman by your side. But as long as you have a place for me in your heart, I will be satisfied." Jiang Chen was completely shocked when he heard Jo Na's words. "God is my witness, I really don't want to be a scumbag. But which man can refuse such a confession?" Chapter 57, Participating in a Villa Party. Jiang Chen didn't say anything, but kissed Jo Na's lips. It seemed that on this sunny morning, there would be several exciting battles. The system detects that Jo Na's favorability is 70, and the current favorability is 100. The system detected that Jo Na's favorability exceeded 98 points, the hidden task was completed, and the 100 million yuan reward was issued. Two familiar system sounds rang in Jiang Chen's ears. He didn't expect that Jo Na's favorability towards him would soar to 100. When I thought about the time when I first met Jo Na, her favorability towards me was still negative, but now she has become the person who favors me the most. It seems that beneath her frosty appearance, she hides a burning heart. Time passed quickly and it was the weekend, the day when Jiang Chen was going to the central villa to attend a party. Su Qinshue's cousin lied that he was the owner of the central villa and held a get-together for the two schools in the central villa. Although Jiang Chen was upset that his villa was used by others to show off, who made him Su Qinshue's cousin? As long as Su Qinshue's cousin doesn't do anything weird, she will just turn a blind eye. It was still early to leave for the central villa, but Jiang Chen had already seen Qian Jin dressing himself up in the dormitory. He was applying a facial mask, trimming his nose hair, and even sprayed hairspray on his 3mm buzz cut. "Brother, it's just a social gathering, is it that serious?" Jiang Chen found it a little funny. Su Chuang smiled and said, "You may not know this, but he successfully invited his sweetheart to attend." "Oh? Are you talking about Wang Jingjing from the next class?" Jiang Chen suddenly realized. During military training, Chen Jin had a crush on Wang Jingjing from the next class. Unexpectedly, he actually invited her to attend the social gathering together. Jiang Chen had also seen the girl named Wang Jingjing. She had short hair and looked cute and lively. Although she was far inferior to Shin Kursen of the same type, she was still an outstanding beauty among ordinary girls. Thinking about how Chen Jin had always called him master, how could the master not take action when his disciple was picking up girls? Jiang Chen then took out a small exquisite box from his bag, handed it to Chen Jin and said, "This is a gift from master to pick up girls. Find a suitable opportunity to give it to her tonight." When Chen Jin opened the box, he saw a finely crafted crystal necklace sparkling with a crystal clear luster. This is a Swarovski crystal necklace," Chen Jin exclaimed. Jiang Chen nodded. He didn't expect Chen Jin to be a connoisseur of good things. This was originally a gift he intended to give to Shin Kursen to enhance their relationship, but now he decided to give it to Chen Jin to pick up girls. Although this crystal necklace is worth only tens of thousands of yuan, Wang Jingjing is obviously not a materialistic girl, and this necklace is enough to make her happy. "Thank you, master." Chen Jin was overjoyed. With the blessing of this necklace, it would be much easier for him to pick up girls. It was strange enough to see Chen Jin dressing himself up, but what was even more surprising was that the always honest and simple Wu Daqian was also dressing himself up in front of the mirror. "De Chang, why are you being so naughty?" Jiang Chen couldn't help but teased. However, Wu Daqian said shyly, "Actually, I also have a female companion tonight." Wu Daqiang's words surprised Jiang Chen. He didn't expect that even Wu Daqiang had a female companion. Although Jiang Chen was surprised, he was still happy for Wu Daqiang. But when Jiang Chen asked Wu Daqiang who his female companion was, he was hesitant and just said that you will know when the time comes. "What about you? Do you have a female companion too?" Jiang Chen asked, looking at Su Chuang, whose hair was combed shiny. Su Chuang picked up a bottle of cologne, sprayed it on himself and said, "Why rush? I will randomly draw a lucky beauty on the spot to be my female companion." Wow, still as confident as ever. Seeing that none of his roommates had a girlfriend, Jiang Chen was also thinking about who to take to the social gathering. After all, there were too many women around him, and every time at this time, he would be faced with a tangled choice. However, after Jiang Chen sent messages and asked around, he was completely confused. Lu Yanyan was busy helping her mother move. Shangwan Yanyu was going shopping with her bestie and asked Zhang Chen not to disturb her. Shin Kursen was studying in the library because she had an exam soon. Su Qinxue was working the night shift, and Zhou Na was not interested in this kind of social gathering at all. In the end, Zhang Chen became a lonely man. Zhang Chen smiled helplessly. It seemed that he could only go alone. But it was also good this way. Who knows, there might be some unexpected romantic encounter. At night, Zhang Chen, Shen Jin, Su Chuang and others went to the central villa. Zhang Chen did not choose to drive a Koenigsegg or a Mercedes-Benz G, but scanned a shared bicycle and rushed to the destination. After all, Zhang Chen still likes to keep a low profile. Arriving at the central villa, Zhang Chen parked the shared bike in front of the door of the villa. He almost didn't recognize that this was his own house. The yard was filled with a variety of self-service snacks, and there were 2 huge champagne towers on both sides of the yard. At this time, many handsome men and beautiful women had gathered in the yard. Some of them were students from Rongqing University, but more were students from vocational schools. There are many female students wearing bikinis by the swimming pool in the yard, their beautiful figures exuding a youthful aura. I really didn't expect that this social gathering between the 2 schools would be so well organized. When Zhang Chen entered the yard of the villa, he immediately caused a commotion among the girls present because Zhang Chen was so handsome. With a height of 1.83 meters, a muscular and well-proportioned body, and delicate facial features that are difficult to replicate, Zhang Chen does not look like a college student attending a fraternity party, but more like a male star in the entertainment industry attending an award ceremony. At this time, Zhang Chen's high school best friend Zhuanwei also spotted Zhang Chen and walked towards him. After greeting Zhang Chen and the others one by one, he took Zhang Chen and the others to a boy and introduced them. Master Su, this is Zhang Chen, my best friend from high school. These are his good friends. They are all students at Rongqing University. Zhang Chen, this is Su Zhe, the super rich man in our school. He is the initiator of this social gathering and the owner of this central villa. Zhuanwei introduced each other, and Zhang Chen looked at Su Zhe in front of him. It turned out that he was Su Qinxue's cousin, the one who borrowed his villa. It's just that Su Zhe and Su Qinxue are related by blood, but they are very different in appearance. Su Qinxue is naturally beautiful and gentle, but her cousin Su Zhe is a bit ugly. Although Su Zhe was wearing all branded clothes and his hair was well groomed, he still couldn't change the flaws brought to him by his appearance. Squinty eyes, big nose, square face, short legs. If Su Zhe didn't have money, he would never find a partner in his life. Chapter 58 The most beautiful freshman Lin Wanqiu. Although he thought so in his heart, Zhang Chen still extended his hand in a friendly manner and said, "Hello, my name is Zhang Chen." However, Su Zhe did not move when Zhang Chen extended his hand. He looked at Zhang Chen with a haughty look and said contemptuously, "Your Rongqing University is the best university in Rongqing anyway, why are you all dressed like country bumpkins? Since you are here, why not have some fun in the villa? Perhaps after you leave here tonight, you will never have the chance to visit a villa of this level again." After saying that, Su Zhe left without even looking at Zhang Chen, looking arrogant. The reason why Su Zhe was arrogant towards Zhang Chen was because Zhang Chen stole his limelight. Before Zhang Chen came to the villa, he had always been the focus of the crowd as the organizer of the social event. But from the moment Zhang Chen stepped into the villa, all the women's eyes were focused on him. Even though Zhang Chen was dressed in ordinary clothes, he could instantly outshine Su Zhe, who was dressed in branded clothes. How could Su Zhe not be angry? Zhang Chen just smiled helplessly at Su Zhe's arrogance and unreasonableness. He didn't expect that Su Qinxue's cousin was such a pretentious person. It would be fine if nothing happened tonight, but if he angered Zhang Chen would slap him in the face without mercy. At this moment, Wu Daqiang appeared in front of everyone with a beautiful figure. Zhang Chen looked closely and found that it was Feifei who sang with Wu Daqiang and Shang Ke before. Today, Feifei has exquisite makeup on, wears a suspender skirt, and a pair of high heels, looking charming and beautiful. Her hand was holding Wu Daqiang's arm, and the two of them looked very close, like a couple in love. But Wu Daqiang is honest and simple, and the shabby sportswear he wears is bought online for a few dozen yuan. Standing next to the fashionable and beautiful Feifei, it makes people feel out of place. Damn, brother, this is great. Are you guys dating? Zhuanwei looked at Wu Daqiang in disbelief, with shock in his eyes. He didn't expect that Wu Daqiang, who looked honest and simple, would be so impressive if he made a big splash. Wu Daqiang smiled shyly and nodded embarrassedly. Zhang Chen seemed to be hesitant to speak, wanting to say something, but he swallowed the words back when they reached his lips. Because although Fei Fei was standing next to Wu Daqiang with an intimate look, her beautiful and charming eyes never left Jiang Chen. After that, several people started strolling in the yard of the villa. Several beautiful women came to ask for Jiang Chen's contact information, but Jiang Chen politely declined them all. There are already enough women around me, so I might as well not want these bad peach blossoms. But all this was seen by Suja, who was not far away, and the flame of jealousy in his heart burned even more fiercely. After drinking some wine and some drinks, Jiang Chen felt the urge to urinate and walked towards the bathroom. Because this was his own villa, Jiang Chen knew the interior layout of the villa very well and walked straight to the bathroom on the first floor. However, when Jiang Chen entered the bathroom, the door he had just closed was opened again. A tall and slender figure slipped in and locked the bathroom door. The person who came was Fei Fei, and at that moment she was looking at Jiang Chen with a smirk on her face. "What are you doing? Don't you think it's rude to come in without knocking?" Jiang Chen said to Fei Fei with a frown. "What are you afraid of? I came here to tell you something." "What's the matter?" Jiang Chen was a little confused. But Fei Fei didn't say anything, she just gestured for Jiang Chen to listen closer. Helpless Jiang Chen had to walk to Fei Fei's side and put his ear close to Fei Fei's mouth. Fei Fei's breath was as sweet as orchid, and she said in Jiang Chen's ear, "This matter is..." Just when she was halfway through her words, Fei Fei suddenly put her arms around Jiang Chen's neck and pressed her cherry lips against Jiang Chen's. Before Jiang Chen could react, he felt a nimble little tongue entering his mouth. Jiang Chen suddenly pushed Fei Fei away and couldn't help cursing. "You're fucking sick. This is the woman that his good brother likes. If Wu Daqiang sees her, his brotherly relationship with him will probably come to an end. Moreover, why are the women he met recently so enthusiastic and proactive?" This has left Jiang Chen with some psychological trauma towards women. However, Fei Fei remained calm and said with a smirk, "You men just like to pretend. You've already had a reaction, but you still pretend to resist." Jiang Chen looked at the tent he had erected and felt extremely ashamed. He pointed at Fei Fei's brow and said harshly, "Get out of here. If you do anything to let Daqiang down again, I'll make you pay." When Fei Fei heard Jiang Chen mention Wu Daqiang, she couldn't help but rolled her eyes and said, "You really think I like that country bumpkin? If I don't get close to him, how can I see you? Actually, the person I like is you. Isn't it good for us to be together?" After saying that, Fei Fei wanted to come up and hug Jiang Chen again, but was pushed away by Jiang Chen. "You're such a fucking lunatic, there's no way I'll ever be with you." After saying this last sentence, Jiang Chen opened the bathroom door a little, making sure that there was no one outside before leaving. Jiang Chen knew that Fei Fei was just a gold digger, but he didn't expect Fei Fei to use Wu Daqiang to achieve her goals. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel sad for Wu Daqiang. At this moment, everyone in the yard looked at the same place, and both boys and girls had intoxicated looks on their faces. A pretty and charming figure walked slowly into the villa. She was wearing a light pink ancient-style dress, and her black hair was tied up in an exquisite ancient hairstyle. A few strands of hair stuck to her fair face, making her look charming. Her beautiful eyes were like a pool of autumn water. Once you looked into them, you could not look away. In her exquisite hair was the golden and jade phoenix hairpin that Jiang Chen had given her, which shone even more brightly in the night. The person who came was none other than Lin Wanqiu, a beauty with ancient style who was known as the most beautiful freshman in Rongqing University and whose naked body was seen by Jiang Chen by coincidence. Lin Wanqiu walked slowly into the villa, her watery eyes met Jiang Chen's deep eyes, and she said in disbelief, "You're here too." Then she recalled that night when Jiang Chen saw her naked body in the fitting room, and a blush immediately appeared on her fair face. This shy look immediately petrified all the boys present. It was so beautiful that it was breathtaking. Even Jiang Chen couldn't help but stand there in a daze. After a long while, he came to his senses and said a little embarrassedly, "Yeah, I didn't expect to meet you here, what a coincidence." Su Zhe, who was not far away, watched all this and couldn't help but clench his fists. He had been pursuing Lin Wanqiu since high school, but Lin Wanqiu was later admitted to Rongqing University, while he went to a technical college. The real purpose of holding this social gathering today was to confess his love to Lin Wanqiu on the spot. So he even lied that the central villa was his, hoping to conquer Lin Wanqiu. However, he did not expect that in front of Lin Wanqiu, he would lose to Jiang Chen again. Chapter 59 Weird System Tasks. Looking at the way Lin Wanqiu and Jiang Chen were flirting with each other, Su Zhe was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. But even so, he suppressed his inner anger, put on a gentlemanly smile, walked to Lin Wanqiu and said softly, Wanchyo, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Faced with Suja's eager expression, Lin Wanchyo just nodded lightly without any other response. Suja and Lin Wanchyo are classmates in the same high school. Suja has been a fanatical pursuer of Lin Wanchyo since the first year of high school. However, Lin Wanchyo ruthlessly rejects all of Suja's confessions. Suja himself is also a rich second generation, his parents run a medium-sized construction company. But Lin Wanchyo has many suitors, many of whom are richer than Suja. That's why Suja asked his cousin Su Qinchue to borrow the central villa and pretended to be the owner of the villa in order to win Lin Wanchyo's favor. By the way, Wanchyo, do you two know each other? Suja pointed at Jiang Chen next to Lin Wanchyo and asked knowingly. Yes, we are alumni of the same school. Lin Wanchyo once again thought of the night when Jiang Chen saw her naked body, and a blush suddenly appeared on her beautiful face. Looking at Lin Wanchyo's shy appearance, Suja felt even more angry. Ordinary alumni? Are you kidding me? Ordinary alumni, why are you so shy? Even a fool can see that Lin Wanchyo and Jiang Chen have an unusual relationship. Suja suppressed his inner anger, pointed at the shared bikes parked outside the door, and said to Jiang Chen. I just saw you came here on a shared bike, right? It's a low-carbon way of traveling, and very environmentally friendly. As he spoke, he took out an Audi car key and played with it in his hand, saying proudly. This is the Audi S6 my dad gave me. A loser like you probably won't be able to drive one in your lifetime. Suja is not as handsome as Jiang Chen, so he can only suppress Jiang Chen from a material perspective. Lin Wanchyo sees through it but does not say anything, thinking that the golden and jade phoenix hairpin Jiang Chen gave her is enough to buy 2 Audi A6s. Seeing Jiang Chen not speaking, Suja thought that Jiang Chen was ashamed of himself, so he said to Lin Wanchyo, Wanchyo, let me take you to visit my villa. Then he said to Jiang Chen arrogantly. Come and have a look. I will open a corner of the heavenly palace today to show you, a loser, what life is like for the upper class. Listening to Suja's words, Jiang Chen just found it very funny. This was obviously his home, but now he had to follow others to visit it. Ding! The system has assigned a new task to the host. Task content, make Lin Wanchyo cry tonight. Task reward, become the actual controlling shareholder of Star Media. Listening to the new tasks assigned by the system, Jiang Chen couldn't help cursing in his heart. What kind of weird mission is this? How can I make Lin Wanchyo cry? Can I beat her up? But thinking of becoming the controlling shareholder of Star Media, Jiang Chen felt that it was necessary to find a way to complete this task. Star Media is the largest internet celebrity media company in Chengdu, with many beautiful anchors. The thought of becoming their boss is exciting enough. As for how to complete the task, Jiang Chen can only take it one step at a time. Following Su Zhou into the villa, a hall half the size of a football field appeared in front of Su Zhou and Lin Wanchyo. A huge crystal chandelier hung above the hall, and the glittering light of the chandelier represented its high value. One wall of the living room is made entirely of high-end explosion-proof glass, showing the landscapes, flowers and birds in the courtyard. On the other walls are paintings by masters, the prices of which are beyond imagination. Follow the marble stairs to the second floor, where you will find the master bedroom, dining room and guest room areas. In the huge master bedroom was a handmade high-end double bed that looked very expensive. Jiang Chen, who was following behind, recalled the countless passionate battles he and Su Qinchue had on this big bed, and couldn't help but feel a little shy. Su Zhe, who was walking in front, was still looking at Jiang Chen with a look of superiority, but he didn't know that Jiang Chen had slept with his beautiful cousin on this bed. A hint of shock also appeared in Lin Wanchyo's beautiful eyes. He knew that Su Zhe came from a good family and was considered a middle-class rich second generation. But I didn't expect that Su Zhe's family was so rich that they could even afford such an outrageous villa. There are probably only a handful of rich people in the whole city of Rome who can own such a villa, right? But Lin Wanchyo is not a materialistic girl, she longs for true love. Even if Su Zhe's family is very rich, she will not be tempted. The three of them climbed up the stairs and came to the third floor of the villa, which was basically the leisure area of the central villa, such as a private cinema, gym, billiard room, etc. Su Zhe, where is the bathroom on the third floor? I want to touch up my makeup. Lin Wanchyo, who was visiting the third floor, suddenly said to Su Zhe. However, this sudden question made Su Zhe stunned, because he had just arrived at the central villa today. He only remembered the layout of the second floor, but ignored the third floor. At this time, Su Zhe was already sweating profusely. He stammered and said, This, bathroom. Just when Suja was extremely embarrassed and at a loss, a voice sounded beside him. There is a shower room in the gym on the third floor, but the dryer broke down recently and a repairman hasn't been arranged to come and fix it yet. After Jiang Chen said this calmly, Suzhou and Lin Wanqiu looked at Jiang Chen with surprise. Lin Wanqiu's eyes were full of confusion. Why did Jiang Chen look more like the owner of the villa? Jiang Chen scratched his head embarrassedly and said, "Well, I heard the property management say that on the way here." After hearing Jiang Chen say this, the doubts in Lin Wanqiu's eyes were completely eliminated. And Suzhou also said, "Oh, yes, that dryer had a problem recently. I was too busy recently and forgot to ask a technician to fix it." Lin Wanqiu went to the bathroom to touch up her makeup and found that the dryer was indeed broken as Jiang Chen said. "That late autumn, let's go to the yard. I have a surprise prepared for you." At this moment, Suzhou was sweating profusely. He was afraid that if Lin Wanqiu asked a few more questions, he would be exposed. Surprise? What surprise? Jiang Chen was full of doubts. He wanted to see what tricks Suzhou would come up with. The three of them returned to the courtyard on the first floor. Suzhou took out a microphone from somewhere and said to everyone present, "Everyone, please be quiet for a moment. First of all, I welcome everyone to my villa to participate in this social event. But in addition to this social event, there is actually something very important that needs everyone's witness." After Suzhou finished speaking, two people came over pushing a huge 8-layer cream cake. Suzhou looked at Lin Wanqiu and said, "Wanqiu, happy birthday. Be my girlfriend and I will make you happy." Chapter 60. There is only one genuine one, so yours is a fake. After hearing Suzhou's confession, everyone at the scene was extremely envious of Lin Wanqiu, because it was a very happy thing to have such a beautiful cake and romantic confession on her birthday. Jiang Chen was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that today was Lin Wanqiu's birthday. But Lin Wanqiu herself was not too surprised. She probably had guessed the purpose of Suzhou inviting her to the social gathering. The reason why she accepted Suzhou's invitation was to make it clear to Suzhou that it was really impossible for her to be with him. However, Lin Wanqiu opened her cherry lips slightly and was about to speak, but saw Suzhou take out a small wooden box and open it. In the wooden box was placed a finely crafted gold hairpin, which was exactly the same as the one in Lin Wanqiu's hair. There is only one authentic gold and jade phoenix hairpin in the world, but now two have appeared. "Wanqiu, I know you have always liked ancient-style peripherals. I bought the golden jade phoenix hairpin, the treasure of Musu Tang, as your birthday gift. I hope you like it." After Suzhou said this, Lin Wanqiu and Jiang Chen's faces turned strange. Lin Wanqiu knew that there was only one golden and jade phoenix hairpin in the world, so one of the hairpins Suzhou gave her and Jiang Chen gave her must be a fake. Lin Wanqiu is not a materialistic girl, she doesn't care about the value of the hairpin itself. But she values sincerity and hates people who deceive her. But who gave the golden and jade phoenix hairpin the real one? Lin Wanqiu couldn't help but get tangled up in confusion. Suzhou is a wealthy man who owns a central villa, while Jiang Chen is a loser who rides a shared bicycle. Based on this point of view, Suzhou definitely has greater purchasing power. However, the gold hairpin in Suzhou's hand is much worse than the one Jiang Chen gave him in terms of workmanship and overall texture. Could it be that today's high-end imitations can surpass the originals? Lin Wanqiu was extremely conflicted and for a moment she didn't know who was the one who deceived her. Jiang Chen looked at Suzhou with contempt. He didn't expect that Suzhou's villa was borrowed, and even as a birthday gift he had to buy a fake one. It was at this moment that Suzhou discovered that Lin Wanqiu was wearing a gold and jade phoenix hairpin in her hair that was exactly the same as the one in his hand, but both the workmanship and texture were far superior to the one in his hand. Suzhou thought something bad had happened. Could it be that what Lin Wanqiu was wearing on her head was the authentic item? Because he wanted to please Lin Wanqiu, Suzhou had someone make a high-end imitation of the golden and jade phoenix hairpin. Although it was a high-end imitation, it still cost Suzhou 50,000 yuan. In fact, the workmanship of this high-quality imitation is already good enough, and it is really difficult to see the problem without comparison. But the hairpin in Lin Wanqiu's hair was a genuine item worth 1 million yuan. In comparison, the hairpin in Suzhou's hand was not even worth a penny. Moreover, there is only one authentic golden and jade phoenix hairpin in the world. Doesn't that prove that the one in Suzhou's hand is a replica? Wanqiu, the gold hairpin on your head is? Suzhou asked cautiously, he was already sweating profusely at this moment. "I gave it to her." At this time, a voice sounded beside Suzhou. Suja looked in the direction of the voice and found that the person who spoke was Jiang Chen. Upon learning that the gold hairpin on Lin Wanxiu's head was given by Jiang Chen, Suja was overjoyed and couldn't help laughing out loud. Because in Suja's opinion, a loser like Jiang Chen who rides a shared bicycle could never afford the authentic gold and jade phoenix hairpin, so the one on Lin Wanxiu's head must be a replica. Moreover, he is the owner of the central villa, and Jiang Chen is just an unknown loser, so Suja doesn't need to argue at all, and everyone will believe that what he gives is the authentic one. However, Suja was still very curious in his heart, why the gold hairpin in Jiang Chen's hand was so finely crafted and had such a mellow texture even though they were both imitations. But Suja couldn't care less about that now. He immediately found the right opportunity to attack Jiang Chen. You stinking loser, if you can't afford a gift, don't buy one. You actually bought a fake one for Wanxiu. You really bring shame to Rongqing University. At this moment, some people in the crowd have started talking about Jiang Chen. Young Master Su can even afford the central villa, so how could he buy a replica? So the one that guy gave must be fake. I didn't expect that such a handsome guy would do such a dirty thing. It's really a disgrace to our Rongqing University. At this moment, Lin Wanxiu looked at Jiang Chen with extremely complicated eyes. To be honest, ever since she had a frank meeting with Jiang Chen in the locker room that day and witnessed Jiang Chen's superb piano skills off the stage, Lin Wanxiu had already developed a slight liking for Jiang Chen. Then that day when Jiang Chen suddenly stopped her and gave her the golden and jade phoenix hairpin as an apology gift, Lin Wanxiu's heart was deeply moved, and she even developed some different feelings for Jiang Chen. However, the current development of events indicated that the gold hairpin Jiang Chen gave her might be a replica, which made Lin Wanxiu a little hesitant. It's not that Lin Wanxiu is materialistic, it's just that she hates men who are not honest. At this moment, almost everyone at the scene thought that the gold hairpin that Jiang Chen gave to Lin Wanxiu was a replica, and they looked at Jiang Chen with contempt. Why do you say that what my brother gave me is fake? What's so great about living in a central villa? My brother drives a Koenigsegg Jesko. Zhuang Wei, who had been silent all this time, stepped forward at this moment and glared at everyone at the scene. It can be seen that Zhuang Wei is really considerate. He is willing to offend Suja from their school just to speak up for Jiang Chen. That's right, my master also has a Mercedes-Benz G63. Should I tell you about it too? At this moment, Chen Jin, Su Chuang, and Wu Daqiang also stood beside Jiang Chen and confronted Suja. However, their words made everyone present burst into laughter. Suja felt as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world and laughed so hard that he couldn't even straighten his back. Koenigsegg Jesuck? That's a top-notch sports car with only 99 units produced worldwide. You have a Koenigsegg and you're still riding a shared bike? As Suja spoke, he pointed to the shared bicycles parked in front of the villa entrance, and everyone laughed even louder. You can't even brag, yet you say you drive a Koenigsegg. Why don't you say you drive a spaceship? That's right. Rongqing University is the best university in Rongqing anyway. How come you can't even brag about it? People from vocational colleges ridiculed several people from Rongqing University crazily. Students of Rongqing University have always looked down on people from vocational colleges, and today they finally found an opportunity to mock them back. Several people from Rongqing University lowered their heads in shame, feeling that Jiang Chen had made them lose face. However, Jiang Chen, who became the target of public criticism, always had a faint smile on his face, as if he was not the core figure of the whole incident, but more like a spectator who had nothing to do with it. Explain to me, you loser, why did you give a replica of Wanxiu as a gift? Suja questioned Jiang Chen condescendingly. However, Jiang Chen did not look surprised, he just said calmly. I bought the genuine product, so yours is a fake.